Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Morning, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Commissioners. I understand there are no housekeeping matters, so we can proceed to the first witness, who is in the witness box. She is Kate Pope, I think at the moment an Acting Deputy Secretary at the Department of Veterans Affairs, but I'll clarify that with her. The subject is discrete, a project called the Special Operations Forces Pilot. She'll testify about what that is and other matters about it, but in very brief introduction, it was a pilot program run by the DVA, or led by the DVA with cooperation from Defence and others, to engage with transitioning members of the Defence Force, some in particular certain members of the Special Operations area, and with a focus on claims processing, but not only that. Might the witness be sworn?
Do you, Kate Pope, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Good morning. Could you tell the Royal Commissioners your name again?
My name is Kate Pope.
And you've given evidence here before.
I have indeed.
Are you at the moment an Acting Deputy Secretary at the DVA?
I am.
For which branch or?
The group is called Policy and Programs.
Sorry, Ms. Pope, could I just ask you to bring the microphone closer?
Sure. Is that better? Yes.
Do you still hold your substantive position as Deputy President of the Repatriation Commission?
Yes, I do.
All right. I might ask that the tender list be brought up. Commissioners, on this first page and the second page are 13 documents to tender. On the third page, a couple of old documents which may be mentioned. There are no confidentiality claims at all. I just tender the documents as ordinary exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. They're accepted into evidence then and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Ms. Pope, could you just give the Commissioners a general and brief overview of what the Special Operations Forces pilot was, correcting whatever I said if necessary?
No corrections necessary. It was, as Mr. Singleton described, a pilot designed to test arrangements for a discrete cohort, which was the Special Operations Forces at Holsworthy in the first instance, to see whether we could make a difference to their experience of transition. It ran for about a year as a pilot, was extended for 6 months between January 2018, and it ended as a pilot in November 2018, but ran through another 6 months to the middle of 2019 to continue the services that were being provided to the transitioning members at Holsworthy.
As we'll come to, I appreciate that there were staff assigned to work specifically on the project. Did you yourself have a role with respect to the project at the time?
I was the First Assistant Secretary for the Transformation Task Force. It had a number of other names through that time, but so I was the senior person responsible for this project, along with a whole range of others in relation to veteran-centric reform.
Thank you. I'll just ask the operator to bring up a document. The first document. Sorry, second document on the tender list, it's DVA 999 0069 0001. Do you recognise the first page of this document to be a response to a notice?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And in short, the Commission asked written questions and the Department provided written responses.
Indeed.
Can you give us just a little insight into the way in which the preparation of this document was organised? For example, was it allocated to a person, split up by a bunch into different categories and given to many people, maybe something else? And I'm
there-
not asking for names, just at this stage.
Yes, I
at least.
understand. There were a number of contributors to the compilation of the responses. You'd appreciate it was some time ago that the pilot was conducted. Many of those who were directly involved are no longer with DVA. So there were 2 or 3 key people that worked on the response.
And was there a key person who worked out who the other key people would be, and it perhaps divided it up into different areas for others to work on?
No, again, because there were only a small number of people involved remaining in the department, there were 2 or 3 of us who worked on the response.
Right, thank you. Thank the operator for that. You've introduced the time frame of the pilot already. Can you give us a description of the reasons why the pilot was introduced, and perhaps, if you see fit, interweave the history, whose idea it was, and a bit of the process that actually led to the decision to have it?
Certainly. As is set out in the notice, Major General Sengelman, who was at the time the Commanding Officer of Special Operations Forces, approached the then Chief Operating Officer of DVA, Liz Cosson, with a suggestion that he was concerned about how the Special Forces were transitioning and wanted to do something working with DVA to improve that experience. So he was the initiator. It was at a time when DVA was beginning the VCR process and was very keen to be involved in that sort of a proposal and to see whether we could make a difference as well. So we were very willing respondents to the proposal that General Sengelman put forward.
Did this pilot become a part of the VCR, the Veteran-Centric Reform Program, or was that reference merely an indication of the context in which this pilot
Well,
occurred?
actually, probably both. It wasn't set out in the original conception of VCR as a potential pilot, but when it was proposed, it was very much aligned to the objectives of VCR and so was managed within the VCR program, and I had responsibility for it as the senior person involved in the transformation work of VCR.
Right. And where was the project conducted? I appreciate there will be a few locations where staff were, so tell us those.
The staff that worked directly with Special Operations Forces were based at Holsworthy in the first instance. So
At the military base there?
Yes, yeah, where the Special Forces have one of their major sort of concentrations. It was expanded later on to include Campbell Barracks in Perth, which is another key base for Special Operations Forces. And our processing staff that did the claims work were in the Sydney office.
And were there also some staff who, perhaps on a part-time basis, oversaw the whole project from Canberra?
Yes, so there were a
including
small
you.
group within my division that had responsibility for the project management aspects.
Was the pilot actively or consciously coordinated with other transition-related initiatives that Defence and DVA were pursuing at the time?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but there were certainly other projects, many other projects running, some of which had similarities or ran alongside of the soft pilot.
I'm not suggesting that there wouldn't be some level of coordination or just common sense applied to context, but was the pilot mainly an isolated standalone thing, or was it engineered to fit into some particular administrative framework that already existed?
I think given the choice between those two options, I would say it was more characterised by the first as a discrete project, but with awareness of other things that were going on that might have a bearing.
Thank you. That's a helpful response to a tough question. I'll ask the operator to display the document DVA 0023 0001 0066. if I've called the correct number, which is a X% chance, this may be the initial project plan. Thanks. And I'll just ask I'll just ask you, Ms. Pope, to note the date, 8th of June there, and then I'll ask the operator to scale down 1 or 2 pages. Sorry, the second page, operator. On this page, we're told that the document was created on the 16th of August 2017. Are you able to enlighten us on either how the nature of the document works, or perhaps one of those 2 dates is just a mistake?
I hadn't actually noticed that myself in looking at it, but I would say that the first draft of this document was produced from the date of the 16th of August. There was a period of preparatory work leading up to the commencement of the pilot itself in early 2018, and I would say that this document was iterating over that period in preparation for the commencement of the pilot.
When did the pilot program begin?
January or February 2018, I think, is the correct date.
And officially it was going to go through till November, but was extended.
Yes.
The front page of this had the initial project plan dated in June 2018. One question could be, is that just a mistake? Or the other question would be, if that is the ultimate date of this document, how is it that the initial project plan is halfway through?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't explain it. It might be an error, but I don't know. But certainly the project was commenced and running from the beginning of 2018.
All right. Well, let's go to the substance of it. If we can go to page 0069, there's a section called Background within the Executive Summary, and it says the Department of Veterans Affairs, DVA, has supported veterans and their families for almost a century. The mission is ongoing. However, DVA will be unable to meet the needs of current and future clients without reform. Is it right to say that there was a general recognition within DVA that something needed to change in a major way in relation to claims processing, or was that an insight confined to the people who were preparing this document, or something in between?
It wasn't a focus on claims processing. That is a description of the imprimatur for VCR as a whole, and veteran-centric reform had at its core a recognition that there were many veterans who weren't seeking services from DVA, and that we wanted to change the way we operated so that those people would feel they could reach out to DVA if they needed assistance. It wasn't focused on claims processing as such.
At this time, did the department consider the period of transition, to be one of particular risk for veterans, or is that a later insight?
We didn't have a clear picture of that until we had the suicide reporting from the AIHW, which defined for us the most risky time periods and characteristics of transitioning people who were most at risk. But I would say there was probably recognition that transition was a challenging time regardless of what data we held, and that it was part of the focus of VCR.
Can you give us a description of the process that led to the actual approval of the pilot project, including who actually approved it?
As I said, General Sengelman approached the then Chief Operating Officer, Ms Cosson, to propose the pilot. Ms Cosson and the department responded positively to the suggestion. I recall discussions with some serving Special Operations Forces individuals and their spouses to talk about the challenges that they were facing and to get a sense of the scope of what needed to be addressed. there were further discussions about the design and how it might come together, and a recognition that more information needed to be gathered from those that the pilot would serve. In other words, to consult with veterans and serving personnel in the Special Operations Forces to understand better the parameters that needed to be considered and addressed. I can't remember the exact titles of the governance bodies that the proposal would have passed through, but it was approved through those governance bodies, including the Executive Management Board of the department, and approved as a project to go forward.
And was there a person who had particular carriage of preparing the case for the project that was then submitted to those boards and other processes?
The documents were prepared by the team that was responsible for the management of the project itself, so the beginnings of the project team. Again, they're people who have quite a long time ago left the department, and I can't recall all the names, but individuals who were already involved in some of the veteran-centric reform work were allocated this as a project to take forward.
Which is, as I understand it, this project was funded out of existing resources rather than
That's
an
correct.
extra grant. Somewhere on this page,
Yes.
the pilot plan refers to drawing on the advice of current, that is serving members of the ADF and recently transitioned personnel and ex-service organisations. Was there a way in which consultees, particularly the ESOs, were chosen for this project?
Advice was provided by General Sengelman and his senior officers about the relevant people that it might be useful to consult with, and when we went through the more formal engagement processes, Special Operations Forces advised us of names of people who would be suitable to participate.
Is that engagement process a reference to DVA engaging with Defence for the purpose of the pilot, or are we talking more consultation with ESOs or individuals, or both?
Individuals primarily who were nominated by Special Operations Forces to participate in two formal workshops that were held to engage transitioning and serving Special Operations Forces members to provide advice to DVA about the issues that needed to be addressed.
With the workshops you've just mentioned run by a company or a firm called Enzyme Group?
That's correct.
Did they identify what they called irritants / issues and value functions / opportunities?
Yes, that's the language that they use to describe the outcomes of their workshops. It might be useful just to understand that they draw out the things that are bothering people and label those as irritants. So there's an encouragement to put all the things that are bothering you on the table, and then also identify the things that are going well or that you appreciate about the process. And then a session at the end of the workshop that says, if everything was operating exactly as you would like it to, what would it look like? So in other words, giving guidance to whoever the client is, in this case DVA and Defence, what the experience would be like if the irritants had been solved.
All right, just to set some context, I'll ask the operator to bring up the document DVA 0023 0001 0001. I anticipate this will be a stakeholder value discovery report dated August 2017. So just near in the planning rather than the operating.
That's correct.
Or is this just at the beginning of the project? No, it's sorry, in the planning part of the project, I think.
That's correct.
This will be the longest question in the Royal Commission's history. I'm just going to scroll through and read out a few bits to set context, and if you'll bear with me, I'll then come to some questions about it. At page 0004, we can see that the report from a workshop, or that this is a report from a workshop held at Campbell Barracks, and it focused on irritants issues and value factors opportunities, as I mentioned. And there were 11 ADF participants, 5 transitioned and 6 in transition. If we go 2 pages along to 0006, we can see that the participants were taken through a workbook exercise to help them identify key service irritants and the frequency of their occurrence. And they recorded what were their most severe or negative experiences. On the next page, under the heading Claims Processing Takes Too Long, we can see a number of points, including not having all claims accepted by the DVA before transitioning, and processing time for claims, the implication being it's too long rather than too short. On page 0007, under the heading Poor Staff Competence and Understanding, we can see a number of other points. One's competence, another is a lack of special forces knowledge within the DVA, and there's a negative image reported here. DVA apparently having a negative image in respect of advocates. If we go to the next page, there's a heading Lack of Guidance to Navigate the Complexity of the System, and we can see a lack of assistance with claims and a suggestion that it's an adversarial system which is hardest to navigate for the most vulnerable. Further down on that page, under lack of interdepartmental cooperation and coordination, we can see the DVA is not linked to defence health records. Buck passing is mentioned, no coordinated approach across departments. On page 0009, there's a heading Complicated Processes and Paperwork, and a couple of points there. Another heading Inconsistent Decisions. On the next page, a heading Lack of Single Point of Contact and Tailored Service. On page 0013, a section on transition and transitioned irritation index. So we're in a new part of the document now, trying to perhaps consolidate and identify the major irritants. And we get a sense of how this firm is calculating or trying to measure irritation. So 74 is a particularly high irritation measure compared with other service studies, we're told. On page 21, so we've leapt quite a lot of pages, you'll be relieved to see, 0021, there's a chart under the heading DVA in transition and transitioned value Pareto. Pareto is an economist, you may or may not know, but I suspect it's a description of the methodology here, and there's some explanations, including this, that the chart shows that approximately 75% of the total importance weight is coming from only 4 ideal positive value factors: personalised case management, simplified claims processes, better integration and coordination between agencies, early transition planning. And the last thing on page 0029, another chart under the heading Defence in Transition and Transition Valued Pareto. Draw attention to some the points which are labelled A, D and B: grant civilian qualifications from the military, career transition coaching, dedicated time and assistance for transition preparation. Those ones are probably more contextual from a DVA point of view. That was a lot to take in, but it just gives us a little bit of a sense of the information that was coming in at that time. Is the Commission right to understand that the DVA and Defence were using these workshops and the survey results as ways of identifying the key issues that should be addressed in the soft pilot?
Yes, that's correct.
At the time, did you get this report yourself at the time, do you recall?
Yes.
To what extent, if any, was this feedback, which I would suggest is a wide range of matters, and a fairly high degree of irritation in respect of some of them. To what extent was that a surprise?
I would not say it was a surprise because it was after we had been approached by General Sengelman and he had talked about the challenges that his transitioning members were facing. It was the impetus for the pilot itself, and we had had conversations, informal engagement, as I said, with some individual members who had talked about the challenges that they were facing. So I wouldn't describe it as a surprise, but clearly there was a lot of commentary and feedback to take into account.
Well, it wasn't a surprise because General Sengelman had come to you corporately. Was it a surprise when he came and made points of this kind?
No, I don't think so, because the kinds of issues being raised here were the impetus for veteran-centric reform in the first place. They were part of the fabric of why veteran-centric reform was conceived of and commenced. So perhaps the depth and complexity of the concerns was new to us, but not the general proposition.
Speaking generally, those many matters I read out and you patiently listened to, were those the kinds of things that the soft pilot was meant to address in one way or another, or at least engage with?
Broadly speaking, yes. I would say that there's obviously interplay between a range of those things, and we probably condensed it down to a smaller number of particular objectives for the project itself. But the overarching intention was to remove irritation from the process, make it smoother and easier for those who were transitioning, and to have them in good shape at the point that they transitioned out of the ADF.
All right, can you tell us what that condensed, shorter list of objectives was?
My recollection is there were 3 or 4 key objectives. One was that to the greatest extent possible, claims were resolved prior to transitioning, that there was little, if any, gap between salary being received by serving personnel and the commencement of any compensation benefits and so on that would flow subsequently, and that those veterans and their families were connected to the services and support available from DVA.
The first of those, did it implicitly or even explicitly involve an objective of reducing claim processing times?
It did, but that needs to be understood in the context of the time, because the processing times were, unfortunately by today's standards, relatively short, but we were aiming to make it quicker, yes.
Was improving data sharing, particularly with Defence, a part of the program?
Yes, we had a project that was part of VCR but related to this work as well, called the Early Engagement Model. And in 2016 we had commenced fairly manual data transfer from Defence to DVA, providing us advice of when someone enlisted and when they'd transitioned, and also significant events that might happen during their service, such as an injury or an illness, or achieving qualifying service, things that were critical to DVA's understanding. So the first data transfer under that program happened at the end of 2016, and it enabled DVA to create records for those people so that when they did reach out to DVA, we already knew who they were, and we had some data. We didn't have to ask them for evidence about who they were, and one of the key drivers of VCR was that we would know veterans when they approached the organisation, not have to start from scratch.
With no disrespect to Major General Sengelman, I suppose the business case for doing the pilot didn't say we should do it just because he asked. Why were Special Forces people chosen? Actually, I'll withdraw that. Sengelman was the origin, and that is, in a practical sense, why they were chosen. But in terms of the business case and the formal decision-making, was there a particular reason why it was thought that Special Forces pilot special forces should be the subject of a pilot. One could have imagined that after the Major General had the idea, the department would say, great idea, but perhaps we should go and deal with Laverack Barracks or some other an infantry battalion or a naval command. Was there something about special forces that made it an attractive pilot?
I would say that the whole process of VCR had opened the department up to a willingness to try a whole range of things. We were trying to work in a different way, to be more agile, to be open, to be available to take on a whole range of things. And so being approached by an area of defence with an enthusiasm for a project that we could work on together was well received just in itself for that reason. There was a value to the fact that the Special Operations Forces is a relatively small, contained group and represented not in every base across the country, but in a couple of key locations. That was an advantage for the program. And I think a recognition that Special Forces, for the most part, experience the rigours of service overseas to a greater degree than some other services. Not always the case, but a general recognition, and that if we could solve problems for them, then there were lessons we could learn for the whole of the ADF that would be able to be applied more broadly.
So if I pick up on that, just that last point, can I suggest within that point, there's a recognition that these could be more challenging cases, making it a good pilot opportunity, because if, as you said, if we can solve it for them, we can solve it for others.
Yes, there was a recognition that they might have greater needs. I don't know whether we had full visibility at the conceptual stage of the complexity of the cases, but there was an expectation that people who had served in the special forces would have experienced things in an intensity and repetitiveness that might be at a higher rate than the wider forces.
So I'm grateful for the distinction about not necessarily perceiving it fully at the beginning, but by the end of the project, was it indeed the case, or indeed the assessment that Special Forces members on average had more complex cases, in fact?
I'm not sure I could directly draw that conclusion, because we've certainly seen complex cases from without the Special Forces, so from other services, and complexities driven by a whole range of things, a lot to do with the repetitive deployments, so the number of deployments, how close together they were, what kind of service was seen during those deployments. So while there might be some cases amongst the Special Forces that were more complex, we also saw complex cases in other services as well. So, and not all Special Forces were complex cases.
No. Was another challenge, particularly, although not exclusively referable to the Special Forces members, confidentiality of information, that some of the information relevant to them was more confidential than typical?
Yes, there's the concept of protected identity, and we had and still have particular arrangements for accessing the required information to process a claim from someone who is of a protected identity.
All right. I want to turn now to try and get a sense of how the project actually worked, with a focus on the actual services, including claims processing work for the service members, as distinct from the governance work that you were doing.
Yes.
So this will be presumably second hand. And am I right to, will you accept this approach to the task you and I will now try, to focus on the claims processing work first, and then look at some of the other work like the on-base engagement, which happy to do it the other way around, but do you see the distinction between the two different areas?
I do. I think it might help to describe it the other way around, because it began with contact at the base.
Yes.
And then the connection to claims processing.
All right, well, let's go with that one.
Okay.
Because I didn't know which would be better. The the non-claims processing elements of this pilot. Let's get a list. I believe there's on-base engagements and perhaps other elements. And I gather from an earlier answer, it started in Holsworthy but was expanded. So maybe you could just give us an overview of what those non-claims processing elements were and how they developed over the pilot.
So there were two distinct roles on base performed by DVA staff. One was described as a DLO, so a DVA liaison officer role, and the other was case management. The DVA liaison officer role was similar to what would be understood outside of that arrangement as an advocate, so someone to whom a transitioning member or somebody who wanted information could go, ask questions and begin to sort of understand how the process might work. Their role was to build the confidence of the community in the soft community in the processes of DVA and the services that could be offered. And so they were the initial contact point, and they provided advice about claims processing and so on. The next step was then for the member to lodge a claim through my service on base, so they had access to it there, and importantly, the individual would lodge the claim themselves. And those claims were flagged for priority through to a team in Sydney who were doing the claims processing work there in Sydney. And the other role was case management, which was also on the base, and that was a service provided so that serving personnel and their families, and the family part was important, could talk to someone about all the other services that are available outside of the claims process, services and support that the family and the person might be able to access either through the process of transition or afterwards. So they're the three sort of components of the service that was delivered as part of the pilot. You did mention that it started at Holsworthy and it was extended to include Campbell Barracks. I don't recall the date that we commenced that work.
It was effectively an extension of the same thing, not a change.
The same thing, yes.
Let me just go to the DLO. You said it was something like an advocate's role. Firstly, did the DLO help the person use the My Service portal, sit there with the soldier to fill it out, or did they just do some other role?
I didn't observe it, I wasn't there to see it, but I would expect that they would have sat there next to them, and if the member had a question, they would have assisted them to answer the question.
We've heard about, this is independent of the soft pilot, in evidence about how things work today. I may get the terminology wrong, but about DVA staff who are either located on bases or visit nearby bases, possibly called VSOs.
That's correct.
Can you give us a comparison of a DLO versus, of the pilot versus a VSO of today?
This is not an area where I'm an expert, but
No.
I can describe that the role that the Veteran Services officers play now is probably quite similar to what we envisaged with the DLOs in those early days. A point of providing information in both directions and assistance to access the various processes and services available through DVA. They're certainly involved in encouraging members to register to get a white card and to register for access to My Service. I'm assuming they would assist with accessing My Service and using it if required, but I don't personally know whether that's precisely what they do. You mentioned the fact that they're across a range of bases, and this is in fact a piece of work that emanated out of the pilot. There are permanent staff on a number of bases and visiting arrangements to a whole range of others, around 58 bases in total, and the permanent presence is focused on those with the highest number of transitioning personnel, for example, Townsville, Darwin, Enoggera, Edinburgh, places where there's a fairly strong tempo of transition. and visiting arrangements on a weekly or fortnightly basis or as needed to smaller bases across the country.
Insofar as the DLOs were advocates, that might be taken, and I'm seeking your clarification, to give them a role that's a little bit more than a typical customer service officer that may be found in many departments, where with the right culture, the worker is there to be friendly and do their best, but in the end they're not an advocate for the customer, whereas an advocate has a different role. Were the DLOs in this pilot playing that greater advocacy role on the side of the soldier?
I think the role of DBA officers in general has evolved over the time as well, from a position where it was felt that there was a view that it was not appropriate for DBA staff to assist people to put in a claim, and that view has shifted over time and was part of VCR as well to change that attitude. I would say that the role they played in the pilot was advocate-like, but they weren't advocates as such. And I would say that the work they did then is probably very similar to what a VSO does now, which is different to an advocate.
Yes. You've mentioned a change over time in the attitude/role from or more towards helping the veteran. Can you give us a sense of the time frame that you have in mind that over which that change occurred, and has the change been completed?
It was over the period of VCR. I would say it was gradual over the years between 2016 and today. I don't know that we would ever be sure that a cultural change had been totally completed, and it's something we remain focused on and aware of as we go forward in the work we're doing now.
All right. Now, coming back to the soft pilot, part of your description was that claims having been lodged through my service would be flagged with a team based in the Sydney office. In fact, I think you said priority flagged.
That's right.
Does that mean that this team was working on other stuff as well, and when a soft claim came in, it just went to the top of the pile?
I don't know, but I think that's a reasonable assumption. I would think that for the key team, and it was a small team that was involved in the processing, at the height of the pilot, they were probably focused almost exclusively on soft pilot work, but it could have been, as you described, that that it just meant that they shifted their attention when a claim came in.
Right. Well, building on that with the slight flexibility inherent in the answer, can you now give us firstly, who was on that team in the Sydney office? I'm not asking for names, but profession or trade.
They were claims delegates.
Anybody else? Was there a medical advisor there or on call, as it were?
The medical advisor was on call to them. Yep.
It was the medical advisor based in another location but available.
Yes, I can't remember whether he was in Canberra or Melbourne, but I don't think he was in Sydney.
All right. So how many delegates were on the team?
I don't know exactly, but it would have fluctuated, but I would say 4 or 5.
And are there other members of the team, I mean, assistants who do research or clerical assistants or anybody else who are part of that claims team?
I don't know. I don't think so, because the claims preparation work was done by the DLOs on the base. So they dealt with the paperwork and they worked with the claims team.
I see. So if, as we've heard sometimes occurs, a claim is lodged, or perhaps in this case received in draft by a DLO, and critical evidence is missing, maybe a service record, a medical certificate, whatever it may be,
Yep.
The DLO had the role of chasing that up rather than before it got to the delegate, preferably.
That's right.
And if the delegate spotted a gap, would the delegate tell the DLO,
That's
here's
right.
the problem?
Yes.
Was there some way in which the processing of claims by the delegates in Sydney differed from the way claims were being processed across the country in the ordinary case?
I don't believe so, other than that there wasn't the assistance to prepare the paperwork in advance of consideration by the delegate. So other delegates didn't have access to the assistance to put the paperwork together as they do now, because we've introduced claims support officers who do that work so that the delegates can focus on decision making.
All right. Let's turn to the success or otherwise of the pilot. Were there particular outcome measures that the DVA planned to use to decide whether or not the pilot was successful, or to work out what it had achieved or not achieved, what the lessons were?
Yes.
And could you give us an overview of the main ones, perhaps with a focus, but not necessarily only, on claims processing?
I don't know if I'll recall them exactly, but I'll give it a go.
I'm not sure we'll go to the documents, but if you can give us an overview as best you can.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, one of the measures was that to the greatest extent possible, all claims would be processed prior to transition, so that the transitioning members knew the situation that they would be in.
Actually, it occurs to me that it may be easier for you if, rather than I get a list of them and then come back to what happened, if we do one at a time, and I'll ask you what happened. Against that measure, what actually transpired. So can we go with that? The objective, which was one of the key objectives, as I recall it, was to get claims done before the member actually separated from the ADF. Yes. How did that go?
It went well, and I think in potentially all cases, although I can't recall exactly, but very close to all cases, claims were resolved prior to transition. I should say that of the total number of participants in the program, which had originally been aimed at those who were about to transition, a much larger number of people participated in the trial because they wanted to be ready when their transition happened. So not all of them were actually transitioning at the time they participated in the pilot. They were preparing for when that might happen. So.
And indeed, I don't know whether it's related or not, but you may be aware of evidence that the then Secretary and the then Minister, respectively Ms Cossins and Mr Chester, as part of VCR, were encouraging people to get their claims in early and not wait to the time of their retirement or discharge.
Absolutely. That was a key goal of VCR itself, yes.
Obviously, if people are heeding that call, they will get their claims dealt with before they leave, well, more likely than otherwise. But just focusing on those who were indeed planning on leaving at the time, it's the case, is it not, that there's a very high rate of success in getting their claims done before they left as well?
That's correct.
Earlier, you distinguished between that objective and the objective of shortening claims processing. And I think you acknowledge there's a link, although there's a distinction. But let's go to claims processing times. Is it the case, it is the case, isn't it, that claims processing times fell to about 50% below the median processing time across the country?
Yes, I can't recall that figure myself right at this moment, but I accept if that was what was in the notice that's correct, yes.
All right. What I might do is bring up a document that may help. We'll go through some of the other measures, but this may DVA 0023, 0001, and 0066. So this was you'll remember this?
Yes.
If we go to page 0073, there's a table at the bottom called objective and measure. So just feel free to use that. We'll go back, if you could proceed to another way of measuring that was intended, and then we'll go on to how it went. Do them in any order, but I'd be very pleased if you did it in the order they appear.
Certainly.
so we can all follow.
So these are among the issues identified in the work done by Enzyme and so-called irritant issues. The measure there is to reduce those by half. So in other words, that if we went back and surveyed the members again, we would find that the things that bothered them about the process would have been reduced by approximately half.
Yes.
That would be a fairly subjective measure on the basis of how they felt about the process.
It's inherently difficult to measure irritation.
Yes.
However, through surveys or interviews, one can at least get some sense of whether there's an improvement. This, would you accept, is a relatively responsible or conservative objective as distinct from one of abolishing irritations altogether, which would be impossible?
Well, I think so, because, as I said, it's a fairly subjective thing, so what irritates one person might not irritate another, so the degree to which you can reduce it entirely. And it's a bureaucratic process that, you know, has some frustrations inbuilt no matter how well you do it. So I think that was a reasonable aim.
Was it measured afterwards, however difficult? And
Yes,
how
it was.
did it go?
Enzyme repeated their workshop process after the pilot, and my recollection is that it was indeed reported to have reduced by around half.
All right. Complex cases reduced. I'm not sure whether that means...
No, and I'm not sure entirely what that means either. I think that if the cases were inherently complex, we weren't in a position to reduce the complexity, but I think it would have been reflecting the experience of the individual that it felt less complex to them. And that was certainly the intention on our part, was to make whatever complexity we had to deal with less visible to the individual and smooth the process from their perspective.
Was an effort made to measure that afterwards?
I don't recall, and because it's a bit of an ambiguous description, I'm not sure that I'm not sure.
Oh, sure. Let's move to the third one. Claims determined completely. I'm sorry, that's the fourth one. The third one was members feel empowered and enabled. Quite an ambitious target there. What was there an attempt to? It's almost the opposite of irritant, certainly on the other side of the ledger. Was that measured, and how did it go?
Well, members feeling empowered and enabled would have been part of, or was part of, the measurement that was done by Enzyme, in the sense of, I don't know that it's exactly the opposite of irritants, but it certainly was about understanding the process, feeling that they were in charge of how their claims were being processed and understood what was happening, and that was measured in the subsequent workshop. I think the up 100% is probably from a pretty low base, so might not be as ambitious as it sounded, but,
Yes.
but in the sense of doubling the sense of empowerment and enablement, that was the intention.
And the intention was, to some degree, successfully pursued.
It was successful, yes.
Unless you want to comment on the fourth one, I propose to skip it because I don't know what the measure is. Is it, so you tell me if you want to deal with it, but otherwise let's go to days from my service registration to determination. Is the measure there to reduce the time taken to process a claim to an average of 28 days?
I can comment that for the wider My Service timeframe, at the commencement of an introduction of My Service, the average processing time was 100 days, and we had reduced that to 38 days when My Service was introduced, and so we were more ambitious than we had managed to achieve through My Service operating alone, and I think that was a reasonable measure. I can't comment on the exact number of days it was reduced to, but certainly with the application of additional resources in a focused way, as I've described, the processing time was relatively quick.
The remaining four objectives, perhaps less related to claims processing and more related to the service connection and so on.
Yes.
Can you give us a comment on how successfully the soft pilot addressed those elements?
Yes, we offered conversations with the DLOs and case managers, and there were a high proportion of those who had one short appointment who came back for a longer discussion. Much larger number than we were expecting of the non-transitioning families and members used that service. My recollection is there were about 450 participants in the pilot overall. Only about 150 of those were actually transitioning. The rest were further back in the process, but they came forward, particularly the families, I would say, seeking information and understanding so that they were ready for when transition happened.
I think you mentioned that enzyme measured irritation after the soft pilot as well as before. Were they involved in measuring some of these other objectives, or were others brought in to do those measurements?
I think the sort of metrics for those around connection to services were the number of people who contacted the staff on base, and the number of times they came back, the requests for longer appointments and so on. So I don't think the connection part of it was measured by enzyme.
Right, and did some of them, like days from my server registration to determination, be inherently your data?
Indeed.
Did somebody put together an overall evaluation report on the success and otherwise of the pilot?
Yes, there was an evaluation report.
Sorry? Who?
Yes, there was an evaluation report. Oh, it was done by the project team in my office in Canberra.
Right, and that was the same project team that oversaw the pilot.
That's
from
correct.
a governance and other perspectives.
Yes.
Based on what you've said, but bring in anything else you know, is it not fair to say that the soft pilot was a really remarkable success, at least compared to what it set out to do, which was not unambitious?
Yes, it was successful.
I just want to turn to a little bit of pedantic nomenclature. That's my specialty. Insofar as this this project was a pilot, was it conceived to be a pilot in the usual sense of a prototype, a trial run, of something that, if successful, would then be continued and expanded?
I think there's various definitions of pilot. Certainly what we set out to do was to test and trial a range of approaches to a problem, and to understand which of those interventions looked like they had an impact, a positive impact on the problems we were trying to solve, and then to look at how we might apply those lessons post the pilot period.
Was there a plan from the beginning or early on to roll out the methodology used more broadly than Special Forces if the pilot worked?
Not exactly, no. There was interest in what we might be able to test and then how that might be able to be applied more widely. I don't think we thought that the exact methodology of the pilot would be rolled out over a wider base across more locations.
All right, I'll just ask the operator to bring up a document. I'm not sure if it's the same one or not, but it's a DVA 0023 0001 0066. I have a feeling it may be this one. And if it is this one, we want to go to page 0071. Thank you, operator. Do you see a heading, project definition? Here it says that the project outcomes include that, and I'll attempt to quote it, a replicable model that can be applied across the ADF. It's the second dot point.
Yes, I can see that.
Does that not indicate that at the time this document was prepared, there what I've suggested to you is the conventional understanding of the word pilot was the definition being used.
I think both are accommodatable within the description there, but basically we were testing something. We didn't know whether, when we tested it, whether it would be replicable in part or as a whole. Our aim was, as described there, that it would be replicable, but there's no certainty when you set out on a pilot that that's what you're going to achieve.
Well, was the model replicable?
Not entirely, no.
Was that conclusion reached through some study that is documented?
It was reached through the evaluation process, and the main challenge was making it scalable and sustainable across a much wider geographical area than the concentrated focus of the model itself. And as we discussed earlier, it was focused on a very particular cohort within the ADF, and in implementing it more broadly, as I have fairly briefly described so far, it was focused on the way that we could use the lessons more widely across many more geographic locations and for different kinds of cohorts.
Accepting perhaps there's flexibility or imprecision in what the objective was at the beginning, and I'm not suggesting it's a bad thing, but just accept that there's some flexibility. Does not this second dot point at least suggest that it was contemplated that if the pilot was successful and if a consideration of it showed that it could be replicated, then the model would be replicated?
Oh, yes, I can accept that. So if it had worked perfectly and was perfectly replicable, then there was the potential for it to be rolled out across other locations in the form that it was tested at Holsworthy and Campbell Barracks. Yes.
But the standard wasn't actually perfectly successful and perfectly replicable, but very successful would be good enough, would it not? And reasonably replicable?
Reasonably replicable, yes. Yes.
What were the key features of the model that were found not to be replicable?
There were a couple. We had hand-picked particular staff for the arrangements on base who already had a relationship with Special Forces and had some level of established trust. And we knew that it would be challenging to replicate that across other locations. The intensity of the way the work was undertaken was difficult to replicate in the resourcing environment we had at the time, and there was recognition that it would be difficult from a resourcing perspective to replicate that across numerous locations.
So there's two there, I think. I want to give them these labels: trusted staff and resourcing.
Yes.
Let me deal with them one at a time. You would accept that for just about any engagement of the government with its clients or the people, having trusted staff is a boon.
Yes, I think I need to explain what trusted staff meant. It wasn't that we didn't have competent and trustworthy staff. It's about the fact that there was a significant trust deficit between the ADF community and veteran community and DVA at the time, which was one of the key drivers for the veteran-centric reform process in itself. The fact that we knew there were a large number of veterans who weren't connected to DVA and weren't receiving services, and we were doing a range of other engagements that indicated that a lack of trust in DVA was part of the reason they weren't doing that. So the use of the word trust there is about someone at the time already known to Special Operations members in whom they had trust, rather than that DVA had trust in the staff member, if that makes sense.
Yes, and I'm certainly not suggesting anything about trustworthiness, but surely it is the case that the government, for any project or service, can't make a decision on whether it will continue or not on the basis of individual trust, there's always going to have to be a time before people have met one another. Trust at that personal, real level that you're talking about has to be built up. Surely the answer to this problem is not to forget about the project, but to train staff and have a model of building trust. And off the top of my head, you could have teams where you rotate people in so that it's not, if a barracks is dealing with a dedicated team of 5 delegates, at least know 4 of them, and then a new one is employed and that you rotate them. And there are ways of ensuring that kind of trust.
Yes.
And I accept that it was very much a benefit, and the pilot was based on selecting trusted people to see whether it worked. But having seen that it worked, surely, and this now can be the question, surely somebody turned their mind to how we can develop programs of building trust.
Well, that's exactly what I described earlier. We had in parallel been looking at our on-base advisory services, which were already operating across the country, but not in the same way as they do now. Those on-base advisory services were state-based and somewhat fragmented and inconsistent, and we were working to improve that. The learnings from the pilot around the value of trusted, known people on the base on a permanent basis that people could interact with was an important reflection that was then taken up in the development of the on-base advisory services, and this is where there's a very distinct and important link between the outcomes of the pilot and the way we took the work forward through the development of what is now called the Veteran Service Officers, so VSO network. So that process that you described of introducing more people onto the bases and growing that trusted arrangement is exactly what happened. So I guess I was perhaps being too pedantic about we exactly shifted the model to other bases, but we grew it more gradually across all the bases, building on the on-base advisory service we already had in place, which had some shortcomings, and took very valuable learnings from the success of the pilot to build that and to grow the service that we were offering much more widely. So I think you would see very strong DNA from the pilot in the way we operate on bases today.
So perhaps I was being too harsh in the framing of the last question. So in fact, someone, not the department, did pick up on the lesson and did develop a model for building trust.
Yes, it was probably my fault because I took the proposition more literally. We didn't, plant exactly the same model, and it didn't happen instantaneously. It was a growth of the way we provided services on base over time.
And broadly speaking, and we won't go into all evaluation reports, but broadly speaking, that was successful. Trust levels increased. Is that your assessment?
Yes, that's true.
So of the 2 reasons for not rolling out the soft pilot, as distinct from learning lessons and applying them, we're talking about actual rollout of this new model. The first one was staffing trust. That was actually addressed. You demonstrated it could be addressed. So it's not really a reason for not rolling out the pilot, is it?
Well, I would say we did roll out the pilot. It was just in an adapted form, taking all the things that were valuable from the pilot, but applying them to a much wider range of geographical and different circumstances across the country, because the circumstances at Holsworthy and with the soft community are not typical of everywhere else and every other cohort and client base that we might deal with.
Well, a few moments ago you told me there were 2 reasons why you didn't roll out the pilot: staff trusting and resourcing. Now, I appreciate whether or not something is rolling out the pilot may be subject to judgment. Let's just go to resourcing. What was the resourcing issue?
Well, as I described, there was a fairly intense concentration of resources around the pilot, which achieved the outcomes that we've described. But DVA was not resourced to replicate that for every cohort across every processing arrangement across the country.
And was somebody tasked with actually measuring the needed resources for a rollout?
There was certainly parallel work going on around the resourcing that DVA required, and work on a demand-driven funding model and a range of other projects that were looking at that issue, yes.
Did somebody have the task of preparing a business case or equivalent document to seek the funding on the essential argument that we've had a pilot, it was very successful, but it's going to require X resources, and propose that those resources be allocated? Was that work done?
No, that wasn't the approach taken.
Accepting that there's a range of meaning to the idea of rolling out the pilot, the extent to which this pilot, having been successful, was rolled out was to take individual elements of it, learn the lessons and apply them across the country as best as possible. Is that right?
I think that's probably a fair characterisation. There were a range of outcomes, as we've discussed, that were key successes of the pilot, and we could see a whole range of ways we could apply those more broadly. I think the issue you and I have gotten into is me thinking you did exactly what we did in Holsworthy in every other base across the country, as opposed to taking all the lessons we learned from Holsworthy and Campbell Barracks and applying those across the wider
All right.
base network.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I just want to make sure I'm hearing it right and drawing the right inference. Some of the elements of engaging with veterans and their families, directing them to services, that kind of non-processing, claims processing work was rolled out across the country.
Yes, that's the role that the VSOs carry out today,
Yes.
and a very proactive, reaching further back into the period of service to connect veterans. Well, veterans are considered to be veterans with 1 day of service, but serving personnel to the services and support that DVA could offer before they needed it was part of VCR, and has been very successful. The VSOs these days go to ab initio training and present information about services that are available. They seek to connect new trainees to my service and to have them issued with a white card as early on in their service as possible.
On the other hand, if I understood the answer one or two back, the claims processing side, and particularly the single base focus, wasn't rolled out.
No, we didn't replicate that arrangement. There was still assistance provided for connecting to my service and lodging, but the claims obviously couldn't flag all claims for priority processing, or you wouldn't be able to allocate priority. So no, that part of it wasn't replicated more widely.
But one lesson, and I appreciate there are details that can't be expressed in a single question in a public forum like this, but one lesson that might have been drawn from this is that if claims processing teams are established to work with a particular barracks or other relevant part of the ADF, such that they have a DLO on the base and claims processing people who are dedicated to that base, it works very well, especially in terms of timeliness of decisions and also accuracy of decisions. That's a fair summary, is it not?
Not entirely, I don't think, because I think the concentration of resources had a fair bit to do with that. Other than the fact that Special Forces is a particular cohort with particular issues, as we discussed earlier, and you would expect that that team might have developed expertise in the issues faced by that particular cohort at the time. But on a much wider scale, I'm not sure that holds true.
So let me mount the argument for your response. We've heard from a number of people that certain DVA delegates and other staff they're engaging with don't have an adequate understanding of service life and are minded to reject certain claims because what's put forward is implausible, when it is plausible if you understand military life. Now, against that background, one suggestion is that the DVA should be organised not according to state officers, not according to initial liability claims and then later on the compensation decision and later on aids and assistance, but should be organised according to the ADF unit or formation. That is, there'd be a team for Laverick Barracks Army, or perhaps a team for Queensland Infantry and another team for Queensland Artillery, and another team for submarines. In other words, organising the DVA claims processing system according to the nature of the work that's leading to the injuries so that there's better and quicker understanding, combined with a DLO type person on the spot. What I suggest to you is that's the essence of a lesson that could be learned from the soft pilot, that if you set it up according to the work the soldiers, sailors or aviators are doing, it can be better done. Firstly, do you see any fundamental flaw in that thinking?
It's a big proposition to respond to because I'm not in a position
and
to consider the complexities.
Do your best.
Of it,
we will not be holding you personally to account on this one.
It's an interesting idea. I don't think it's one that we've contemplated. People better qualified than me can probably anticipate some of the complexities with organising ourselves that way, but it's certainly an interesting suggestion. There are some things we do that are focused on roles or units and so on, or particular experiences. So we do have some specialised teams who look at particular cohorts of claims and applications. And we do a lot of work to raise awareness of the unique nature of military service through the training of our staff. And we have a number of, I can't remember the name of the course now, but it's where our staff get to go to bases and visit ships and so on and experience what it's like to serve. And so there is quite an investment made in helping staff to appreciate what it's like to be in the ADF, and also a lot of co-design work, particularly in the early days of VCR, but continuing now with veterans themselves coming into DVA to work with us on various initiatives. So there are a range of things that help to build the understanding of the unique nature of military service in our staff.
Ultimately, the reason that it wasn't rolled out was resources. And you mentioned that the model of focusing on an individual base was too costly. That's right, isn't it? That's the bottom line.
I would say that the intensity of the resources, not so much that they were focused on a particular cohort, but that priority was given to a set of claims coming in by a team that would give them first attention over any others. We certainly triage the current claims coming into the department. I'm not an expert on this part of our work, but we certainly triage applications as they come in and look at various ways that they should be prioritised for a range of different reasons, including need and other things. No, sorry, I've forgotten the question you asked.
That's right. But the bottom line it didn't roll out. It wasn't replicated in the way that I've been talking about.
Yes.
Because of insufficient resourcing.
That was certainly that was a factor. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask a question arising out of one you asked 2 questions ago? Mr. Singleton was asking about the possibility of, in effect, having teams of your officers dedicated to particular units.
Yeah.
And you said that at present people do go out to units or barracks. My question was, is there some consistency about the identity of the officers who go to individual barracks or units so that there is continuity between them and the people they're dealing with?
Yes. So it's a national program now as opposed to a state-by-state one, which I was mentioning earlier. The earlier iteration of it was criticised for being a bit fragmented and inconsistent. So it's now run as a national program, but we have permanent staff based at what are called the hubs of this program now, and I listed some of the locations where that's the case. So Townsville, Darwin, Enoggera, Edinburgh and so on. But we have, and then those staff visit nearby bases in a sort of hub and spoke arrangement. So they're not permanently at the smaller bases, but they are permanently at the larger ones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's the case, is it not, that Defence, particularly through General Sengelman's successor, Major General Finlay, were supportive of continuing the program?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
What I want to turn to now is to get an understanding, not just the resourcing answer, but the decision-making process that led to the pilot not being rolled out in the sense that I'm defining. Firstly, were there groups, certainly I withdraw that, is it not the case that the Secretary and at least some in the senior leadership of the department were actually quite supportive of the idea of rolling out the soft pilot to other units, at least initially?
I don't know exactly, but certainly the pilot, as you have described and I have attested, was considered to be a success, and we were keen to make sure that the things we'd learned informed the way we went forward. I think I was not involved at the time the decision was made about how it would be implemented more widely, so I don't have first-hand knowledge of the detail of that, but certainly, I mean, my general understanding was that it was successful. There were a number of initiatives that could very well be taken forward, which were in the way I've described in the development of the VSO program, and a decision not to identically replicate the process that had been tested at Holsworthy across other bases.
Were you on what I think was called the Executive Leadership Board of the department?
Executive Management Board, yes.
Thank you. Was the possibility of replicating the pilot in the way I'm suggesting ever discussed by the board in your presence?
I can't remember, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Is it the case that parts of the DVA's middle management were opposed to this rollout?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did you ever hear it heard that there were fiefdoms in the department, people, managers, and I'm not naming anybody, I won't invite you to, but certain managers who had staff and a certain prestige because of a large staff who did not want their way of work or their teams to be disrupted and their fiefdom dissipated, as might happen if this pilot were rolled out?
No, certainly not in relation to this pilot, not to my recollection. But we were, through VCR, seeking to change a lot of things, and organisational change is challenging, and there were certainly individuals and times when things proposed weren't necessarily supported by everyone involved. But that's not my recollection of the soft pilot.
And again, specifically on the soft pilot, was the Department of Finance opposed to rolling this out? Did it ever get involved even?
It wasn't involved to my knowledge.
Were any legal barriers perceived to rolling out the soft pilot?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was the elected government or any minister opposed to doing it?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. So what I suggest to you, the essential conclusion to be drawn is that a imaginative or in some way creative program was tried. It was very successful. If resources were allocated, it could have been rolled out, but perhaps with some modification, but it could have been replicated in the way I've been talking about. But resources were needed. and no business case to seek those resources was ever prepared. That's all true, is it not?
I don't think that's a fair characterisation of how the work evolved and
Yes.
the considerations are taken. Because we did put resources into expanding the application of the pilot more broadly, the staffing profile across those many bases has risen over time. We've invested in the way we do the work there, so I don't think that's a fair way to characterise it. We are very pleased with the success of the pilot and the flow-on effects that led from it to where we are today, represented on 58 bases across the country, and really reaching back into the period of service to prepare people for the time of transition and smoothing that process. And many more veterans are connected to DVA than were in the past, partly due to the lessons we learned from the pilot that were applied in the way we now work directly with serving personnel, but also from a range of other initiatives running alongside all of this. And I think it's, while the soft pilot was a discrete piece of work, it was happening when a whole lot of other things were happening as well, and discerning the effects of one or the other on where we've ended up today is perhaps more complicated than it might appear. But certainly it was very positively received at the time. It's still regarded as a positive piece of work, and there is a strong sense that we implemented the really important things that came out of that pilot in the way we work today.
And without denigrating the application of lessons learned, such as VSO work, it does appear that the department didn't really consider replicating the pilot in the way I've been suggesting, but rather it just went in a default kind of a way to let's just draw out the little lessons and spread them through our existing structure. Would that be not comprehensive, but an accurate description of a part of what happened here?
I don't recall it that way, but I don't strongly recall that part of it because I wasn't directly involved in it, so hard to say. But I wouldn't think that we would have described them as little lessons, because we considered them to be important and in a sense, groundbreaking, and I think they have made groundbreaking differences in the way we operate since then.
Could I just clarify your lack of involvement at the time decisions were or were not made on what to do with the results of the pilot, replication or otherwise?
Yes.
Were you on the Executive Management Board at the time?
Yes, I was, as I attested previously, yep.
And you had been the, I think, First Assistant Secretary with oversight of the project.
That's right.
Had you ceased having that role?
Yes, I had.
Right. At what point in the history did you cease having that role?
In November 2018, I moved to a new responsibility as the First Assistant Secretary for the Policy Division and did not have direct involvement with pilot from then onwards.
I take it another First Assistant Secretary filled the role that you had played with respect to the pilot, which was extended at that point.
That's correct.
It is difficult to perhaps always to grasp why decisions weren't taken, harder than why they were. I want to just try one last theory with you, and I'm not casting any aspersions of integrity or not caring or anything like that, but could it be that the department just lacked the imagination to take this pilot and replicate it?
No, I would reject that entirely. The way we were working was it was a really exciting time, and we were very open to ideas. We were trying all sorts of things, and we were being, I think, very creative in the way we applied those to change the way the department operated. It was exciting work to be involved in. The staff were enthusiastic. The management was completely supportive, and you ran through a number of potential barriers, none of which were barriers. I would argue that we took the lessons of the pilot forward in the best way we could at the time, and I don't know that we would do any differently if we had run the pilot last week and were about to apply it now. Pilots are about learning things. We learned some really useful things and we applied them in a really effective way, and I feel confident that we've made a significant difference as a consequence.
Final three questions. Was the minister or the ministers of the day told of the pilot?
Oh, yes.
Were
Yes.
they told that it was successful, as we've discussed?
Yes, they would have been, yes, for sure.
And were they told that it wasn't going to be replicated across the country?
I'm sure they would have been aware of the way that it was replicated rather than, because we didn't talk about not replicating it or not implementing it. We talked about how we were going to implement it and what would be replicated as opposed to not. So they were, the only recollection I have is that we had a Ministerial Oversight Council. 3 ministers were overseeing the work of VCR, and they would have been aware of the soft pilot and the work that came out of it. It was part of VCR.
And the fourth of my final 3 questions is, I take it no minister ever directed or requested the department to go further in rolling out the lessons?
Not that I can recall, no.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Commissioners. Might I leave some time for you?
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Singleton. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much. Could I just ask a couple of clarifying questions? You talked about how the role of the DLOs changed over time from 2016 until the current time and the current kind of VSO label that they now have. I'm just wondering if you can articulate for us exactly how that changed, what you see is the difference?
I wasn't directly involved in that work, Commissioner, so I can probably only give a sort of high-level description of that. But the test case arrangement at Holsworthy relied on, as I said, a couple of known individuals that were recruited to undertake that role. I think it's probably in the description of it more than in actually what they do that it's evolved. So they're described as I said, veteran services officers. They're involved in all aspects of providing advice and information about DVA services, about linking people to my service. So they're all the similar things that they did, that the people who were the DLO liaison officers, DVA liaison officers in the pilot, and there were only 2 of them, the wider team of VSOs delivers today.
And so can I just clarify, so the VSOs today will sit with a service member who's completing a claim and they will provide assistance to them to understand what's required. Will they go so far as to explain what other things they might be able to apply for or consequential kind of claims that could be made?
I think so, but I haven't sat with them and seen exactly what they do, and I don't run that program, so I don't know firsthand, I'm sorry, but I would expect that is probably what they do, yes.
Can I ask, during the pilot, the Special Forces pilot, did you measure the impact on other claims? We've heard it was successful for the pilot claims. Mm-hmm. Was there any negative impact on other claims that were perhaps put lower on the pile when the Special Forces claims came in?
The total number of individuals involved was quite small in the pilot. As I said, there were about 150 who were transitioning, who would have been putting claims in through that process. So I would imagine at the time, and it needs to be borne in mind, there was no backlog, there was no enormous number of claims that we were trying to manage as we are today. I would expect that if there was any impact, it would have been quite minimal. It certainly wasn't brought to my attention that there was a consequential problem.
Right. So, but if I recall, you said there was about 4 or 5 claims staff?
I think so, yes.
So that was for about 150 people?
Yes. But this was over a 12-month, well, in fact, an 18-month period by the time of its conclusion.
And just to try and build the context in my own mind, you talked about that this was one pilot that you were doing a lot of other creative things at the time that you then took into consideration when making decisions about how to go forward. Are you in a position to tell us what some of those other creative options were?
Oh, yes, I guess so. VCR was, I would say, probably pretty much in full swing by the time the soft pilot was also operating, and we had a mix of both ICT-related initiatives and non-ICT initiatives, anything from sort of culture change and the formation of our organisation to making our processing arrangements more efficient, looking at channel strategies. So my service was critical to having a digital way of lodging applications, but we had a whole range of other channels and means by which people could lodge applications. We were looking at which ones would continue into the future and which ones might be less needed. For example, fax, although I did discover the other day that people still do lodge applications by fax. One important piece of work we were doing was looking at how we could streamline the assessment of conditions and initial liability by role and impact. So you're probably aware that it used to be the case that people had to fill in surveys if they were trying to build the case for liability for a musculoskeletal injury, to say how many times over the previous 10 years they'd carried weights of more than 35 kilograms and so on. For Navy it was climbing ladders and that kind of thing. And people would submit all sorts of evidence and information about what they had been through. Instead of asking them to do it, we started to look at the training regime, for example. So we had people work at Kapuka looking at what the experience of basic training is like, so that we could figure out at what point in basic training would most people have already carried the 35 kilogram loads for more time than the statement of principle required in order to establish liability. So in other words, if we knew that they had done basic training at Kapuka and they had a diagnosis of a particular condition, we could then just assume that it had connection to service. That took I think it had about 35 questions on it, huge sort of survey out of the process, and we don't do that anymore. We extended that then to look at other conditions and other roles and services, and we're still doing that work today, looking at more streamlining opportunities. So that's probably a good example of the kind of work we were doing alongside all of these other things to make things quicker and easier, and for the experience of the veteran to be improved.
And then just my last question is, if indeed, as Mr Singleton was suggesting, that perhaps DVA could have rolled out or replicated the arrangements for the pilot across the whole of the country, was there an estimation of what level of resources that would require? And if not, do you have any sense of what it might have been?
Not that I can recall, but and as I think Mr Singleton mentioned, the resourcing of this project was from within our current resources. So because we had people doing those jobs, in effect, we reprioritised the work arrangements, so we were paying in effect the same salaries but directing the work more intensively towards this cohort and towards the pilot. We know broadly that the salary costs were approximately, at that time, $1.2 million a year for the work that was done under the pilot. But I don't recall calculations being made of what the cost would be if that was replicated across the country.
But that 1.2 million was for about 150 service members over 18 months.
It was 1.8 million over 18 months. There was an extra 600,000 for the following 6 months. I guess broadly, I think that would be a fairly rough measure of the cost. If you were to sort of multiply it out and try and calculate what that might mean for the whole caseload today, but yeah, but yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you for your evidence. These sorts of changes that you've been talking about since the pilot, and perhaps other changes, are they running into any issues with the establishment of the Joint Transition Authority?
No, the concept of the VSOs and working on base is very much aligned with the objectives of the Joint Transition Authority, and certainly Defence is very supportive of our presence on bases and our work reaching back into service in recognition that the more connected service people are to DVA, the smoother the transition process would be.
Are you getting any feel yet for the proportion of veterans who are coming into contact with DVA compared to the past? We've been told figures are like only about 30% or so of veterans actually have an ongoing engagement with DVA. Is that changing?
I don't know where that figure exactly would be drawn from, but when we commenced work on the veteran-centric reform project, we knew about 1 in 5 veterans. In other words, 1 in 5 were connected and either had a claim or were receiving services from DVA. And one of the
So
driving...
20% rather than 30% was your perception of it?
Yes, but that was, 7 or 8 years ago.
Right.
VCR was very successful in connecting veterans to DVA. I should also add that until the 2021 census, we didn't know exactly how many veterans there were, but we do know now, and we're now connected to around half of the number of veterans we understand there are. One of the key things in the time of VCR was that we understood that there were people who needed services from DVA but were either afraid, had heard bad news, didn't trust DVA and didn't want to engage in the process but did need help. We know there are also lots of veterans who don't need help from DVA and don't have any reason to contact us. So it's hard to say where the tipping point will be as to the number of veterans at any one time in an ideal system that would be connected to and receiving services from DVA. But we're at the point now where it's approximately half of the number are directly connected and receiving services.
Half of the contemporary people leaving the military? Or half of the overall number?
Half of the overall number, yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Just a couple of points from me, if I may. Noting this initiative that we've spoken about today and noting some of the outcomes in the material we've seen in terms of satisfaction and so on, and I appreciate there were other measures that were looked at ultimately in the end, I'm still not really clear in my own mind about the stated logic or rationale for discontinuing as this process as it was. Can you just summarise that for me, please, your understanding?
I think the environment at the time was that we were testing and trialling all sorts of things, doing a whole range of different projects. Some worked, some didn't. Some produced results that we could learn from and take on in part, and some more fulsomely. My recollection, and I understand why it's hard perhaps to see it in the context of today, but my recollection then was this was a great piece of work. It was very specifically and almost idiosyncratically, I guess, designed for the time and the place and the cohort, and that we took all the valuable things from that and used them to improve the system as a whole. And there were resource constraints about contemplating doing it with the same level of intensity across a very much larger number of bases and locations. But I don't recall a disappointment about it in that sense. The feeling was we've learned some great things and we're applying them to the system. This is a good news story. So I don't recall a sense that I wish we could have done this a different way, or that wasn't the flavour of it at the time.
I guess not in a different way, but you didn't feel a sense of disappointment about it not continuing in the form that it had been established?
No, that's not my recollection. But as I said, I wasn't directly involved with it at the time that it did actually wind up at in the middle of 2018. So harder for me to say. 2019, okay. Sorry.
Just one other issue, just the decision-making process. Again, we've covered it to some extent, but again, if you can just clarify for me about the decision-making process, not to continue it in the form that it was in.
a range of governance boards considered, well, I wasn't involved in all of the levels. I don't recall if it went to the Executive Management Board, but it was certainly a decision reached by the then coup, who was Mark Cormack, and the Secretary, Liz Cosson. Liz was appointed Secretary before the extension completed in June, so she was appointed in May 2018.
So it was a decision of the coup and the Secretary?
That's my
Ultimately.
recollection.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Mr. Berger, any questions? Your appearance was announced on the first day by Mr. Free, so thank you. Okay. Mr. Singleton, questions arising?
Just a few, if I may, Commissioners. Firstly, Koo, Chief Operating Officer.
That's correct, yes.
Commissioner Brown asked you a question about, that elicited from you the evidence that, in effect, the pilot was small enough for the cost to be absorbed from existing resources.
That's right.
Making it a little more difficult to measure. But with that in mind, I want to follow up on what Commissioner Caldas asked you about not continuing the pilot. Now, I focused on replication and so on, but I just want to focus on just continuing it at Holsworthy. Did anybody turn their mind to whether this pilot should continue at Holsworthy and Campbell Barracks?
It did continue at Holsworthy for an additional 6 months. I
Yes.
can't recall whether that was also the case at Campbell Barracks, but it certainly did continue for another 6 months at Holsworthy. And during that time, there was a building up of the arrangements across other bases and so on, because that was, we were beginning to learn the lessons and apply them to the existing on-base advisory service across that time.
Did it, now, because the resources for this relatively small pilot were met out of existing resources, one can see that if you replicated it once and just did this at Laverack Barrack out of existing resources, again, you might have been able to absorb the costs, but one can understand that eventually you get to a point where you don't have enough. And as Commissioner Brown put it, all the other claims have been put to the bottom of the pile and never get dealt with. So with that analysis in mind, did anybody turn their mind to the possibility of running a pilot somewhere outside Special Forces to see whether it would work somewhere else?
Not to my knowledge.
Finally, you said that at the time the department was testing all sorts of things. I took the implication to be that this is an example of testing many things, the soft pilot, that is.
It was
Is that right?
one of the many projects running at the time, yes.
Did one of the other things that was tested or tried produce a better result for claims processing than this one?
Oh, sorry, I was probably slightly misleading. They were testing all sorts of different things. So,
I appreciate that.
yeah.
Was there any testing for comparable, such as claims processing, which gave a better model?
We weren't as focused on claims processing then as we are now, because, as I explained before, there was no backlog at the time. So
Yes.
while we wanted to make claims processing faster, it wasn't as much of a driving aim as you might find today because of the situation that we are in. But there were other initiatives, such as the streamlined processing that I described, that had a very positive effect on processing times. The introduction of my service and the impact of the streamlined processing integrated into that also had a significant impact. For example, at the time, and I think I mentioned this earlier, the average initial liability processing time was 100 days, and the introduction of my service brought it down to 38 days by about mid-2018. And about 18% of those cases were approved within less than a day because they were straight-through decisions. So there were other things going on that had an impact on efficiency of claims processing.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence. Commissioners, that's all I have for this morning session. Ms Pope has the delight of coming back for a panel discussion after the next break. Might she be excused until then?
Thank you. We'll see you again shortly then. Thank you. We'll adjourn briefly then.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 11:15. All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Singleton.
Commissioners, the second session for today, which will be in two parts, is a panel discussion of veteran-centric reform, or VCR, something about which you've heard quite a bit in passing over the last couple of years, but this will be a more focused discussion. We have three panellists: Kate Pope, whom you have already heard evidence from, Rachel Goddard, a First Assistant Secretary, and Laura Sham, the Chief Information Officer, all with the DVA. Might they be sworn or affirmed?
Do you, Laura Sham, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And do you, Rachel Goddard, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
I'll ask the operator to bring up the tender bundle list for this session. Commissioners, I tender the documents on the list confidentially to the extent marked and otherwise publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. They'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers.
All right. I'll just move from my left to right. Ms. Sham, could you tell the court your full name and position at the DVA?
Laura Sham, I'm the Chief Information Officer.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Can we have the microphones closer, please? I'm really struggling to hear. Thank you.
Ms. Pope, just for the convenience of the record, could you reintroduce yourself?
Kate Pope, Acting Deputy Secretary, Policy and Programs Group, substantively the Deputy President of the Repatriation Commission.
Sorry, again, could I bring the microphone?
Sorry, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And Ms. Goddard.
Rachel Goddard, and I'm currently retired. Previously responsible for the Veteran-Centric Reform Program as a First Assistant Secretary in DVA.
Thank you for coming back. Ms. Pope, perhaps I could begin with you. Could you just give us at a very general level an introduction to what veteran-centric reform, or VCR, was?
Yes, so veteran-centric reform was an initiative commenced in 2015. It was both an ICT reform and a non-ICT reform project, potentially one of the most thoroughgoing in the Department of Veterans Affairs' 100 years history. It had a range of objectives, principal among which, as I described in my earlier evidence, that the department was aware that a significant number of veterans who may have needed services from DVA were not connected to DVA. It was about making our processes simpler for veterans to navigate, our arrangements easier, and to broaden the connection with and deepen the connection with Defence so that data could be transferred from Defence to DVA. And we had a description which was know, connect, support and respect, and they encapsulated the objectives of the program: to know veterans before they came to DVA through data exchange with Defence, to support veterans in accessing services and in making the transition to civilian life, to connect them to those services where we didn't directly provide those services, and respect referred to our commemorations functions, but also to respect for the unique nature of military service and what veterans and their families had experienced during their time in service.
You said that the VCR began in 2015. By that, are you referring to the preparatory work developing business cases as
I am.
distinct from the formal commencement of the program itself?
Yes, so
And
there
when-
was a first pass business case which was considered and funded in 2015, which gave the funding for preparation of a second pass business case. This approach was, and I believe still is, the practice for large ICT transformations, but it included the non-ICT elements of ECR as well.
And was the VCR project itself formally commenced on the 1st of July 2017?
Yes, that's correct. When 2017? Yes, when funding had been provided in the previous budget for the program going forward.
And it was from the beginning, a 6-year program.
Yes.
Ms. Pope, you were you not the first Assistant Secretary at the beginning, the first Assistant Secretary overseeing this project?
Yes, I was, although I wasn't First Assistant Secretary when the first pass business case was completed. I came in at the time the work was commencing for the second pass case in May 2016.
And were still the responsible First Assistant Secretary on the 1st of July when formally the project began?
Yes, I was. I moved positions in November 2018.
And you were succeeded just in the role of overseeing this project by the First Assistant Secretary called John Feely.
That's correct.
And then, Ms Goddard, turning to you, did you take over the role from Mr Feely?
I did. I commenced at the end of January 2020.
And except for a period when someone else acted in the role for a few months, did you remain the FAS responsible for VCR until earlier this year?
As you mentioned, I did have a period of leave in 2021 from about February through to the end of July, and then I had a period of leave in August 2022 and came back for a few weeks towards the end of that calendar year, and then I went and acted as the Deputy Secretary for a period of time that ended on the 31st of March 2023 and went back into the role until it transitioned through to another division a few weeks later.
Did the VCR program end as scheduled on the 30th of June 2023?
That's correct.
And were you the responsible executive overseeing it up until that date? Till the end, or did someone else take over?
So the last 18 months of the Veteran-Centred Reform Program was funded until December 2023, but the program had some residual projects that ran until the end of June 2023. I oversaw the program until, as I said, for that a few weeks during 2023, but the program responsibility moved to our CFO position and responsibility for the end of those deliverables moved to the CIO through to June 2023.
Ms Sham, you're the CIO. How long have you had that role?
So I've been the CIO at DVA since April of 2023. Prior to that time, I acted in the First Assistant Secretary of Commemorations and Transformation, which was responsible for the VCR program. And prior to that, since my commencement at DVA in December of 2021, I was responsible for the Channel Strategy and Digital Delivery branch, which delivered the ICT components predominantly for veteran-centric reform throughout consolidation and planning.
All right, I might just get you to pull your microphone a little closer. So for a while, for about 4 months earlier this year, were you the executive overseeing this project?
That's correct.
All right. Let me turn then to the context in which the VCR emerged. So, Ms Pope, this will be a period for you. But I think panellists, you all understand to assist one another as needed. Did the commencement of the program come after a decade of increasing realisation by the department that its delivery of services and supports for veterans was inadequate?
I don't know that it was over a period of a decade, but my understanding is that the capability review of 2013 crystallised concerns about the way services and support were being accessed by veterans or being delivered by the department. And the then Secretary, Mr Simon Lewis, initiated the work towards the commencement of a reform project, which became known as Veteran-Centric Reform.
All right, we'll get to that capability review momentarily. I'll just get the operator to bring up a document, DVA *999 0070 0001. I anticipate, if I've got the numbers right, that this, as you can see now, is the department's written response to a notice from the Royal Commission. If you just look at paragraph 2.1 there, do you see, and I did this as a reminder and give you an opportunity to comment, it was introduced as there was increasing recognition by DVA over the previous decade, and so on. So I think you accepted the proposition. We're doubtful about the time frame, but accepting it's not a precise matter at all, do you wish to challenge the proposition in the document that it was a
Might
decade?
it be brought up in...
Yes, could we expand 2.1? There it is.
And the question, I'm sorry, was...
I just wanted to give you an opportunity to comment on that. You were uncertain about my proposition of a decade. You did point to the DVA capability review. This puts a slightly different spin on it from your evidence, as I perceive it, with this confirming this author's conception of a decade-long process of which the review was an example. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to fight back against this document if you wanted to.
No, I don't want to. I was referring to the things that I was directly aware of, so I wasn't there in the preceding decade, but I certainly accept that there was growing recognition that we needed to operate in a different way.
All right, well, let's turn to the first impetus, the one mentioned here. Operator, could we display, please, document DVS 0010 0001 1779, which I anticipate, Ms Pope, will be a copy of the report of the capability review conducted in 2013, here it is, by the Australian Public Service Commission. Was this report, do you agree with the proposition that this did indeed contribute to the growing realisation of the need for improvement?
Yes, it did.
If we go to page 1791, and I just want to set up some nomenclature for ease of discussion.
Certainly.
Reduce the number of words, but towards the bottom of the page there are some paragraphs numbered 1, 2, 3. I'll ask that they be expanded along with the... Yes, that's perfect. Thank you, operator.
Thank you.
You can see that there are 3 key focus areas needing urgent attention, and they are enumerated there.
Yes.
Would you accept this as a fair enough brief label that the first group might be seen as administration of the department? These are administrative issues.
Oh, yes, broadly speaking, yes.
Yes. And the second, might we call that culture of the department?
Yes, the culture and the way we were working with veterans.
And the third, might we call strategic leadership of the department?
Yes, I guess so, yes.
There's nothing too precise about it. It's for convenience as much as anything.
Understood.
But bearing in mind that the realisation that the department needed to improve had already been growing for at least 6 years by the time of this capability review, if we take the decade as an accurate estimate, why did it take so long, 3.5 more years, from November 2013 to get to the commencement of VCR in 2017? Perhaps it's fairer to say, why did it take from 2013 to 2015 to get the first business case running?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. I wasn't in DVA at the time, so I I can't say. No, I'm sorry, I can't say.
I think, Ms Sham, you certainly weren't there. Ms Goddard, I'm afraid I didn't remember when you joined. When did you join the department?
I joined in 2020, so I can't
Yes,
answer that
that's
question.
fine. Well, let's bring up a document related to business cases, but I'll just go back to and the document is the NTG response. So it's DVA quadruple 9 0070 0001. This is we saw it a few minutes ago. And if we expand paragraph 1.1 of this statement of information from the department, we will see that the first and second pass business cases to develop the VCR were funded from it says from July 2016. Firstly, Ms Pope, could you just explain the meaning of first pass business case and second pass business case?
So, as I mentioned a little bit before, for large, particularly ICT-related transformation programs at the time and still to a large extent today, required the setting out of the broad parameters for a case to receive funding to undertake that size and scale of work. And funding was provided as a consequence of the first pass in order to resource the department sufficiently to develop the second pass business case, which was expected to be more detailed, specific and well developed.
And was this a standard practice of the public sector generally or of
Yes.
the department?
Of the public service generally, yes.
Can you tell us, when it speaks of funding from July 2016, is it the second business case that has funding from July 2016? That is funding to write the business case?
Yes, so the budget in approximately May 2016 did consider the first pass business case and provided funding to DVA to do the work from the 1st of July onwards to develop the second pass business case for consideration in the following budget in 2017. And then the department was funded to undertake the program from the 1st of July 2017.
Is this right? To do something very large, particularly with IT, the department would need money from the government beyond its usual allocation. To get the money, it needs to put up a business case to convince the government that that's an appropriate use of taxpayers' money. But to write that business case, it needs an allocation from the government to do that as well. So it writes a business case from its own resources to get the money to write the second business case. Is that how it works?
So the first pass business case was not funded because it's a smaller piece of work.
That means it was funded by the department's own resources.
That's correct. As far as I understand it, I was not in the department when the first pass business case was completed, but broadly speaking, yes. So the department completes the first pass out of its own funding. I think that's correct. I'm not 100% sure. And then the first delivers the funding for the second.
What, if anything, did the department do prior to the 2016 period to address the issues raised in the 2013 capability review? Perhaps before your time, but do you know from your research or your handover?
I don't know, except that I think work was already, certainly in the development of the first pass case, engaging with veterans and learning the dimensions of the problems, similarly to what we described previously this morning. So engaging with groups of veterans to understand better the experiences that they were having, but that really reached its higher point post the second pass business case being successful. So I don't know very much about what happened prior to my arrival in DVA.
All right. Operator, if we could go to page 2 of this document and then expand, thank you, 3.1. Panellists, you'll see a list of 4 objectives of the VCR program when it was introduced. Ms Pope, with such assistance as others might give you, could you just expand on the first of these to let us know what kind of services were to be enhanced under this objective and what kind of improvements were envisaged?
Yes, well, I think in the term veteran services there means claims processing, it means access to health services, rehabilitation services, the full range of support services offered by DVA.
Perhaps it'll be easy just to interpret this and then I'll come back to what happened or what was intended. But the second one, contemporary and modernised processes. What processes are we talking about here?
Again, a wide range. There was recognition that the way DVA was working was not contemporary and modern, and that when we lead on to the next question, we needed to improve the processes before we could deliver ICT solutions to support those processes. So things like processing health requests and so on, claims processing, again, the full range of ways that DVA was managing consideration of requests for assistance from veterans.
A included claims processing, and maybe there's room for doubt, or room for putting it in both categories. But does B have more of a focus on internal administration, or is B also about processes designed to help veterans?
The fundamental focus of veteran-centric reform was about making things better for veterans. So that was the lens through which we looked at all of the work we were doing. But some of that involved making things easier and better for staff because that had an immediate flow-on effect to veterans and their families.
Yes, I realise this is too crude, but is it roughly right to say that A was outward-facing and C would be inward-facing in the sense that the veterans don't delve into the details of the ICT structure, they just experience the benefits of a good one. In that sense, C is inward-facing and A might be outward-facing. You can reject that dichotomy if you wish, but the purpose of it is to find out whether B is more inward or outward-facing.
So the foundational ICT included my service, which was very much outward-focusing, was about the way veterans could access services digitally. So it was both inwards and outwards facing. And I would say the same was true of B, to the extent that if DVA is processing in a more efficient fashion, then it benefits the staff, but it also benefits veterans. So there were probably two faces to just about all of these.
Ms. Shammer, perhaps I could turn to you. I know this is before your time, but you are the IT person in the room. What is meant by the term foundational ICT?
So it is before my time, but what I can speak to is that when you are delivering improvements to the way that you deliver services and support, there's always going to be some element of IT foundations that need to do that. And DVA's ICT has had a range of very large, complex legacy systems for a very long time. And so there was a need to be able to improve the core foundations of those systems to enable better ways of doing business and delivering more efficient services.
And this is the underlying infrastructure that holds the ICT ship afloat, as distinct from what appears on the screen.
I would say it's a combination of both, because it's important to ensure that when you are improving ICT systems, you need the infrastructure to make things happen, to keep the lights on, but then you also need to make sure that the application where somebody is interacting with the system is simple for someone to be able to use, as well as the middle layer that actually does the processing that needs to be efficient and is able to connect to the infrastructure that actually does effectively the grunt work to keep the systems running.
What would be an example of ICT reform that's not foundational?
That is not foundational?
Yeah.
You could make, I would say you can make a small enhancement to a system which would change. So for example, through my service, we might add a new enhancement to be able to make the questions easier for somebody to be able to interact with the system. That might be small, but if you were going to change the very foundation of the whole of the online claim form, as well as the rules that actually allow the system to be able to process, that would be quite a difference of foundational capability versus a small enhancement to the way that the system runs.
All right, can I just turn to item D? I think perhaps it's meant to say using a data-driven approach. Could you just tell us what that means briefly?
So I can't speak to the specifics of that program of work, but what I would say is, in my observations of the work across the department, is that we were trying to build the infrastructure for data to be able to be used. So data is collected across a range of systems and processes. However, the department didn't have foundational capabilities where that data was able to be drawn together to provide insights to inform policy decisions or even the way that the department functions on a day-by-day basis.
Ms. Pope, if I can come back to you, I want to compare these with the urgent focus areas identified in the capability review. You'll recall there were 3 sets of priorities. With the objective of delivering enhanced services and better processes, and the 2 IT objectives, which are still on screen, fairly be said to go to part of the administrative group of urgent issues in the capability review?
Yes, I believe so.
Is it not fair to say that they don't address strategic leadership issues? I accept data-driven approach might help the strategic leadership, but these are not strategic leadership issues. Would that be fair?
Not overtly, no, I agree.
And perhaps putting aside some aspects of enhanced veteran services, these are not really addressed at the culture of the DVA.
Again, not overtly, but there was certainly recognition that cultural change was required alongside of this to make it a successful program. So while it might not be articulated there, it was certainly a very strongly recognised factor in the reform.
And do you say it was a strongly recognised factor back in 2015 to 17?
Yes.
To the extent that it was, first I would suggest that some of the more fundamental issues in the capability review are certainly not reflected overtly, but do you accept that some of them perhaps weren't reflected at all in the initial VCR planning?
Not in my recollection, because the work that I was responsible for from May 2016 onwards had a very strong cultural reform focus, and in fact that was the reason I was brought to DVA, was to assist with that piece of work, leading change, leading staff, and helping to make that change a long-lasting change.
Accepting that there was a real recognition of a need for cultural reform, I just want to go to the other one, strategic leadership. I'd suggest to you, to a far lesser degree, if at all, does the VCR program really try and tackle perceived problems with the strategic leadership of the department? Would you agree?
I'd agree that in the same way that it doesn't articulate very clearly the cultural change components, it doesn't reflect the strategic leadership changes, but they were nonetheless very important and well recognised at the time.
All right. Would you? I think I acknowledged before that paragraph A here certainly does include cultural reform elements. Can you tie strategic leadership issues to any of these particular articulated objectives?
Well, in a way, all of them, because you don't achieve a transformation the size of this without a strategic leadership element across the whole of the programs, and so it was inherent in what we were doing. I think it's probably clearest in A and D, because there was recognition that we didn't know enough, and strategically we were not well positioned to anticipate things that might come in the future because we didn't have the means to extract those insights from the data we had access to. There was a view we had good data, but not good means of using it. So I think it's relevant to D. I think it's relevant to A, because delivering enhanced veteran services in many ways encapsulates the non-ICT. Well, I mean, there's ICT underpinnings of that, but it was really about connecting to veterans who weren't already connected to DVA, as we've discussed, and improving the experience for them so that dealing with DVA would be a positive thing.
All right, we mentioned them before today, but for this panel, could you just tell us what is Enzyme Group, and in the broad, what was its relationship with the department and when?
Enzyme is a company, I'm not sure if they're still operating, but I believe they are, and we had a contractual relationship with them to use their particular methodology to explore process improvement. So they have a very sophisticated approach to understanding what works well in a process and what doesn't, and how to really challenge whatever the client group is at the time. So it could be they ran a session with DVA staff, but equally with veterans, getting the perspectives of the full range of players in whatever the issue might be, to distill the things that needed to change and the things that ought to be retained because they were useful, and then to imagine if all the irritations and frustrations were solved, what would the process look like? And it was very important in extracting efficiencies. So questioning whether a particular element of a process was in fact necessary, what benefit did it deliver, could it be done without, would that improve things for veterans? And in the work we did, we were always coming back to how will this improve the experience for veterans and their families? And it was that sort of test case all the way through. So Enzyme was our partner in this particular piece of work, and was working with us for, I don't know exactly how many years, but over a considerable period from probably 2017 to 2020, or maybe beyond that. I'm not entirely sure.
I'll just ask the operator to bring up the tender list that we showed at the beginning, just to give you a little context. While that's being done, part of Enzyme's methodology was to conduct lengthy workshops, like day or 2 day long workshops with teams within the department, capture the thoughts expressed and then report to management.
That's right, yes.
And if you look at the bottom of page 1, you can see the little heading Enzyme Reports.
Yes.
And there's a couple there, but if you look down on the second page, there's a long list of reports, and there's a range of dates, not in date order, but 2016, 2017 and 2018 and 19 are all mentioned on this page.
Yes.
And indeed, I don't see any after 2019, but the question I'll ask is, to what extent was Enzyme's work a subset of VCR and the preparation for it, because they began first, or was it something else that was happening on which VCR capitalised?
No, it was commissioned through VCR, so it was an important element of helping us to understand what was wrong with our processes and how to improve them. So, as I said, they might have conducted, or they did conduct, workshops with DVA staff which had different sets of roles. They conducted them in different locations around the country. They did work with senior DVA staff as well, looking at leadership questions, for example. They examined quite small elements of processing that might have been known to be challenging, that DVA would have identified as being, important to take apart, examine, and see if we could make it more efficient. And that's something that company is known for doing across a range of Commonwealth agencies.
All right, so now I see that a lot of them are shaded blue. I'm going to find out what that means now by asking whether one of them can be displayed as an example. Operator, can this document be displayed, if possible? DVA 5048 0001 1354. My understanding, and I could be wrong, Commissioners, is that these will be redacted for certain names in the way that we've consistently done for less senior staff. But so here's a report. Do you happen to recognise this as a typical format for one of Enzyme's reports?
Yes.
All right. Now this one happens to be on a legislative barriers workshop held in Melbourne with health advisors. I won't put it on screen, but I'll just, for context, make mention of the fact that another workshop was held with delegates in Sydney, also on legislative barriers. And for those who want the reference, that one is DVA 5048 0001 1338. But I'll just stick with this one and ask the operator to go to 1360. Page 1360. I anticipate we'll see on page 1360 part 5 of the report, or the beginning of it. And that part, from according to my note, is legislative barrier priorities, and we'll have a list of priorities grouped under different headings. But I'll just try and get that brought up. So I think the difficulty is that the Sydney ones come up. Operator, if we could go back to the previous document, which was DVA 5048 0001 1354. Thank you. And if we could now go to page 1360. So chapter 5, part 5, section 5 of this report is about legislative barrier priorities. And A is a list of priorities which have been grouped together under the label, we take a disease-based approach rather than wellness. I would just in passing note, this is August 2016 as the first page showed, so a year and a half before the Productivity Commission began its relevant inquiry, and nearly 3 years before its report, A Better Way to Support Veterans. I'll ask the operator just to scroll through slowly through the next page and beyond, just so we can notice some of the points. If you glance at the big headings, you can see a number of matters. Take D, for example, a lack of consistency in interpretation of legislation, policy and processes, and there are others. But if we could scroll through or look at the next page, you can see there's a wide range of legislation-related matters. Look at the one at the top, F, we don't have one act, and you can see in the detail various suggestions to merge the legislation, to use SOPs for DIRCA, which in a sense contradicts, but you can see that there's a sense of what later becomes known as harmonisation and simplification. Yes. And we'll just go to the next page, lack of continuity of care. But I just want to focus on that legislative reference. Was the pursuit of legislative reform part of VCR?
Yes, I would say so. I'm not sure if it was set out that way initially, but in my experience, it was certainly recognised as one of the real challenges for improving the way we processed claims because of the complexity of 3 potentially overlapping pieces of legislation.
All right. Now, I think you may correct me if I am wrong, if anyone detects it, that there may have been some quite particular legislation to enhance computer-aided decision-making, but in terms of what I might call a big picture of harmonisation, moving towards a single act or 2 acts, simplification, at the beginning of the project, was that conceived as something that would be pursued in VCR, as distinct from responding to the challenges that the legislation created?
My personal recollection is that it was more, it was more on improving the experience for veterans and in a sense shielding them from the complexity of the legislation rather than a direct focus on legislative change because of the recognition of how difficult that was to achieve and the competing entitlements across 3 acts that were not harmonised and the challenges in trying to bring that legislation together, which had been attempted in the past, as I recall.
Would it be fair to say that at least the focus of VCR was based on coming up with systems that made it easier to deal with this complex legislation rather than trying to get the legislation changed?
I think there was recognition that the ideal thing would be to get the legislation changed, but that involved very considerable challenges as had been experienced in the past when approaching that problem.
Was a decision made in the early part of the program or even just before it began to pursue legislative change or not to pursue legislative change?
I actually can't recall, I'm sorry, and it's hard to look back clearly when things have happened since and we're in the situation we are now with legislative reform. But my recollection is it's been on our minds since the time I joined DBA that there's been recognition of that the complexity of 3 overlapping acts is far from ideal and that it would be wonderful if we could achieve a single act that would solve those problems. The degree to which it was articulated as something we would do in the early days of VCR it's not my recollection because the focus was to make things better and easier for veterans, and if that meant that the department had to continue to deal with the complexity of the legislation, provided that didn't impact on veterans, that would at least be an improvement.
And I take it there was no team of people who were assigned to work on legislative reform issues?
I can't remember.
All right. And I'm sorry to persist, but just in case, I take it the department never did formulate actionable or precise proposals for legislative reform as a part of VCR. And that might be a question for you, Ms. Goddard, as well, from the latter half.
It's not my recollection, but it's possible. It's the work that I was brought in to do was really focusing on the veteran experience, and I don't recall being involved in that, but it's quite possible that the legal areas and the policy areas were working on that. That just wasn't the area that I was directly responsible for at the time.
All right, Ms. Goddard, anything to add?
We had no direct projects working on that under VCR from year 3 onwards that I'm aware of.
All right, well, just if we could scroll back to page 1361. So we're still looking at the report of the workshop with the health advisors in Melbourne on legislative issues. There is a recognition of a lack of consistency in the interpretation of policy, which comes up elsewhere, but if we look at this one, what, if anything, did the VCR do about this issue, which is internal to the department? Was it a part of the VCR? And if so, what was done?
I think the useful context, if I may have a moment, is that
Yes.
These reports were produced as the opinions of the people that were gathered in the room at the time, and they brought their particular focus and skills to whatever the issue was, in this case, health advisors. I certainly don't dispute that there was a lack of consistency in the interpretation of legislation, policy and processes as that sets out, and improved staff training and simplification of legislation, policy and procedures, well, particularly policy and procedures, was certainly part of VCR's focus.
Thank you for that. We've just had, this was just a very small sample of many enzyme reports.
Yes.
Now, some of them were pre the commencement of the program. Was enzyme specifically commissioned with the VCR in mind and to help prepare the business case?
I don't think it was in relation to the business case, but it was certainly in terms of understanding better what the challenges were and the things that needed to be addressed. I think because it was such a big thing and we knew it was going to affect pretty much everything that the department did, as much insight as we could gain into what was wrong, which things we should prioritise first, and as I have said, our priority was the things that would directly impact veterans and their the interface between veterans and their families and the department. Insights were gained from this whole range of reports that helped, I would say, reinforce the view held without substantial evidence of all the issues and problems that we were seeking to tackle.
Did the department engage in a process of, in effect, assembling all the points in the enzyme reports and maybe from other sources and going through them and deciding what would and would not be part of the VCR? I understand that the criterion was all of the veteran focus, but was the process of trying to get a consolidated list and saying yes or no ever undertaken?
I don't recall a process exactly like you're describing, but I know that we placed a great deal of value on the insights gained from the enzyme reports, that if there was something new and different that came out of that was of notice, then we would look to incorporate that into whichever projects and pieces of work were addressing the related matter. I think we felt we got quite a lot of reinforcement from those studies of things we felt were concerns, but this provided us with direct evidence in the sense that it was people's opinions and experiences of what it was like to deal with things in DVA. In this case, what the medical advisors saw in the process that they were involved in and the aspects of that they had visibility of.
Was there any regular distribution of these reports? And I'll ask both of you for the different periods, but was there a standard or common distribution of who got these reports?
I imagine there was, but I can't recall what it was if you're going to ask me that next question. And you referred earlier to the fact that this might have been part of the evidence base, and it certainly was. There was a lot of other information that we were drawing from in refining the direction and the projects and what they might include, but I can't recall exactly how these were distributed, but they were widely known, and as you can see by the number of workshops that were held, many staff participated in them, so the methodology and the kind of insights that were being derived were well known across the agency.
Ms. Goddard, in the later period that you know?
These reports were largely were before I joined the department. As Ms. Pope said, a lot of the insights that are coming out of these do show up through a lot of the projects that we did in VCR, in terms of we didn't have a project that looked at legislative change, but we absolutely did have projects that looked at how we could improve consistency in the way that we implemented changes, in the way that we got consistency in the way we applied change.
All right, I'll just go to one more enzyme document for the time being. It's not a report of the same kind, but could we please have operator DVA 5048 0001 1681. All right, I've obviously got a note of the wrong, it's a 1618. I think I may have read out my note. I'm sorry, operator. So
is it document 11 in the exhibit list?
It is, yes, it's number 11, but let me... item 11 in the exhibit list. Thank you, Commissioner. So it's DVA, yes, here we are. So it just has a heading, Veterans Affairs Critical Issues, and it's been supplied by the department to us as an enzyme document, plainly not a report in the same style, both in format and, as you'll see, in writing style. Firstly, panellists, and I'll go down the line, does any of you recognise, have you seen this document before? Ms Sham, are you familiar with it?
No.
Ms Pope?
I've seen it in the consideration of the tender documents, and I probably saw it at the time, but I don't recall it contemporaneously.
Ms Sham, it's actually from later than Ms Pope's time, perhaps before yours, in between the two of you in terms of the VCR. Have you seen this document either before today or before preparing for today?
I've only seen this document in preparation for today.
All right. We want to nevertheless try and get your reflections on the issues raised in it. We can see from the very top of this first page, I might just expand the first couple of paragraphs. I believe it says, Enzyme believes the DVA is currently in crisis and needs an urgent refocus. So it's that's part of the first paragraph there. And I just want to scroll through the document and draw attention to a number of the points made so that we can introduce the topic. One of the points made is the business as usual funding is unsustainable. Another point is that the department's data holdings are inadequate to know what's going on. Another is that the leadership is in disarray. That's perhaps polite compared with other expressions, with no vision or strategies to achieve the mission, and internal communications are grossly inadequate. Those are some of the dot points. If we go over the page, I suggest the severity rather than the particulars of the problem. Are expressed in the passage that I'll read out, but it's not the one on the screen. I don't know whether there's another page to this document. I'll just find my paper copy. Yes, the middle of the page, there's a pair of red dot points which are about a quarter to halfway down the page, two sort of well-indented dot points. You'll see, panellists, it begins with what are the 3 or 4 critical focus areas for the next 12 months. And what follows is probably not a list of those areas, but it says this: in medicine there is an expression called a bleeder. I have personally been present in theatre when it has occurred. A patient is being operated on, then totally unexpectedly an artery is nicked inadvertently. The abdominal cavity virtually immediately, suddenly fills with blood and overflows onto the floor. This is a real crisis. If not fixed within seconds, the patient is dead. The overall priorities change instantly. When you are there, it is palpable. Music stops, idle chit-chat amongst the operating staff stops. The silence is deafening. The tension within theatre is overwhelming. The need for focus is blindingly obvious and real. And yet, in the second dot point, I believe the same situation is now present at DVA. Everyone is busy, busy, busy. The department is in crisis. It is just that no one realises we have a bleeder on our hands. I think we'll start this way. You'd agree this is not the typical way that a consultant expresses an insight to the client?
No, not typically, but DVA was seeking disruptive advice. We were wanting to do things differently.
Yes. I would ask you to, in turn, respond. This is from 2019. So, in fact, I think none of you was overseeing the VCR at this particular moment, but you might, I'll just go in chronological order. Ms Pope, could you just reflect on that as both a description of what the problem was, but especially the severity of the problem, whether you agreed with it, to the extent to which senior leadership agreed with this degree of crisis as expressed here?
The context I would put it in is, as I said just a moment ago, we were looking for disruptive advice, for something that would catch our attention, be the burning platform, that kind of thing. This company, Enzyme, is known for taking that provocative approach to issues and enlivening a leadership group and an organisation to the challenges, as is evident from that paragraph there. The CEO has a medical background and used those kinds of analogies to inspire and focus effort on whatever we might have asked them to help us focus on. It's not clear from that excerpt exactly which bit he was referring to, but I think it was across the board. And I think what it demonstrates is our willingness to and openness to criticism and advice. And this was a sort of provocative methodology that was meant to really capture our attention, unite us and focus us on the particular problems that this organisation felt were the most critical.
So certainly, to the extent a conscious decision was made to retain a very forthright, blunt advisor, that is one thing it tells us. What do you say about the degree of crisis? Was there a perception that senior leadership in the period... Actually, I'll withdraw that question. Ms Pope, this was 2019. Do you see this... it was 2019 a period of particular crisis? Was it typical of what was before and after 2019?
I don't recall it as a time of particular focus, but as we've noted, I wasn't directly involved in VCR at the time, although of course I was part of the executive and present in the department. I would say this is more about the methodology of the organisation than it was reflective of the time and place. So they had a particular focus on our resourcing situation and an awareness that DBA was struggling from a financial perspective. They were, as I said, trying to give emphasis and energy and I don't know what other word to use, around the things that they thought were most important. I don't think that we were in a particular crisis at that time. I think it's more a reflection of the methodology.
All right. If the intention was to seek a jolt by picking Enzyme, did it have that effect? Was the department jolted by Enzyme, maybe this note, but perhaps the work more generally?
Well, I think when you look at the full body of work from Enzyme, all the reports deliver a jolt, because the encouragement is for those who participate to put everything that they're worried about on the table. And I have participated not only in DBA but also in previous agencies that I've worked in Enzyme workshops, and the real focus is not to go outside the room afterwards and talk about the things that are problems. It's to put, as is the vernacular, every dead cat on the table, make sure it's all out there, because you can't deal with it if somebody doesn't mention it. So there was a really strong encouragement and use of the methodology, because some of it's anonymous, so that you can write on a sticky note exactly what you think, and it becomes part of an overall response, rather than you being identified as the one who said whatever it is. Really strong focus on getting everything out on the table so that it can be dealt with. And the language and conclusions of many of those reports use pretty strong language, sometimes directly quoting the people who might have made those comments, and sometimes, as I think in this case, summarised and articulated on behalf of the company itself. But it's certainly known for its provocative methodology.
Ms. Goddard, you come in, I think you began after 2019 at the department, is that right? However, to what extent would you say that this was a fair reflection of the department and the leadership's perception of the department in 2020, 21, 22?
So, as I said, I started at the end of January 2020, and approximately 6 weeks later we went into COVID lockdown. So I think the department's priorities changed at that point in time, so I can't say that this is the view that I had at that point in time. As Ms Pope said, certainly the department was under financial pressure, and that continued, but I from 2020 was getting across both the program from a VCR perspective and also assisting the department in managing a pivot to manage the COVID crisis that we were doing to make sure our veterans were being looked after, and our staff were also pivoting at that time as well. So I don't really have a comment on this. I didn't see, I guess, what this is saying around the department at that point in time.
Ms Sham, do you want to weigh in on this and give your perceptions of the department compared with this assessment?
I think it's fair to say, since I commenced at the department, that the executive is aware of the significant pressures around budget, around the focus of needing to clear the claims backlog, and continuing to focus in on improving the experience and the efficiency of the department. It's fair that from my observations since I commenced at the department that the executive were very focused on those things, but I wouldn't characterise, in my recollection, I don't recall the word crisis being used in descriptions, but certainly there was awareness of focus and priorities for the department.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to take that one down. I'll move on to another potential impetus for VCR. So just to put this in context, a growing realisation of a need to improve, and there are examples. The capability review was one, various bits of work by Enzyme another. Can I now ask about another potential one and see whether it was an impetus? To what extent did various external inquiries and reports, both before 2017 and during the life of the VCR, so including the Constant Battle, the Jessie Bird Joint Inquiry, the Crake Review, the National Mental Health Commission Review, the Phoenix Australia Review, the Collie Review and more, to what extent did these external sources factor into the design and later the implementation of the VCR chronologically? Ms Pope.
Well, in brief, very much so. So as more information was gained from those various reports and sources of information, the focus and direction of VCR was adapted to deal with those things. So there were very important pieces of advice, recommendations and insights that came out of all of the reviews and others that you just listed. And the department as a whole was very focused on responding to those. Where those recommendations were aligned with the direction of VCR, or where VCR could amend the way it was approaching something to incorporate a response to those issues raised, that was what we did.
Was it the case that all those external reviews, those sources of information and analysis, just generally informed the understanding of the departmental staff involved, or was there something more formal, as didn't happen with Enzyme, where someone actually got a list of all the reports and a list of all the recommendations and attempted to, in some systematic way, tick off which ones should feed into VCR and which ones should not?
Depending on the author of the report, different processes applied to how the report would be handled by the department. If it was a report that was actually to the government, then the government would need to advise DVA on the response that it was prepared to support in relation to whatever the recommendations were. Obviously, the department had a role in advising on what possible responses there could be to the recommendation. So it did depend. Those various reports came from different sources and so on. Some may have been directed at the department as opposed to the government, and I'm not sure I can recall exactly how they all worked, but in any case, if it was directed at the department, it was something we had sought, because some of those were reports that we commissioned, then our response was very targeted, and in both cases very targeted to each of the recommendations, with tracking of how those recommendations would be implemented if it was agreed that they would be implemented, because obviously in those kind of reports, not necessarily every recommendation is agreed to either by the government or by the department. And to the extent that those elements were aligned with VCR and made sense to be implemented under the banner of VCR, that happened. If they were outside of VCR, but still obviously there was a strong requirement to implement them, that would have been resourced separately to the VCR program, but pursued with vigour nonetheless.
For more abundant caution, I'll emphasise I'm not going to be asking what was in the constant battle report, just that it exists. But that and the National Mental Health Commission review, well, firstly, was the latter, that commission review, was that commissioned by the department?
I can't recall, I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, let's just assume not, but I want to ask a general question. You distinguish between those reports which were commissioned by the department and those which were addressed to government or otherwise the outside. I understand the proposition that the government might have to decide for itself whether or not certain recommendations addressed to it are to be accepted. Put that to one side. A report like the Constant Battle or another report may well have useful insights and analysis for the department to use in designing and implementing the VCR.
Oh, yes.
Did it?
Definitely, yes.
Ms Sham, you're only there for implementation, but so what commentary can you give us for that latter part of the VCR on the influence of these external reports? And by the time you come along, there's also the Productivity Commission report.
Right.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
So I think Ms Pope's answer is similar to the answer that I would give, that those reports, in terms of both the insights from the reports and the recommendations, it does depend on the report, but in the same way, and whether those reports go to government and whether decisions are made in terms of the response, that they do influence the department's response to those recommendations, and they're taken into account either in a departmental response way or as a component of veteran-centric reform, and included in the work that we're doing to address under veteran-centric reform.
Just to jump out of sequence a little bit, could I just introduce the modernisation project, which, now is it correct that has replaced or is in the same space as the VCR? Perhaps Ms Sham, you're the best placed.
So to confirm, veteran-centric reform concluded, and in following a number of reviews, including the McKinsey review and also the interim report from the Royal Commission, there was a decision to invest in the modernisation program. The similarity between the two is in that we talked a little bit earlier about the foundational capabilities, and I think it's important to recognise the context that veteran-centric reform has applied in updating and I guess introducing the way that the department is veteran-centric in the way that it delivers and designs services and support. The modernisation program directly looks to implement a range of the McKinsey recommendations in an ICT context. It also responds directly to recommendation 3 around improving the claims administration system, and therefore has a range of immediate improvements that will be delivered by July of 2024 as per the recommendations from the interim Royal Commission report, as well as looking to the future to ensure that we are prepared to be able to implement legislative change, as well as continuing that ongoing focus of ensuring that we're every day improving the experience for veterans and families interacting with the department, but also increasing the efficiency of how the department operates and delivers those services and support.
We'll come back to that chronologically, but there's one question on, is the modernisation program, I'll withdraw that, and I think you've answered it. Thank you. Let me turn to the financing of the VCR. Operator, could we have back on screen DVA quadruple 9 0070 0001. This is what we call an NTG response, which we've seen. And if we go now to page 0020, and if we could expand the word table 7.1 and the table itself, I think that's sufficient. Thank you, operator. I just want to get an understanding of how this table works. Firstly, are all of the dollar figures actually millions of dollars?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. If we look at the top left dollar figure, it's $2.20 or $2.2 million. Just focusing on that. I just want to compare the heading above it with the first column alongside it. Can you tell us whether that $2.2 million was allocated in the 2016-17 federal budget or the 2015-16 budget?
My interpretation of that is it was allocated in the 15-16 budget and potentially expended before the 1st of July 2016.
So that would be consistent with the heading above, which is financial year 15-16. How does it relate to the heading across to the side, budget 16-17? What does that tell us about this figure?
I'm actually not sure. I don't know if either of my colleagues can throw any light on this, but I would have, I don't know, because I think that 24.8 million is what was provided for the development of the second pass business case, which would have been allocated in the 15-16 budget. So I think the column to the left might be one off where it should be potentially. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
So there may be a misalignment, but let me press it. And I'm just seeing if we can shed a little light, and I won't be critical if we can't. But if we can see the reference you've just made it to the second business case. There was a first business case. That's not mentioned here. Is that just because it was out of existing resources?
I assume so, yes. And I think it's just the alignment is a bit strange there because the funding, when you get to where it says year one and the funding at the other end, that was the funding allocated in the 17-18. It's always difficult to get financial years and calendar years sorted in your head. The 17-18 budget for commencement of VCR on the 1st of July 2017. So that line looks correct to me, that it was budget 17-18 for commencement of year one, an allocation of 169 million for in the budget in what would have been May 2017.
Well, it may be that line is correct, although it's difficult to see what it means. One could understand that 142 million was allocated in the, or maybe 160, are you saying 169 million was allocated in the 17-18 budget, but perhaps spent over 4 years?
Yes.
Could you then look at, go 2 lines down, budget 19-20, years 3 and 4, and then there's some expenditure figures. What's the difference between year 1 and year 2, which are separated in year 3 and 4?
I can briefly answer that, but then Ms Goddard's better placed. But we were given single year funding for the first 2 years, which was a situation that meant that we only had 1 year to achieve things before we had to put forward another business case in order to achieve funding for the following year. And that we couldn't invest in long-term staff because we only had funding for a year. That was partially rectified for years 3 and 4 when that was allocated for 2-year funding in one go, but Ms Goddard can speak better to that.
So
Yes, please supplement as you see fit.
So when we look at budget, if you don't mind me going back a little bit and providing a little bit of context.
Sure.
Excellent. So in the budget process for veteran-centric reform, I would like to check if we can, but my understanding is the 2.2 in 15-16 was money provided to, at the time, DHS, who is now Services Australia, if my recollection is correct, and to assist with the business case, but we might need to just check that. And then when we go to budget for year one, so the budget's provided for year one, but when you do a budget submission to government, quite often you look at actually a 4-year funding period. And so while the budget was for 1 year, so it was provided and the program started on the 1st of July 2017, quite often there is a tail that goes along with that. And so the funding was from the 1st of July 2017 and delivery is expected for that 1 year, and the program is funded for 1 year, but quite often there is a small residual, and that might be for costs that run over, or there might be a little bit of maintenance or enhancement or things that need to happen in the years that come after that. In 18-19 for year two, so that year they were funded the 177.1 million, and the 141.6 was from the 1st of July 2018. And they were funded for that delivery in that 1 year. And again, you get that little tail that goes on. Budget 19-20, we were funded for veteran-centric reform for years 3 and 4. As Ms Pope said, we were funded for 2 years that time, which was good for the program. There was a lot of difficulty with the program being funded year on year because that does make it challenging, being uncertain of the funding coming for the next year. We got the 290 million for that program, and so 111.2 in the first year, 114.1 in the second year, and then again residual funding in the third and fourth year, and then the consolidation and preparation year in budget 21-22, and that was for 18 months with 40.8 million in 21-22 and 14.3, and that brings the total to the 716.2 million.
The consolidation refers to year 5 and the first half of year 6. Is there any magic in the word consolidation rather than just saying year 5 and 6?
So the reason that we say consolidation and planning there is at the beginning, as Ms Pope said, veteran-centric reform was considered as a 6-year program. When we were at the end of year 4 and we were looking at years 5 and 6 of the program, we had discussed what the future of veteran-centric reform looked like, and the proposal was around the need to consolidate and plan for the next stage. There was a lot going on at that point in time, so we knew that there was an interim report from the Royal Commission coming out. We also knew that there was an election coming up, and therefore the potential for a change in minister or a change in government. There was a lot going on in the environment. We'd come out of the period of COVID. We had a big claims backlog. There was a lot going on in the environment where we thought we really need to consider what direction we need to go in as a department. We need to consider where we're going in terms of the program, and we also need to really consolidate where we are from a veteran-centric reform program, and we had a number of systems and processes and cultural change that we needed to make sure landed well and embedded into the department, and we wanted to make sure that we had those foundations in place before we did the next stage of development. So that's why we called it a consolidation and planning phase. It was 51.1 million, so it was a much smaller program than we'd done in previous years, and the intent was that then we would kick off the next stage of transformation, of course subject to government decisions. We didn't go back with veteran-centric reform. We moved into a modernisation program, and Ms Sham talked about that change from veteran-centric reform to modernisation.
It appears from the figures in the far right column or for that matter, the figures across the bottom row, that roughly at least the program was fully funded for 4 years to the tune of more than $100 million a year, and drops off dramatically in the consolidation phase. On those figures, it looks like a 6-year program was really dramatically cut back after 4 years. Is that right?
So my view is that the veteran-centred reform program did run for 5.5 years, and the consolidation phase was really about making sure that we had embedded the foundational processes, culture and IT that we developed over the first 4 years, that we finished that foundational activity, that we embedded it in the department, and that we were ready for the next phase of whatever was coming next. So it was a 5.5 year program, and why the consolidation phase wasn't as, I guess that the financial investment wasn't as expensive, I guess, as previous years had been. Certainly the investment in terms of the commitment of the department was certainly still there during that period of time. And I think the investment over the whole of the veteran-centric reform delivered significant change for the veteran community and also for the department itself.
Ms Pope, was it conceived at the beginning as a 6-year program or a 5.5 year program?
It was conceived of as a 6-year program, but when you set out on something that spans that period of time, there's recognition that things will change through that time, and there were things that happened that we hadn't anticipated, including COVID, as described by Ms Goddard, but also the Productivity Commission report, which had a significant impact as well. So I think there was reasonable reframing of the aims of the program over that time, as well described by Ms Goddard. So yes, it was conceived as a 6-year program, delivered in 5.5.
And was it planned from the beginning that the last year or two would be a far less expensive program because it would be a tying up of loose ends, or for whatever reason would be a tailing off? Or is it the case that in fact the program was more expeditious, maybe more successful, and so after 4 years you were ahead of where you expected to be? Maybe there's another explanation. Between the two, by all means, work together on this.
As I said, I think in something as ambitious and large as this was, it's to be expected that the conception of it changes over time, and there was a lot going on in the external environment that needed to be taken into account as we went along. So I'll hand to Ms Goddard for the rest of that, but I don't think it was funded on a small basis in 21-22 because I'll change that, I think. In fact, I might just hand to Ms Goddard because I think she was there and running it at that time, and that might be a better way.
Grab the ball, Ms Goddard. You've just been given the pass.
Yeah, because I messed it up.
No,
Yeah.
no. So I think context is really important too. So when I started in 2020, year 5 and 6 was envisaged to be. We were considering what would a new say compensation system look like? What would what would that environment look like? And I think we had also talked about at the start of VCR, we had talked about leveraging whole of government opportunities and looking at Services Australia and reuse of government IT from the Whippet program and things like that. And what we had found during veteran-centric reform is reuse of some of the government systems from DHS and Services Australia, like Process Direct, had been challenging, and we weren't in a position to reuse some of those systems. And we, the interim, as I said, the interim report from the Royal Commission was coming, and people were again talking about legislative reform, and it didn't make sense to start looking at a new compensation system when we were talking about legislative reform. It didn't make sense to talk about reusing technology from other agencies that wasn't ready for us to jump in and use that. So it was purposeful that year 5 and half of 6 was that consolidation and planning. So those were other aspects that came into play, which is why those years were smaller as well. It was a period of reframing about where do we go next.
So I can fully understand why there would sensibly be rethinking, reframing when there are new factors. And one of them was the Productivity Commission, the report delivered in June 2019. I'm just trying to reconcile that with a drop-off in funding. Are you saying that the drop-off in funding was in part, in effect, to slow down the VCR until such time as a new model based on the PC report and other inputs was developed?
So because we were funded for years 3 and 4, we had to go back to government for 5 and 6.
Yes.
And so we had the opportunity to work with government on what would 5 and 6 look like, and what would we go back, what was the proposal to go back for. I'm just trying to be, I guess, careful in my language here, but part of, I guess, the strategic discussion was, is the timing right to go back for something big when we don't know, there's all these things in flux? It doesn't make strategic sense to go back for big new systems or anything big and large when there are so many parts that are moving. That means if we built a big new compensation system now and things do change and we do get legislative reform, we will need to change it in 2 years' time. That's not a value for money idea. You really want to consolidate and make sure your foundations are good and solid before you take the next step.
Well, let me give you an example of a counter-argument so you can comment on it, and then we'll move on. Instead of saying, look, new report from the PC, new circumstances, maybe new legislation coming, let's not put lots of money into what could become an outdated system, you could instead have said, new report from the PC, they're recommending legislative change. The PC have said the VCR is effectively at an early stage in the life of the department, but it looks to be the glimmer of hope we really wanted. The PC report was very complimentary of the VCR, or at least somewhat, and saw it as the future. You might well have gone to the government and said, VCR is successful so far, it's been endorsed by the PC and others have identified a real need for even more funding because there's big change coming if the government accepts the recommendations. Do you see the counter-argument, and can you comment on whether it's a valid one?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. You've given an argument for why funding should be tailed off, and effectively it was we shouldn't keep going with the VCR in the full way of the first 4 years because circumstances have changed, and in effect we might build a big IT system for legislation that gets repealed the next year, and one can immediately see the validity of that argument. But there's another argument which says legislative change is coming. It won't be to abolish veterans' entitlements, it'll just be to rearrange the way they are delivered. We are going to need more help with IT reform. And by the way, the Productivity Commission endorsed VCR and in effect hinted that it should continue. That would be an argument to get at least continuous funding, if not increased funding. What's wrong with that argument? Because it obviously didn't find favour at the time.
Sorry, so thank you for
Quite all right.
re-explaining that. So So yes, the legislative reform and potentially making changes was part of that, but the other part that I talked about was the readiness for system reuse as well. So at that time, we were looking at reusing Whippet ICT systems, and what we had experienced already was the complexity of the DVA legacy landscape at that point in time, and the readiness of the Service Australia systems and the Whippet program for us to be able to reuse that. And what we also know from our experience with big ICT builds through the VCR program is that these things take a lot of time, and the discovery side of that is worth investing in before you start building, and it takes a long period of time. What I might do here, if that's okay, is actually pass to my colleague, Ms Sham, to actually explain a little bit about how long it actually takes to build an ICT system, because the complexity of going through a system build to get it right in the DVA environment and context is really important to understand that if we had put a bid up for a large ICT build in year 5, 6, on the premise that potentially there were or were not changes coming, but we would build a system that would be flexible enough to cope either way, whether that would be, I guess, the pluses and the minuses of doing that sort of thing.
Right, so we will go to you, Ms Sham. In addition to what Ms Goddard has invited you to discuss, can I just add one extra thing for you to factor in? Had the ICT rebuild, the foundational ICT project, been finished in the first 4 years, or at least to the extent that you could have a big funding cut, to try and handle all of that at once?
So sorry, your question was, had it been
done?
finished by
Yes.
year 4?
Yes.
So the answer was no. I think the additional context that's very important to consider in why a planning consolidation phase was applied was also around the considerable impact that COVID-19 had on the ICT delivery. And so there was a need to make sure that there was a targeted package of work that could be achieved in the time frame before we moved forward on the next phase of transformation, be that through VCR or an alternative program. And so the planning and consolidation phase was certainly about making sure that we were completing the system foundations that were to be delivered through VCR, and also taking that considered approach around what would be next. I do want to highlight that while ICT was a significant part of VCR, the foundational capability around how we think about how we deliver services and support as a department, and putting the veteran at the centre of every component of the way we think about service delivery and our processes and policies, was a very important change for the department. And that, I think, bedding that down into the way that we do business has been a very important part of VCR. In the context of ICT, the planning consolidation phase, the smaller amount is targeted to ensure that we were able to complete the program of work because of the range of impacts that COVID had, and equally natural disasters such as fires and floods that had also considerably impacted our service delivery partner, Services Australia. And therefore the ICT delivery, it needed to have a smaller component of work in order to ensure delivery.
All right, just a couple more questions on this document, we'll move on to something new. The question to which this table is most of the answer was how much was spent each year on VCR. Is the answer to be found in the column at the far right or across the bottom? Or neither? Or both? Whoever knows.
So I think the budget that's reflected there is also the reflective of the expended amount in each of the financial years for veteran-centric reform.
Right, so are you talking about the column on the right or the row at the bottom?
The totals across the bottom.
Right.
So each financial year there was an allocation which was used to deliver veteran-centric reform in that financial year.
So the amount spent in 2019-20 was $125.2 million.
That's correct.
And what is the meaning of the column on the far right?
It's
for the
in-
same year, 2019 to 2020, it's a different figure.
So the column on the right indicates the funding that was provided in the budget cycle, recognising that, for example, in year one, there was funding that was allocated for the delivery of the 1 year of the program. But as Ms. Gatto explained, there is a tail. So, for example, if you build an ICT system in the 2017-18 financial year, there will naturally be maintenance that's actually required and has to be funded. And so the budget cycle allowed for that 4 years of funding. And so it was what is represented on the right is the allocation of funding from the 2017-18 budget.
Yes, so allocation, and then on the bottom,
The
spend.
expenditure.
Right. I'll ask the operator to expand the two notes that are underneath this table. You see note 1 refers to 303.4 million of the 715.8 million. I just want to know what that $715.8 million is. It doesn't appear in the table anywhere.
Yes, so it is the so what's not included in that 715. So in the table above, the total was 716 point. I can't recall the point.
Perhaps
I
we could expand
apologise.
it. Is it possible to expand the note and the table at the same time? We'll have a go at that. But carry on.
So the total for VCR was 716.2 million. There was 400,000 that was allocated to the Department of Finance to conduct the gateway reviews. And so if you remove the finance component, that equates to the 715.8.
Thank you very much. That was a very clever question to introduce the new topic, which is gateway reviews.
Happy to help.
Operator, could we go to document DVA 5044 0001 0001? I anticipate we're going to get the first gateway review report from the second half of 2017. Ms. Pope, I believe this was provided to you on the 1st of December 2017, according to page 2. Could you briefly tell us what a gateway review is, what its purpose is, and where it fits into public sector governance?
Yes. Gateway reviews are conducted on significant ICT implementation projects across the Commonwealth. They're still in practice today, but they were certainly in practice at the time. And they involve an independent panel of individuals appointed by the Department of Finance to examine the implementation of whatever the project might be, in this case BCR, usually conducted annually at the end of the sort of calendar year. So in this case, I think it was conducted in November and reported in December. It's a week-long process where the usually 3 independent persons interview and question representatives who leading particular aspects of work, request documents and so on, and examine the approach that's been taken to implementation and comment on that and provide recommendations and an overall rating of their view of the project and how it's being implemented.
You can see from the table here that the project of the review occurred in November 2017, so about 5 months into the formal commencement.
That's correct.
And it was provided to you, the SRO, on the 1st of December. Can we just go to page 0003? We see here at the top of the executive summary a delivery confidence assessment, which is green/amber That might translate as alert but not alarmed. I don't know whether you've seen many gateway reviews, but if you have, are you able to comment on whether that's good, normal, alarming? I'm suggesting not alarming, but
At the time, I hadn't seen any before, but the discussion was that getting green was difficult, and if you achieved green, you were doing extremely well. That was the advice I was given leading into this gateway review. And green amber is considered to be a good result, which is then borne out in the style of recommendations that might follow.
all right, a little further down on the page, under the next heading, there's a series of dot point findings that the review team made. The first one says this, and I'll get it expanded if we can. The VCR transformation is intended to be a multi-year program, but is currently only being funded on a single-year basis. This year-by-year funding approach is inconsistent with best practice in program management and planning and must ultimately have a detrimental impact on the program outputs. Ms. Goddard at least touched upon this challenge a little bit earlier, but do you agree with the point made here in the first dot point?
Oh, yes, I do.
Was anything done about it? Well, actually, I'll withdraw that. Let's try and tackle it chronologically. Was that challenge or the problem recognised before July 2017? Another way of putting it would be, did this come as a surprise? You hadn't previously thought of the fact that this would be a challenging problem, or was to you this a point of obviousness that you knew all along?
It was a recognised challenge of receiving single-year funding for a program that was to continue for more than 1 year. And as I mentioned before, there was a limited time to evidence success with the funding you had received in order to compile a business case for funding for the following year.
Fairly or unfairly, the Department of Finance often gets blamed when someone doesn't get funding at all or over the forward estimates. Was any effort made in advance of July 2017 to get long-term funding?
That question starts to become a difficult one for me to answer on the circumstances we've encountered before in getting evidence about.
That's a fair point. So I withdraw that question until such time as we get a ruling on it. But let me tackle it another way. I'll withdraw that. I'll just ask this different question. Was the analysis in the Gateway Review, not just this dot point, but was this Gateway Review analysis brought to the attention of the Secretary at the time?
Yes, she was a participant in the process. Oh, well, actually, it would have been a he at that point. So, yes, he would have been interviewed as part of the process and would have seen the report.
Was the report drawn to the attention of the Minister at the time?
I believe it would have been, yes.
Multi-year funding wasn't achieved in the next financial year, but you got 2 years of funding after that?
That's right.
Who took the decision that resulted in funding continuing on a year-by-year basis?
We're in the same territory, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm going to suggest that we're not, and so I'll press the question. There may need to be a ruling. If there's an objection from the Commonwealth, certainly there will be. So I don't seek any advice or communications with the elected government. The question is, who took the decision that there should only be year-by-year funding for the first 2 years?
Object to the question. It can be answered without intruding into public interest immunity issues relating to cabinet confidentiality. It may not. I might need to speak to the witnesses about that if the question's pressed. But
do you want the proceedings stood down so you can confer with it?
Yes, please, Commissioner. Or perhaps we can come back to it after lunch. Might be more convenient.
That might be more
I
convenient.
would propose that course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank my learned friend.
And I take it I have the Commission's leave to speak to the witnesses about that, even though they're subject to questioning.
Do you take any objection to that?
There's no objection to the most detailed discussion that my friend
Yes,
sees
you have
necessary.
leave to speak to the witness while she's under examination,
Thank you.
or cross-examination, however you describe it.
I think we'll go to something else. Sure. I could be wrong. I'll ask the operator to go to page 0005. And you'll see the echoes of a hole punch mark. Just above the lower hole punch mark is a paragraph beginning, however, the way in which DVA delivers this mission. If that paragraph could be expanded. The middle sentence says, many in the veteran community have found DVA to be too adversarial, too slow, or not responsive. To what extent was the senior leadership aware of this information back in 2017, and to what extent did they accept it as accurate?
We were aware of it and we did accept it as accurate.
All right. The next paragraph says, if it could be expanded, that the VCR leverages the WPIT program, which I think Ms. Goddard mentioned a little earlier, being delivered by the DHS and so on. Firstly, could you explain just what this paragraph means, starting with confirmation of the Department of, it hasn't come up on screen yet, but the DHS is the Department of Human Services.
That's right, now known as Services Australia.
And what was the WPIT program?
It stood for, what does it stand for? Yes, why doesn't the ICT person help with it?
WIPIT Payment Infrastructure Transformation Program.
Right. What was the first word?
What's the
WIPIT?
W?
Welfare?
Welfare.
Yep.
Right, thank you. If I could just ask the operator to bring up the next paragraph. Thank you. That's the one. Could you just give us some description of what this paragraph really means?
If I might just read it for 1
Please
moment.
do.
So, well, the WIPIT program was, as has been described by my colleagues, been implemented by the then Department of Human Services, and it was a transformation of its own, a very large IT transformation of the way pensions and income support were paid in the wider community. And the intention was that DVA would leverage the things that were being developed by DHS to deliver our pensions and income support into the future. The reference there to fostering a client-centric organisational culture. At the time, DHS had invested quite a lot in engaging with its own clients, and they actually lent us staff that formed part of the initial task force that worked on VCR to help us extract insights from and involve veterans in the design of our system. So that person-centred design is another description of it. We were also working with the Digital Transformation Agency at the time, which was working closely with DHS as well. So it was about DVA being part of whole of government initiatives, learning from what other agencies were doing, and where possible, leveraging and adopting the technology or other techniques that were being used by those agencies to bring our work forward into a new era, in effect. The reference there to the new digital client portal, I think, is a reference to My Service, which we had commenced work on prior to this time, and the proactive approach to identifying client needs. Some of the enzyme work that you've examined previously, and other work that we did to engage with veterans with an internal capacity to hold workshops and seek advice from veterans, was part of delivering on that proactive approach.
So you, I think, used the term
person-centred design.
Can you just tell us what that is, who the person is, and what it was before? One might have thought it should always have been person-centred.
Yes, I'm not an expert on the evolution of ICT development over, the past 50 years or whatever, but in the bit that I'm aware of, big ICT projects in the past were delivered by figuring out a problem and a solution, and it might be a 5-year delivery time, and you on this day say the system's going to look a certain way in 5 years' time. What happens with that is that you don't adapt or adopt the things that change in the ICT industry over that time, and you end up with a system at the other end that's been designed by people within the system and doesn't necessarily deliver for the people to whom it's supposed to deliver. So the shift was both person-centred and agile. So do small things, go back to the end users. So the person in this case is the veteran or family member who will be the recipient of the service that the thing you're designing is supposed to deliver. Engage them and involve them in how you go about designing the system, and then produce a first version and then go and test it with them and change it if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, and so on. And the idea is that at the end of a shorter period of time, you may have changed direction slightly or even significantly, but the system will deliver much better for the people it's supposed to assist than something more monolithic, designed on day one, delivered in 5 years' time, that misses the mark. So that was the prevailing shift in approach, and DVA was trained and encouraged, and in fact there were staff directly posted into DVA to help us do that because we had not done it before.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to go to page 0008. There's a section of this somewhere, the third paragraph, or the second full one above the recommendations. It says that the DVA has a history of unsuccessfully attempting to change the way that it delivers services. A couple more points are made, and then it says in the last half sentence, it is on notice that its credibility will be severely damaged should those changes not eventuate. Just a reminder, this is early in the project. Can I just ask you, Ms. Pope, to reflect on the stakes for the DVA at the beginning of this project?
As that rightly states, huge. There had been other reform initiatives in the past, in the probably 20 or so years preceding the VCR, and there was also a strong recognition that we were failing veterans, and we really were very determined to change that set of circumstances. And that bit about being on notice, well, yes, if you can't deliver through this program and you don't achieve the things that you're trying to achieve, then the credibility of the department was at risk. And the credibility of the department had suffered in the past for not achieving the objectives of previous reform initiatives.
We've heard earlier that two elements of VCR, earlier in this inquiry, from evidence from the former minister and a former secretary, among others, that two of the elements of the VCR were to do IT reforms to make it easier to lodge claims and to encourage claims to be made, with even the minister getting out to bases and elsewhere, encouraging people not to wait till retirement but to get their claims in, which inevitably, one might think at least, did have the impact from, I think from April 2018 or 19 onwards, almost a flood of claims coming in, and there had not been a rebuild of the processing capacity of the system, and a backlog was the inevitable result. That was a significant failure of the VCR in the end, wasn't it?
I wouldn't agree with it being characterised that way, but I would like to reflect on that.
If you want to reflect, you can, but if you could start reflecting orally now, that would be helpful.
Oh, no, I meant orally.
Oh,
sorry. I thought that I was
Okay.
going to sit here for a while and think about it, although that'd be nice. I think there's a couple of things to remember. When we started VCR, as I mentioned before, the processing times were actually, by modern standards, quite quick, but we were aiming to make it faster. There was definitely an overt desire and intention to attract more veterans to register with DVA both for white cards, for my service and so on, and to encourage those who needed help from DVA to seek it, because as you've seen from quite a bit of the evidence in the reporting that you've shown up on the screen today, it was clear that veterans weren't getting what they needed, and it wasn't that they weren't approaching us because they were fine. They weren't approaching us because they didn't want to deal with the process that was involved. So what I think we would say we missed was, because Australia had been through a long period of peace, about 25 years of peace, there hadn't been a strong flow of veterans onto DVA's books. In the year 2000, we had about 540,000 veterans receiving services. That had been on a decline since then. And the low point was around 2017, I think. It meant that DVA's resourcing and staffing was also trending down. So it's useful to just understand the sort of trajectory and where we were. Then when claims started to increase, what we saw was different to the claiming pattern in the past, and that was that the number of claims per person was much higher than it had been in the past. So while we were attracting individual veterans to seek assistance from DVA, we didn't know that they would bring with them a larger number of claims per person, more conditions, more challenges, which was part of the rigours of deployment, particularly in the Middle East over that preceding period, and also that the claims themselves were more complex. And whereas in the past there was more reluctance to put in claims around mental health issues, mental health became a much stronger feature of the claiming pattern from that point onwards. So it wasn't just that more veterans came to DVA, they lodged more claims across a wider range of conditions, and the conditions were more complex and interplayed with one another. So all of those things contributed to the workload that resulted.
Accepting all of that, just draw an analogy with widening a freeway going into a city centre. Now, of course, Canberra doesn't have any traffic problems, but for the rest of us, as you get closer to the city centre, the more congested the traffic occurs, and so there are sometimes proposals and projects to widen the road. And you can do it in, for this example, two ways. You can widen the road very close to the city and gradually widen it going out, or you can widen it in the far suburb and gradually move inwards. If you do it the latter way, you just create a bottleneck, and the bottleneck moves closer and closer to the city and is not solved until the very end of the project. But if you do it the former way, you don't create a bottleneck, because the squeeze point, the congested city centre, is where you begin by opening up. Now, just with that in mind, as a way of explaining my thinking, what I suggest is that a sensible management approach for a project of claims processing, and particularly IT, but more generally, would be to increase the capacity of the system to process claims first, and then open the door to a lot more claims. Why is that not a good analysis of how it should have been managed? I'm happy for any of you to pitch in.
I think in hindsight that I can see the logic of what you're describing. I guess there were things that we didn't know at the time we were doing it. Yes, the simple proposition is that if you invite more people to access their entitlements then, or encourage them to, then the number of people connected to DVA is going to increase, and the overall volume of work is going to increase, and that was expected. But there were also efficiencies being realised as we were doing the work. Systems were being improved, so there was an expectation that the work we were doing would also contribute to improvements in the way we were processing, and that was actually the case. So efficiencies were certainly realised along the way. I think we probably underestimated the complexity of the legacy landscape of our systems underpinning it, and the delays that happened with Whippet, which meant we didn't get some of the bigger efficiencies that we had anticipated. So what looks like poor management and not looking far enough over the horizon is probably because the solutions that we expected to solve those problems didn't come to fruition in the way that we had anticipated. And also the volume of claims and, as I said, the complexity of them exceeded expectations along the way.
Commissioners might have 3 or 4 minutes just to allow the witnesses to complete this topic.
Certainly.
Thank you. Ms Sham, did you want to add anything? You don't have to, but you can.
I think there's, from an ICT perspective, I guess it's important for us to reinforce that the systems that sit behind my service are quite dated legacy systems, and that provides significant challenges to being able to even move information from one system to another. When I arrived at DVA, what was very evident to me was that the systems, even the very simplistic things that you imagine where data is exchanged between my service and the compensation system was happening in a manual context where a PDF would be produced by my service and a human would have to type it into the compensation system. That gives you a bit of appreciation of what kind of legacy we're talking about and the complexity of the IT systems to be able to do that. And so while I think there have been incremental improvements we've been trying to make to be able to increase the efficiency, certainly ICT has been a challenge, and the legacy systems have provided a challenge to us in being able to remove a lot of the manual processes that staff had to complete in order to process claims. The second part also, I think, when we think about claims processing, is really important to recognise that we had been moving towards better information exchange with Defence, and even that had to overcome significant ICT legacy challenges to be able to receive information to support the claims officers. So, for example, the Defence and DVA electronic information exchange, it now provides information on HR, payroll, incident information, WHS information in near real time to the claims officers, but these system improvements, while had been underway for a number of years, were not supporting the claims officers and were only delivered in May of 2022, which is now delivering significant efficiency for claims staff because they have the information available to them at the time. But I think we can't underestimate the significant challenge those legacy systems have provided and the huge amount of manual processes that staff have had to endure in order to process claims.
Isn't the substance of what you're saying, in part at least, that there were foundational ICT reforms that needed to happen because of legacy systems, Defence Corporation and whatever? And contrary to the philosophy that perhaps was indicated in 2015, 16 and 17, the more foundational reforms didn't happen first, less foundational reforms happened first.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that they happened in parallel, but the department didn't have an appreciation of the complexity of the legacy systems, and so therefore the time of how long it would take to be able to improve the systems was potentially underestimated.
So it is right. If it had all gone well, all the systems would have been fixed at the same time. And the first thing is there was a lack of insight into how difficult the more foundational stuff would be, and so it fell behind chronologically. So there's a lack of insight underpinning this, and then there's a lack of management in failing to see the risk that might happen and mitigate that risk. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, can you restate the proposition?
See, there was a plain risk. I withdraw that. There was an assumption that the legacy foundational underpinning processing capacity could be fixed simultaneously with the improvements to ease of access to the system to make a claim. And they were going to be done at the same time. And the assumption was they'd be finished roughly at the same time. Isn't that what you've said? But one of those assumptions proved to be wrong. One became quicker than the other.
It might be fair for one of us to answer.
You'll all get a chance, but Ms. Pope.
Oh, well, I would say that that was probably our broad expectation, but it relied on work being done in other agencies on a really, big scale. Whippet was as I said, a very ambitious undertaking, and our evolution depended on the Whippet evolution, and it didn't evolve in the same timeframe as had been expected. And the enhancements to our processing capability that had been expected to flow through didn't in the same timeframe as been anticipated or to the same scale as had been anticipated.
And what I'm suggesting is there was an obvious risk that that might happen and it wasn't managed.
It wasn't entirely within our remit to be able to manage it in the sense of what happened with the
I'm
Whippet
not saying you could
program.
manage it by fixing someone else's systems, but you could manage it by not opening the floodgates and sending the minister out to encourage people to make claims when the department, with its partners, wasn't ready to receive them.
Well, I would argue that it was still very valid to seek to connect veterans to the services that DVA had to offer. It's looking at the circumstances now and looking back, it may seem that it wasn't well focused, but I would still argue that it was, because our putting aside the expectation about what might happen with the systems, our focus was on improving things for veterans, and we continued to commit to that, and I wouldn't resile from that as the really important focus of the VCR program and the work that was achieved through that time.
May I add to
Yeah,
that?
certainly.
I think it's also important that this is multifaceted as well. There's lots of different areas that go to this. At the same time, YIT is one part of it. There are other programs that were put in place under VCR at the same time. As Ms Pope said, we weren't ready for the complexity of the claims that did come in. So veterans were entitled to payments and services, so it was good that they were coming in the door, and there were a number of things that we did to speed up the process. So we certainly introduced computer-based decisions and streamlined processing. So where we did know more about the veteran, we could fast-track those claims where we could. As Ms Sham said, sometimes there were delays in the processing end of that, but still, that created a faster track for those claims to go through. The complexity of those claims meant that maybe not as many claims could take that pathway that we thought. So we thought more people would be able to go through that streamlined process for their claims. We introduced the PAMPT program, which is provisional access to medical treatment, which meant that they could access medical treatment before their claim was processed. Because of there were delays to claims being processed, so we could offer that to people. We also introduced the non-liability healthcare, so mental health care. So that was introduced to allow people to access care as well. And Ms Pope may have some other examples as well of other initiatives that DVA introduced, some through VCR and some through other mechanisms to support people because of the influx of people and claims to help expedite that process. It wasn't all just around, I guess, the IT systems taking longer than had been anticipated to get where they are now.
Thank you. Thank you for the extension. Might we adjourn?
Thank you, Mr Singleton. We'll adjourn for lunch.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 2:15. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've had a word with my learned friend, for Mr. Berger, for the Commonwealth. The position in respect to the public interest immunity claim is that the claim is maintained and the question is maintained. What we would respectfully propose is that the issue be resolved on another occasion and that we come back to you, not now but later, to make arrangements for the issue to be canvassed. Thank you, Commissioners.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms Pope, earlier in evidence you indicated that a part of the aim of the VCR was to shift the attitude of DVA staff, previously being held by some not to be appropriate to help veterans per se, but perhaps just to administer the act or some attitude, but to make it more pro-veteran centric. Acknowledging it is very difficult to measure cultural change, measure the attitude change. Has there been an attempt to measure or evaluate the success of that part of the program? Does anybody able to comment on that?
Yes, as you say, it is a difficult thing to measure, but we do...
Sorry, could you bring
Oh,
that
I'm terribly sorry.
closer? Thank you.
Okay. So as you commented, it is difficult to measure attitudinal change. However, we do have client satisfaction surveys that have been run over the period of the last few years, and those indicate satisfaction or otherwise with the services that we are delivering. We've had a very active program of engaging staff and clients, as I said, in the VCR process. And I would say certainly anecdotally there's been significant attitudinal change measured through things like the staff reference group that continues to today, that provides advice to the Secretary about issues and challenges that our staff might be facing, but also sort of reflects that broader organisational attitude.
More broadly, and I'll address all of you and you can decide who answers, but has the department commissioned any independent review of the overall success of the VCR against its objectives and otherwise?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Has there been in any formal sense, an attempt to identify things, lessons learned from the VCR experience?
Yes, through the process of closure of the program, we have undertaken a lessons learned activity, which we have engaged with a number of independents that have been on the implementation assurance board throughout the guiding process of the program. The lessons learnt within that go to a range of factors around looking at the achievements of the program, but also around how the program was managed and how we might inform ourselves of managing large transformation programs in the future.
So, was that lessons learned process particular to the VCR, or was the VCR just picked up in a broader process?
No, it was specific to the VCR program.
And was it an example of a standard approach of the department that it might take with any number of projects, or again, was it just completely unique?
It certainly leveraged the format that our Enterprise Program Office define around program implementation review.
Did the lessons learned process for the VCR actually distill into a document what the lessons were, in what changes, recommendations, improvements might flow from the lessons?
That document is still being finalised.
All right. When did that process begin?
It began in the process of closure, so approximately over the last 2 to 3 months.
Right. And when do you think that document will be ready?
We assume that it will be finalised and considered as part of the Gateway Review, which will commence on Monday.
All right. Thank you for that. But I'll ask all of you, not to be repetitive, but to the one question for the team, to just give headline labels of the major positive outcomes of VCR. To the extent necessary, I may ask for detail, but if, assuming there's at least a few, if we can just get labels so we've got a roadmap of positive outcomes. Who would like to go first?
I'm happy to go first, and then I'm sure my colleagues will add to that. I would say that we would probably have personal views about which things were of most significance, but I would certainly cite my service as a significant achievement of VCR, going from no digital channel for veterans to lodge applications. I remember when it was first introduced and the first 100 people had registered, how thrilled we were we had 100 people. We now have 230,000 people connected through my service, and it's an ongoing and vital part of our ongoing engagement with veterans and channel development. The digitisation work we did as part of VCR was also very significant. When I arrived in the department in 2016, everything was paper-based. It meant that if a file was being used to process a claim and an FOI claim came in, for example, the file would be manually driven from wherever it was to wherever it was needed, and it could take some weeks before it would come back. All that interrupted the processing time and so on. And so we embarked on a very concerted program of digitisation, which doesn't sound world-beating or particularly exciting, but 100 million pages later, our staff have access to files going back considerably. I think there are 570-odd thousand files now digitised and available to staff when they need to access them without the need to drive them all over the country. We made significant inroads into telephony and the way our telephony operated, going from something like 180 different phone numbers for DVA through a series of consolidations down to the use of 1-800-VETERAN as the primary way of contacting the department by phone, and then introduced open speech and other methods for improving the accuracy of the delivery of that call to the person who could properly answer it, instead of having to explain your story 5 times to get to the right person. I think that's made a significant difference to accessibility of DVA.
So could I just ask what open speech means? Does that mean you talk to a human who knows where to direct the call?
You say things and the system understands what it is and works out who to send the call to, but Laura can answer that better than I can.
Yes, so instead of somebody calling and having to select a number of, so if you press 1 to speak to someone about changing your address, for example, you can say address update, you can say claims inquiry, and the system behind the scenes actually routes that to the appropriate staff member. It also includes down to the being able to identify the claims officer and be connected to them, so that there's a greater connection between what the veteran needs to wants to do and who they need to speak to, and effectively first call resolution. That's the aim.
But the computer, not a human, interprets the words and takes the decision?
That's correct.
Thanks. Sorry, Ms. Pope.
No problem. I would also add to that list the enhancement of the relationship and engagement with the Department of Defence, particularly in relation to data transfer. As we earlier described, the early engagement model was really critical to us knowing about veterans before they approached DVA for services, and now facilitates a much more proactive approach to providing services to veterans and their families. And the reach out through not just the VSOs, but a whole range of other things that we do in relation to connecting as early as possible, preferably from enlistment with veterans, so that they're known to us, that services can be delivered prior to transition, and that the process of transition is smooth. We are not there yet with transition, but certainly some of those foundations around data exchange with Defence have been considerably improved. And I think the underpinning of all that, which was direct engagement with veterans so that we understood and in fact lived through some of the challenges that they faced and listened to them tell their stories in sessions that were really quite emotional and challenging for the veterans themselves, and also for those of us who listened to those stories, to inform the way we worked, so that every time we were thinking about what we were doing, it was informed by what it would mean for veterans, to the extent that we had large life-size cutouts of a typical pair of younger veterans whose names were Matthew and Sarah, because they were the most common names, and two older veterans who were Margaret and John. And we had those in, almost every session we worked on. They were there representing the needs of veterans and our focus on veterans. And that was a really significant shift, and one that remains to today, so that we ask that question: what will this mean for veterans and their families when we're designing policy, when we're implementing things, when we're thinking about new initiatives or ideas? That has become really embedded in the sort of DNA of the organisation, and personally that's something I am proud of and really pleased was a consequence. It doesn't mean that solving the problems has gotten easier, but the depth of our understanding and our commitment to those things has been very, very important. I might pause and let my colleagues add to the list.
Well, you take a breath. Ms Goddard, do you want to add anything to the list?
Certainly. So, excuse me. In addition to what Ms Pope has talked about, in terms of the telephony program, as well as open speech, I think we've added some technology called soft phone, which allows you to answer the telephone from your computer. That was particularly important in the through COVID, and the new routing systems that we introduced in the telephony system back end. So during COVID, when we went into lockdown, we were able to route calls firstly through to teams and then through to individuals. So we were able to support work from home, so we didn't interrupt the services through to veterans, and they're still able to get through to our service officers and still able to receive services and talk to our staff. Another veteran-centric reform initiative was what we call single view of person. So as Ms Sham has talked about, we have a large legacy landscape in our ICT systems. And what that means is when you call and speak to one of our Veteran Assistant Network staff, they quite often have to go from system to system to have a look at what's happening with your claim or with your payments or with the services that you're entitled to. And what single view of person does is allows the staff member to look at your information on one screen. So it pulls the information from up to 20 systems onto one screen, and therefore they can answer the veteran's inquiry much quicker. And it also enables them to click through to what they're looking at. So if they're looking at someone's claim status, they can click through and have a look in more detail. It will take them through to the system that holds the additional detail. We've added additional functionality to that over the years, so they can also use that screen to click and call through to the client and to have a conversation. And we've done other connections through those systems through our single view of person, our telephony, where you can not just click to call through to them, but if they ring through our 1-800 veteran number, we know who they are from their phone number, and it will actually bring up that single view of person. So when our staff member picks up the call, they've already got the client details in front of them. And so that sort of technology has allowed our staff to provide a better service through to the veterans. We've also done a lot of work through veteran-centric reform to improve our letters. So we've had a lot of feedback over the years about our letters being unfriendly, hard to understand, and so we've done a lot of work on our content, on improving the language, on improving our messaging, trying to use simple English, making sure that our letters are more sensitive. That is a long process and we are still working through that, but we've certainly made a lot of changes through to our letters and the way that we talk to our clients through that. When we're talking about letters, we also understand that a lot of our clients would like to talk to us, receive their letters not just in hard format, but also through electronically through MyGov. And so we've enabled MyGov letters as well, and we've built the numbers of letters that people can receive through their MyGov accounts rather than through the mail. And that's an excellent advancement because obviously through MyGov, they get a message to say that there's a letter in their MyGov account, and we all know that hard copy mail can take some time to come through now. So that improves the timeliness in terms of people getting notifications as well. There are other improvements under the veteran-centric reform, but I'll pass to Ms Sham.
Well, I'll just ask one question about that.
Mm-hmm.
Does the department monitor whether people open the letters that they receive through MyGov?
Pass that one.
So we are able to access the information on request, but it's not automatically provided to us.
So hypothetically, at this stage, it may be that some of the older veterans just don't use MyGov unless they really have to, and they may get a message saying you've got a letter in the MyGov system, but unless they've got a computer and they can go and log on, they wouldn't see it. Is there no monitoring of whether these communications are getting through?
So so MyGov and the use of MyGov for mail, it is up to the veteran to have that preference, and they can enable that preference through My Service. They have to have a My Service account in order for mail to be sent via MyGov. So if they're not registered for My Service or not actively using My Service, then they will not receive the letter electronically. They'll still continue to receive it in the mail.
All right. Now, I'm afraid Ms Goddard has taken some of your IT achievements. Are there other matters you want to list as just by the label system, significant VCR outcomes?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier around the Defence and DVA electronic information exchange, and this has been a really important part of improving the relationship between Defence and DVA, but more importantly, exchanging the information that is needed not only for us to be notified when under the early engagement model, so we now automatically receive advice from Defence when somebody enlists, when they transfer between service categories, and also when there's a separation or an administrative or medical discharge. That's made an incredible improvement to allowing DVA to be more proactive in engaging with veterans. Under DDEIE, we also now have information coming through that's required for a claim which used to take up to 75 days to receive, which is now received in near real time. Historically, how that worked was you would have very large medical files, some of which were not digitised, but the benefits of having them digitised meant that they would have to be manually requested from a team on the DVA side. They then had to be manually received from a team on the Defence side. The files would then have to be disaggregated into smaller files to enable them to be sent over, and then reassembled on the other side when it was received by DVA. So you can imagine the delay that causes in receiving the information. That information is now received through the claims system and is provisioned to the client account, ready for the claims officer. There is, and a range of structured data is now received in real time. There are still improvements to be made, certainly, and we're actively working with Defence on ensuring that that information is able to support the claims process more proactively in the future also. I think the other thing around, we talked a little bit earlier around starting the integration between My Service and systems, and so there are a range of improvements that have now meant that the manual processing that historically would have happened through information submitted for the claims process or to provision a claim or a reimbursement, for example, we have worked on integrating those systems to remove the manual processes. So an example of that was if you submit 20 claims through My Service, historically that would be 20 claims that then would all have individual claim numbers, and it wouldn't allow a claims officer to be allocated the bundle of claims effectively. And we would have staff that had to manually withdraw those claims in order to collate them back to be a single claim to ensure that they were with one claims officer. The system now automatically does that if you submit a number of claims within a 24-hour period. So there are a few examples, I guess, of how we are incrementally improving the systems to make sure that it's an efficient process, but at the very centre of every part of IT, we're thinking about what the experience is for veterans, and we're creating the journey maps that says, what does that look like, and how do we reduce the complexity for them? But equally, we're also looking at how do we simplify that for staff and remove the amount of manual processing that has to happen so that they can do their very best to provide services and support.
All right, just on that last point, you said that we've started integration of my service and other systems. Are those other systems DVA in-house systems or defence systems or something else?
So they are DVA systems, but they are owned and operated by Services Australia under our shared services agreement.
All right. And when did the starting of this integration begin?
So there were periodic projects throughout VCR, but certainly under consolidation and planning, there was a focused effort on ensuring that those integration, particularly for things such as computer-based decisions, straight-through processing, the automation of task capability, which meant that an annual review is now generated and able to be returned electronically instead of only through paper. All of these integrations were provisioned in the consolidation and planning phase of VCR.
Right, so the question is, when did you start? Is the answer, there are lots of different integrations, and so there are
Yes.
lots of different starting dates?
There were many smaller projects throughout the life of VCR.
And are they, have some of those integrations been completed?
Yes.
And is there still work going on in that space?
So all of the projects under VCR have been completed. The final project was completed on the 8th of July.
Right, so I mean, I was interested in your phrasing that you started integration in VCR, implying that you hadn't finished it. Have you finished it in the life of VCR, just allowing to the 8th of July as part of VCR?
So of the projects that were scheduled and created under VCR, those have now been completed. What I was referring to there is that there are ongoing opportunities for us to continue to make sure that we are removing manual processes between the systems.
Might those opportunities have been seized earlier if the funding of VCR hadn't been tailed off significantly at the end?
No, because I think the capacity of the staff availability and particularly our capacity with our shared services partner would not have allowed it to happen within that period of time.
All right. Going to an earlier thing on your list, defence data exchanges. Firstly, what's DDEIE?
The Defence and DVA Electronic Information Exchange.
Have we got to the point where when a person in the ADF expects to discharge soon, you automatically get notified of that pending event?
So we are notified when they change service categories, and which would also occur, I think Ms Pope might correct me if I'm wrong, which would also then indicate to us around the transition commencing.
Right, so you hear about a transition before the discharge, which is in the middle of the transition.
That's right. Yes, that's correct.
When that happens, do you automatically get the service record of the person in question?
We would already have it because the initial data transfer begins at enlistment and then comes across with each significant event in the life of the person. It won't have every detail, but it will have the achievement of qualifying service, the incidence of injury or illness, and other, if you move service categories as Ms Sham was describing, so going from full-time to reserve and back to full-time, for example, would all be recorded in
the key detail that you'd need to know for a claim if it came.
Indeed.
What about the medical records? Are they coming across proactively with sufficient information for claims processing?
So all medical records prior to 2014 come, as long as the file has been digitised. So some historical records that have not been digitised obviously still go through a manual process, but certainly medical records that are digitised prior to 2014 are automatically received in that near real-time exchange of information. The reason why that, so medical records that are held in the Defence Electronic Health System, DES, were excluded from the project because that system is currently being replaced. And we are actively working with Defence now to ensure that the same capability that's available through DDEIE will also apply to these medical records. The current practice to allow DVA to access those records is staff will have to log into the defence systems in order to access those files.
Once I understand the logic of just tacking onto the new system rather than spending money on the old, but once that's done, do you anticipate that Defence will be communicating to DVA proactively around the time of discharge or before discharge all the information that DVA would normally need to assess a claim?
Yes, there's proactive information that's been provided, like Ms Pope mentioned, but there's also additional information that is requested but is provided as soon as requested through that electronic information exchange at the trigger of a claim, which naturally DVA wouldn't have need to access until it needed to determine a claim.
All right. So those are some headline positive outcomes. Were there major, well, perhaps I'd invite you to list any major objectives of the VCR, whether at the beginning or formulated in the life of the project, that weren't achieved or weren't achieved as much as VCR or the DVA would have liked? And I'll go in the opposite order just for variety. Ms Sham?
Sorry, so major objectives?
Not met. Major objectives not met, either partly not met or not met at all.
Not to my understanding.
Ms Goddard, any objectives not met from your point of view?
No, I think we've mentioned before that we, at the start of ECR, we were hopeful to do more in terms of the back end for ICT systems, but we didn't put proposals forward or seek money for those ICT changes.
Well, Ms Sham, perhaps I better give you a chance to respond, because it does seem that the back end, what I've perhaps suggested is the more foundational stuff that needed to be done, hasn't been done or wasn't done quickly. Ms Goddard might be in the same territory as me to some degree. I won't commit her to that, but do you want to just respond to the proposition that perhaps there is a less than optimal outcome there?
So, against the objectives that that VCR had committed to, I think we can certainly demonstrate the project achievements that was delivered under those objectives. Certainly, like Ms Goddard said, is there is always a desire to do more quickly, and certainly the foundational assumptions for VCR around the ICT landscape and removing a lot of that legacy risk was envisioned to have go further than where it has arrived at today. So in the landscape that we hold today, we still hold a range of legacy risk, which certainly at the commencement of VCR and the assumptions, there were assumptions that a lot of the capability would have been delivered through other whole of government systems through VCR. But like Ms Goddard said, for the scope of what was, that has not eventuated in the time frame, nor was it specific projects that were not completed.
Ms Pope, do you want to add to our list of disappointments?
I was the thing I had in my mind was the expectation that the automation of our processes would follow the WIPIT program, and that would give us a real uplift in capability, and that hasn't happened to the extent that was envisaged. So while we have done work on students and income support, it hasn't proceeded to the extent that it was originally envisaged, and won't now. So that was a major element that was not delivered.
When you say "and won't now," is that because the modernisation project's not going to do it either?
It's because WIPIT has been ended as well.
Oh, well, is there going to be an equivalent improvement?
Perhaps I'll respond to that. So certainly for DVA, across the landscape of VCR, we've learnt a lot of lessons around government reuse. And I think at times, perhaps there was, from an IT perspective, there was an underappreciation of the complexity that our legislation and the type of services and support that we provide, and how that aligned with other government systems. And I think throughout the program of VCR, we have a much better appreciation of what we will need from our IT capability in the future to be able to deliver that. That, I wouldn't say, aligns directly with those capabilities that were delivered under Whippet, or those that didn't necessarily come about throughout the program of Whippet, which was originally assumed. What I can certainly say under the modernisation program is we're currently undertaking a plan called a Digital Resilience Roadmap, which is actually looking at it from a human-centred perspective. What are the IT capabilities we will need for the future? And then we will make requests of government around the investment for how those capabilities are to be delivered in an IT context. Some examples of that is looking much more wider across government, so not just with our shared services partner, but looking at other agencies that are much more aligned to the way that we deliver services and support, such as the NDIA or the Department of Health and Aged Care. And so we're actively engaging in conversations and partnerships with those agencies to understand how they deliver services and how that may better align with the ICT we would need to enable us to deliver that person-centred support.
All right, thank you, panellists. Commissioners, I'll yield to you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I just want to go back and understand a couple of things from the session before lunch. In terms of, you said that you didn't understand really the complexity of the legacy systems in DVA, in Services Australia, and perhaps in Defence as well. What more do you think could or should have been done to give you a better understanding of those legacy systems that may have impacted then on what you did or did not do in what timeframes?
I think understanding it, so in the current practice, you would spend a lot more time around the discovery and perhaps proof of concepts of trialling and testing out the assumptions that you have, not only about your business requirements, which ultimately guide how the system would be built, but also making sure that you're appreciating and looking forward about how people want to interact with the system in the future. So, for example, we build a lot more co-design now into the concept of what do you want from online services from an external perspective, but equally from staff to understand how they may want to deliver services in the future and what they may look like. That covers off on what would we do around making sure that we have a better appreciation of the fitness of the solution. As far as understanding the legacy systems, because one of the ongoing challenges for many government agencies is that the age of a system often also dictates how many resources are available in the market or within the agency to understand how the system works and what are the potential pitfalls. I often think about the example of even if you are wanting to exchange data from one system to another, if you look across all of the legacy systems that DVA has, we have thousands of data fields that then quickly become unsynced if you don't have an appreciation of how they all fit together. So I think it was probably a combination. So one is certainly we are investing in understanding how do you trial on a small scale so that you work out effectively what's not going to work before you go to major investment. And then secondly, we need to continue to understand, I guess, what's under the hood of those legacy systems before we start the build processes, so that some of those technical assumptions that you find when you're in the middle of a build are considered upfront to inform the solution.
Thank you for that explanation, but I guess I'm not entirely sure from that answer what you should have done. You consider now, looking back, that you should reasonably have done back in 2015 when you were writing the first past business case around the understanding the complexity of the legacy systems. I mean, and I guess just to be transparent, I'm trying to understand whether there was a significant failing on the part of the department in not understanding the complexity of the legacy systems?
I think it might be helpful to just comment on the concept of common and shared services and the government's agenda around whole of government solutions. We didn't really have a choice about aligning our work with that of the Department of Human Services and using Whippet as the platform that we would follow. We knew DVA's systems were complex, but we may not have understood how different they were to what was going on in the Department of Human Services, and they may not have well understood what DVA systems looked like until they took responsibility for them and then discovered that it was a lot more complicated than they had anticipated. Whether if there'd been a better understanding of those things at the time, there would have been a question about whether following the pattern of Whippet was a good decision or not. Is hard to say. You know, hindsight's useful, but
What would it have taken to get that better understanding back then? Would it have been more dollars, just more staff, more consultants?
I think it would have been potentially about more time, but also the decision had been made for us to follow the Whippet pattern. So it wasn't as if there was an opportunity to make a case to say that's not the way we want to go for whatever the reasons are. And that's where we are now, in a position to more widely explore options.
And sorry, so who made that decision to follow the Whippet?
It was a government decision.
Government decision.
Yes. It also involved us transferring all of our ICT capacity from DVA to the Department of Human Services. When once that happened, the expertise that we had to do that sort of analysis work was then vested within DHS, and they took over responsibility for our systems solutions from that time forward.
And who made that decision to transfer?
That was part of the shared services agenda, so a government decision.
And so in terms of, again, you've outlined a number of things that you see are the positive outcomes of veteran-centric reform, and thank you for that. I guess just going back to the very kind of baseline objectives that was set out earlier, that it was really to encourage more veterans to engage and to make it easier for them to make claims. Did more veterans actually engage, and was it as a result of veteran-centric reform?
The first part of the question, yes. So we were in contact with approximately 1 in 5 before VCR. We're now in contact with 1 in 2. Because of the census question, we now have a better idea of the total number of veterans, which we were in the past estimating on the basis of how many people transitioned each year, roughly. And we weren't too far off the figure that is reflected in the census. And we did definitely attract more veterans to connect with DVA, and I've forgotten the second half of the question. I'm sorry.
And was it actually, do you think that was purely as a result of the veteran-centric reform, or was it due to other things? For example, the fact that we had been in active theatres of war in a couple of parts of the world, and that there were more veterans potentially?
I think it was a result of veteran-centric reform and one other significant thing that I'll mention in a moment. But we knew there were veterans who needed services from DVA who weren't coming to DVA because of bad experiences of others, or had made an attempt that didn't work and so didn't come back again because it was, in some cases, a traumatising experience, or they didn't want to relive the whole thing. So we were certainly trying to address that. We knew there were veterans out there that didn't need services from DVA. We didn't know how many. And as I said earlier this morning, I don't know whether we're at that tipping point yet. So that is it that about half need help from DVA and the other half don't? We still don't know the answer to that question. But the other thing that had a pretty big impact was the Veteran Recognition Program that was launched in, and my colleague will give me the right year, 2019, which we think had an impact on, so veterans applied for a copy of the Covenant and the PIN, and it encouraged access to White Card, and that meant that more people were connected, heard more about what was going on, and we think led to the lodging of more claims. They're probably the two significant things. It's hard to sort of speculate on the negative. If we hadn't done anything, would have the inflow of new veterans coming through from more recent conflicts have driven the claiming pattern we see now without VCR and without the Veteran Recognition Program. I think it's less likely. It's my personal view that there are still veterans who could benefit from help from DVA who are not yet connected to DVA, but it's hard to say.
So I guess the question that flows from that is how much should DVA have actually foreseen the influx of veterans and increased number of claims when they embarked upon VCR?
My view about that is that we hoped that we would get more veterans to connect to DVA, but we didn't know how successful that program was going to be. We hadn't anticipated the Veteran Recognition Program. That was not contemplated at the time of setting out on VCR. And as I commented this morning, I think we were not ready for the influx of new veterans. We weren't well connected to Defence, so we didn't understand what the flow of contemporary veterans might look like, and we've certainly done more work and are working now on what might the future veteran look like so that we are better ready in the future. So I think we weren't as ready as we could have been, certainly, but as I mentioned earlier, while we might have expected more clients, more veterans, we didn't expect and probably couldn't have understood the number of claims per person and the complexity of those claims and the change in claiming behaviour around mental health in particular, which, as I'm very confident you know, has been reflected in workers' compensation schemes outside of the military schemes over the past couple of decades as well.
And sorry, just again, and I know you did touch on this earlier, but just why could you not have anticipated the number of claims, even if you had anticipated more veterans coming?
Because we didn't know very much about the experiences of those that served from 99 onwards. We weren't in close sync with Defence. We weren't having conversations about what's the flow going to look like, and we should have been, but we didn't, and we weren't. So we just weren't ready when that flow through came, and I would imagine that Defence probably didn't know what veterans would look like either. I think the frequency, tempo and rigours of the deployments through that time, both on peacekeeping and warlike operations, I believe there's a description that that was the most intensive period in the history of Australia's involvement in warfare. I might have that wrong. I mean, certainly First World War and Second World War were very intensive, but the repeated deployments and returns and the kinds of conditions to which people were exposed had not been seen before, and it's those things that I don't think we did a good job of anticipating. And if we had, better connections with Defence and perhaps more focus on strategic foresight and considering what a future veteran might look like, we may have been able to make a guess at it, but I'm not confident we would have necessarily predicted it.
May I offer something in that? An achievement of VCR that I failed to mention earlier was the work that we did around data under VCR, starting from the early years. So we did have access to a lot of data, but it was all held in disparate systems. And under VCR, we brought that into a single source of truth, so under an enterprise data warehouse, and started building out data marts so we could access that data. As Ms Pope said, we didn't know a lot about the veteran cohort or the different operations that they'd served in, or the different things around their demographics, their medical conditions, and the interplay between those. What we developed under VCR was the ability to model and analyse the patterns that we saw in the cohort of DVA clients. So what we can do now is actually look at what is happening within the veteran community. So we can have a look at the demographics of our client base, the operations they've served in, the medical conditions that are coming out of those sorts of operations, and get more of an idea of what the claiming patterns of the veterans are, and feed that into our policy and program work going forward.
Thank you. So just a couple of further questions. One was around the legacy systems, well, maybe not the legacy systems, but you talked about the back-end systems. You wanted to do more with respect to the back-end systems for IT, but you didn't put the proposals forward or seek the funding for it. Can I just understand why? If you wanted to do it and you knew you wanted to do it, why didn't you seek to do it?
I'm happy to start that, and I might ask Misham to take that forward from a ICT perspective. As we mentioned, we were in a shared services model, and we were looking at leveraging the WIPIT program, and the readiness of that program and the complexity of our systems weren't lending themselves to go for us to be able to do that. And we were doing some back-end systems. We were using the Process Direct system for our student and income support, and we were finding the complexity, the timeframe and the cost of that to be challenging, and we were seeing delays in that program. And so our focus was on both on the veteran experience, and so we were focused on building out My Service and the functionality within My Service, and the other elements of VCR, particularly the ones that we've highlighted today. I will pass to Misham.
So I think for context, what's important to is that working? Yep. To understand is that the WIPIT program assumed that there would be effectively major systems that would replace core capabilities. So, for example, an entitlement calculation engine, which would assume that we would be able to replace a range of our legacy systems with that capability. The payment utility, which was to provision the payments of services. And so those components were not delivered in a timeframe that then enabled DVA to be able to adopt them throughout the life of VCR.
And then just my last question, Mr. Singleton was putting to you an analogy about the roads into the city and suggesting that you should unclog them before you start. I guess my question to you is wanting to understand, is that or was that theoretically a possibility, or would you still be there not having started any of these other things if you sought to do that first?
I think that in the context of where we were in 2015-16, we didn't have a backlog. We had what are now relatively quick processing times, but we were seeking to improve them. What was challenging for the system was the access for veterans, so what it looked like to veterans. And so because VCR was all about making it better from the user's experience, that was what we focused on first. It's probably valid to criticise us not realising fast enough what was happening with the growth, which didn't happen exponentially and immediately either, but was creeping up on us, while we were still focused on improving the experience and connecting more people to DVA and so on. And I must say, personally, I still think I would take that approach, being more alert to the growth of the backlog and looking at ways to manage that and prevent the circumstances we ended up with this significant backlog. But doing it the other way round would have meant that veterans wouldn't have experienced the improvements that we were focused on in the first place. And it's a bit chicken and egg, and maybe it should have been a bit more egg and chicken at some stages, but yeah, I think the focus was making it better for veterans. We probably, I'm restating what I just said, so I'll stop. You know the point I'm making, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Can I ask you to think about the people whom we're probably most affected by and who caused the setting up of this Royal Commission, who in your context are veterans with mental health problems. Faced with a complex system, you say didn't have a backlog in 2017. There's evidence of some people certainly affected by backlogs around then. But what seems to have been a significant problem was the complexity of the system, particularly as experienced by those with mental health problems. What was done to assist them in particular?
So at the very beginning, when we started talking with veterans and bringing groups of veterans in to talk to us, the impositions on individuals of the way the system functioned became quite clear. And while we were working towards systemic solutions to those problems, and they're the things that we've described, we became aware of individual cases along the way that we were really concerned about. And we created what was the genesis of what is now the Triage and Connect program. So we intervened in those individual cases, we found out what the problems were, and we solved them person by person in those early days. So there was a small unit.
By those early days, what years are you talking about?
2016, 2017, when I was first in the role. A small team was set up as part of the Transformation Task Force doing this work, reaching into the processing areas and finding out what was going wrong with the case and solving the problems one by one. What that has evolved into is we have a number of programs these days that address those sorts of issues, but Triage and Connect is the program when we know that someone has a problem, and for example, that can come through a piece of correspondence where someone writes something that suggests that they might be at risk, or they say something on the phone, or an advocate or somebody else finds out that someone's in difficulty. There's a myriad of ways that that information can reach DVA, that the Triage and Connect staff are activated to respond to the person, to do checks, to provide support and services.
Had anything similar ever been done before in the 100-year history of
I don't
the
know, but
organisation?
when we started transformation, as I said, there wasn't a capacity to do that at the time, so we set it up because we didn't want to just solve the systemic problems, we wanted to solve the individual ones. So
Because these individual ones are the ones who are more likely to be victims of a complex system, aren't they? So
Yes.
they would have needed individual attention whenever, I would have thought, I'd
Yes.
suggest to you.
Yes, I would agree. And I think it was part of the transformation to change the attitude towards those sort of things and to recognise that it was something we needed to solve rather than expect the veteran to navigate those complexities. And we were very conscious, because we heard the stories, and where we heard very bad or difficult stories, we invited those people to come for one-on-one interviews that we recorded so we could again explore what problems were being experienced and how we might.
And perhaps the
solve them.
ADF should have forewarned you of people who might have been in those circumstances.
I can't say, but we were not as well connected to Defence as we could have been, and I believe there's still work to be done there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. In relation to DDIE, the Defence DVA information exchange, when did that actually commence?
There was an initial release of the structured data only, which in March of 2021, and then the final capacity of the system, which included all of the medical records, in May of 2022, and then what I would call a system tune-up occurred in August, which meant that instead of it taking 4 hours, it then was in near real time, occurred in August of 2022.
So what's the status today? We've heard evidence from you today about what happens with the information, with people transitioning, with people changing status and so on.
Yes.
Is every single member of the ADF in your database now?
Where they meet any of those categories, so from enlistment, yes, they will be within.
No, sorry, not they will be. What's the status today?
So anyone who is enlisted, yes, is within that database, yes.
Okay. And sorry, just one other question. Is you're confident that nobody can transition without being captured by your system, having a sort of alert come up that this person is transitioning, so that steps can be taken to begin for them to, claim any entitlements they may have?
That's correct. That is, if Defence notify us of that transition, yes.
If Defence notify you?
So
If it's in their system, then it comes to our system. I guess
Correct.
Laura's just trying not to promise that every single person would be covered because somebody might be missed for some reason, but in its broadest functioning, yes. And since 2016, that's been the case, either through the early versions, but now in the more sophisticated version.
If you had to hazard a guess, what percentage do you think may slip through the cracks?
I would envision it be a very small percentage because systems are regularly used, and the systems that we draw the information from for defence are used operationally every day.
Okay, thank you. The issue of ICT being moved to the Department of Human Services, when did that occur?
2017,
Is that still the case, or did you get them back?
they are still operated by Services Australia. Yes, there are some systems. So, for example, in the May budget, the government approved the provisioning of a new financial management system, which will be owned and operated by DVA.
Okay. This is probably a question for you, Ms. Sham. You're aware probably our terms of reference require us to look at the Five Eyes, US, UK, Canada, New Zealand, to see what they're doing in these on these issues that we're looking at. There's certainly a move towards technology rather than any manual or other system. And certainly in the US, they seem to have adopted some methods where they use apps, so people lodge claims through apps. We're told anecdotally that the response times and the completion times of claims is down to a number of days rather than months. And there are also apps that deal with measuring people's state and whether they're in a bad way or not. What's the status with DVA? Are you looking at those? Is it? I know it's a hotly contested market. There's many products out there, but it certainly seemed to be across the Five Eyes countries something that they're all either looking at or delving into as we speak.
So, in regards to how do we use technology to be able to make the claims process as efficient, as seamless as possible, certainly one of the goals of modernisation is about creating a seamless and efficient system, and that means highly integrated digital systems to enable that. As far as I think what you're referring to there is more of the wellness apps that monitor kind of a current veteran profile. I'm aware that in the Australian context there's quite a significant number of those in the Australian market, but DVA does not currently have an application of that type.
Okay. Just on the wellness apps, is it something that you might look at in the future? Do you think has it been discussed or not?
So certainly we receive presentations from industry participants and partners on the applications that they have built. I'm also aware that there are other grants that have also been provisioned to develop those apps, but at this point in time we don't have any funding or plan to create an app of our own.
Okay, no, I understand. So just in relation to the claims, what's the status at the moment? Is there a plan or a proposal, or is anybody looking at digitising the lodging of complaints through an app or otherwise?
Through complaints?
An application.
Lodging applications through an application?
Yeah.
So no, there is no current plan to develop an app. However, we will continue to create My Service, and you can actually load that through a browser on your phone. Which is mobile scalable so that it looks like an application, functions like an app, and has all the capabilities that you would typically have through an app.
Okay. Just bear with me for one moment.
Sure.
The paper that was discussed a little bit earlier today, I think it's the enzyme report. One of the statements that's made in that paper, right at the end on the 5-page document, was that, forgive the colloquialism, but it says, here is the new deal. Since you are prepared to lay your life on the line for your country, with the obvious potential impact on you and your family, your country will guarantee that they will look after you and your family if you suffer either death or significant injury as a consequence of that service for life. Do you think we'll ever get there with the DVA on this point?
My answer to that would be that is the mantra we operate under. That's what we're trying to do, to make sure that everyone who serves gets the support and services that they and their families need. And
I appreciate that's the mantra, but I hope you can appreciate that's actually not the reality for a whole lot of people, and hasn't been.
Not yet, but we are certainly working towards it with all of our energy and commitment.
Thank you. Sir, nothing. Okay. Mr. Singleton?
Just one matter arising. Panellists, one of the things that's emerged is that the department didn't fully anticipate the number of claims and the complexity of claims that would arise out of the Afghanistan war and the Iraq war, even though we all knew it was happening. That might be thought of in these terms as a matter of strategic understanding, that there might be somebody whose job it was at the department to keep an eye on world affairs, what the Department of Defence are doing and other things like that, to give insights on the long-term risks and what's coming over the horizon for the department. Is there such an officer or team in the DVA that's doing that kind of strategic research?
There's both a strategic policy capability, which is very small, but it is focused on looking at what Five Eyes does, what innovations and new things are happening in other fields that might be relevant to this, to, for example, undertake the wellbeing work that we've been doing, and in one of those enzyme reports that talked about focus on illness instead of wellness or whatever, we've been trying to shift that balance to focus on how do we help veterans stay well rather than be focused on how to prove how unwell they are in order to get access to support. So yes, and we have cooperative partnerships with the Five Eyes countries on veterans specifically. We work with Canada, New Zealand, the UK and the US on the challenges that they're facing and the way they're solving them and what that might mean for the approaches we can take to that. And yeah, so I would say our ability to look at strategic and future focused things is better than it was in the past, but it could do with continued focus and investment.
You started by explaining it was a strategic policy team, I think you called it. Without just deprecating that at all, I was a little bit more focused on the strategic environment. And so you might be learning about what the Veteran Authority in America is doing for veterans as a policy matter. Is there a person today whose job it is, had he or she been there in 2004, to say, Secretary, in 10 years there's going to be a lot of claims coming out of this war? So someone got that perspective, not a policy one so much as an environmental scanning one?
I would say that's coming out of our data and insights team that are looking at what has happened in the past and the patterns that are emerging into the future, and working with Defence to understand what the future veteran will look like, what the claiming patterns will look like, and so on. So our predictive ability is very much enhanced from what it would have been 20 or even 10 or even 5 years ago.
So when did that position get created?
That was part of VCR as well, so probably in about 2018, I'm not exactly sure, but when the data and insights stream of work was commenced, about that time.
That's all there is for this afternoon. Might the panellists be thanked and excused?
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Thank you very much for your evidence today and for the amount of preparation we know you've had to put into it. You're excused from your summons to appear today. Thank you. Are there any matters at all, Mr. Singleton, to deal with?
There is another session after a short adjournment, but nothing from me.
Okay. Thank you. We'll just have a brief adjournment then. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 3:40. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ribagotti.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioners, in this hearing block, you've heard expert evidence that has stressed the importance of leadership at all levels in cultivating mentally healthy workplaces. Commissioners, you've heard evidence that the quality of leadership can impact on the presence and severity of workplace stressors, and workplace stressors can in turn adversely impact mental health in the workplace. The evidence from Dr. Drew emphasised the significance of this in the context of first responder and defence work environments. Dr. Drew emphasised the unique nature of such work. Commodore Young indicated in the first day of hearing that this unique nature requires defence members to put themselves at risk in the national interest. And with that risk comes the possibility of exposure to traumatic events. However, as Dr. Drew advanced, real psychological distress can follow from failures by an organisation which requires work of inherent risk to support its workforce, or worse still, to expose that workforce to organisational trauma and organisational stress engendered by poor work design and poor leadership. In this context, Commissioners, and in this hearing block, you have also heard evidence from Mr. Dunn, who stressed the importance of consistency in leadership. One might infer that its corollary, namely some degree of capriciousness or arbitrariness in leadership, and one not aligned with the organisational values and commitment to well-being, but rather a leader's mood is to be deprecated. The Commission will continue its examination of leadership and its impact on the mental health and well-being of defence members and their families. And in that connection, you will now hear from Dr. Peter Francis Wheatley. Dr. Wheatley is giving his evidence as an expert and as a witness of fact. And as we understand it, the Commonwealth has indicated that at least at present, it does not propose to seek leave to cross-examine Dr. Wheatley. Might the witness be
Just
called?
take the appearances, if I may. Mr. Moen, I apologise. It's not the ideal setup. I can't see you there.
Thank you, Commissioners. My last name is Moen, first name is David. I appear for Mr. Wheatley.
And Miss Wright, we note. Thank you.
Thank you. Might the witness be called?
Dr. Peter Wheatley, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wheatley, could you please state your full name?
My name is Dr. Peter Francis Wheatley.
Thank you. And Dr. Wheatley, are you a psychiatrist and have you been a Lieutenant Colonel in the General Reserve for over 20 years?
That's correct.
And formerly a Lieutenant Colonel in the Regular Army?
That's correct.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Sorry, Ms. Ribagotti, again, could I just ask for the microphone to come forward? Thank you.
Maybe I can sit forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Tell me, Dr. Wheatley, did you prepare a statement in response to a notice being NTGPWH.001 issued to you on 12 July 2023?
I did.
Thank you. Have you reviewed that statement?
I have.
And tell me, Dr. Wheatley, are there any corrections you would wish to make to it?
There is one correction.
Yes.
Paragraph 21, serial E.
Yes.
If you could delete the word medical and insert the word medal.
Thank you. So that should in fact read Australian Defence Medal. Thank
That's
you.
correct.
That is noted, Dr. Wheatley. Is the statement otherwise correct, true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you. Might I have that the tender bundle be displayed, please? You'll see there, Commissioners.
Thank you. Sorry, just to ask the note to place on the record, they'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wheatley, if I might first address your background. You're a private psychiatrist in Brisbane and you see a majority of veterans as patients under DVA arrangements, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And did you commence your medical studies in 1981 at the University of New South Wales?
Yes, I did.
And you graduated with a Bachelor of Medicine and a Bachelor of Surgery in 1986, is that correct?
I did.
Thank you. Were you posted to the 2nd and 4th Royal Australian Regiment in Townsville as the Regimental Medical Officer from January 1989 to January 1990?
That's correct.
Thank you. From January 1990 to December 1991, were you the Regimental Medical Officer for the 5th and 7th Royal Australian Regiment based at Holsworthy?
I was.
Thank you. Were you then, in January 1992, promoted to Major
Yes.
and posted as an Officer Commanding Laverick Barracks Medical Centre based in Townsville?
That's correct.
Thank you. In January 1995, were you appointed Officer Commander of the Medical Company and were you deployed to Rwanda?
That's correct.
And you served as Officer Commanding in various medical companies in Brisbane over the period from 1996 to 1998, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And you were promoted to Lieutenant Colonel in 1999,
That is correct.
and you were posted as the Senior Medical Officer, 3rd Brigade in Townsville, is that correct?
That is correct.
In July 1999, did you transfer to the General Reserve?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And on leaving the Army, did you work as a contracted medical officer from 1999 to 2005 as the Director of Clinical Services?
That's correct.
Were you awarded a fellowship of the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatrists in 2010?
Yes, I was.
And you worked as a visiting psychiatrist for a few days a week between 2010 2012, and then in a civilian capacity from 2016, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Tell me, Dr. Wheatley, it's the case, is it not, that you have received a number of medals in relation to your service?
I have.
Including the Australian Active Service Medal for service in Rwanda,
Yes.
the Australian Service Medal,
Yes.
the Chief of Defence Force Commendation,
Yes.
Meritorious Unit Citation,
Yes.
Australian Defence Medal,
Yes.
Defence Long Service Medal,
Yes.
United Nations Medal,
Yes.
and the Group Citation and RSL Peace Prize, is that
Yes, I
correct?
did. Yeah.
Now, Dr. Wheatley, as we've canvassed, you are a psychiatrist and you've worked with defence members and DVA members, I take it.
Yep.
Might you explain to the commissioners a little about the cohort you have seen over the past 40 years?
Over the last 40 years, I've seen quite a variety of patients from my days as a general practitioner working in the military through to my time on active service, through to my time training for a psychiatrist, and I currently work as a psychiatrist.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Wheatley, in your statement, you have detailed various aspects of your experience in the ADF, and that is in the various capacities that we have noted over the past 40 years.
Yes.
And on the basis of that experience and the work you have undertaken, you have also advanced opinions that you have developed based upon your experience in particular, first as a doctor, I should say, and then as a psychiatrist, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And based on those opinions and your experience and observations, you have also advanced to this commission certain recommendations.
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, you have the benefit of that statement. In this examination, we will take you to key aspects of it. Dr. Wheatley has identified 12 recommendations. We don't propose to go through each of those recommendations seriatim, but there are 5 recommendations to which we will take you in oral evidence. Now, Dr. Wheatley, if I might take you first to your first posting, really, in Townsville.
Yes.
And now, as we earlier mentioned, you were first posted to the 2nd and 4th Royal Australian Regiment in Townsville.
Yes.
And you were the regimental medical officer there, and that was from January 1989 to January 1990, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Might you explain to the Commission, or describe to the Commissioners, your experience with Army's leadership in Townsville at that time?
Yeah. It was very challenging. I was 26 years old. I arrived there with minimal military training. I came across a culture that was very difficult to work with, but you obviously tried to do your best within the sort of constraints of the organisation.
Thank you. And in your statement, Dr. Wheatley, you refer to a specific incident concerning an application you made for bereavement leave. Might you explain that to the commissioners?
Yes, I had unfortunately 2 deaths in the family in the months leading up to my posting. One was my father and one was a brother-in-law. And on arrival in Townsville, I applied for what we would now call bereavement leave. I thought that that would be a case of, being fairly straightforward and approved.
Might I ask what ensued?
Unfortunately, it was declined. And the major who declined the leave gave the explanation that he or someone that he knew didn't get leave in similar circumstances, so why should I?
Were any inquiries made of Dr. Wheatley of the effect of this on you or your family?
Absolutely nil.
No. And might I inquire too then, what impact this had on you and by extension your family?
It was quite a significant impact. I can remember being somewhat confused, almost perplexed, and it was my first experience probably of almost like institutionalised authority.
Yes. And what feelings did it engender in you upon your being given this news?
There was a sort of a sense of dysphoria, surprise, sort of anxiety, because I sort of realised I was in an environment that was quite unfamiliar and had rules that I had to learn very quickly.
Yes, and you indicate also in your statement that you were subject to further challenging incidents, if I might put it like that, during this time. Is that correct?
I was indeed, yes.
And one of them that you have noted is that you were threatened with a charge of being AWOL after a commercial flight was delayed and you arrived back late at the unit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you further indicate that after participating in a difficult 5-week exercise in the Northern Territory, you were informed the day before your leave was due to commence that leave was cancelled. Was that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me, at any time, Dr. Wheatley, were you given any explanation for this, or was there any engagement with you in relation to these matters?
No, I wasn't. I was told by the major, who wasn't actually even my immediate supervisor, that it had just been cancelled.
Yes, thank you. I might at this stage pause, Commissioners, just to interpolate, to remind you of the evidence of Dr. Drew that we heard last week, in particular in relation to organisational justice and the sense that those who engage in difficult work and unique work of the nature that defence members undertake expect a certain degree of support and the like from the organisation. Now, Dr. Wheatley, you have also raised certain matters concerning postings that you have postings that you have undertaken in the ADF. Might I ask you to elaborate on those postings?
Yes, I personally had 8 postings in 10 years, and that's not including the 2 deployments that I had.
Yes.
And the issue that I had with postings is that you don't have any choice in your postings. You're told where you're going.
And you detail in your statement, Dr. Wheatley, 2 specific incidences. And as to the first, it was an incident, and correct me if I'm wrong, whereby you indicated a particular place to which you did not wish to be posted, and that was precisely where you were posted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was the reason for that?
There was no actual reason apart from the one called service needs.
Yeah. And did you ultimately post to that location? And if not, why not?
I didn't get posted to that location. The reason for it was that the senior career advisor had miscalculated my return of service. And so I was basically able to highlight that and say, well, look, that's not compatible with what my plans are professionally or personally. And when they became aware of that, they pulled the posting.
Yes, so it was by reason of that and the fact that I take it you had a capacity to resign.
That is correct.
And do you consider that is a reason that you were offered an alternative posting?
That is the only reason I was offered.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. You also refer to an experience again in Townsville, whereby you you wish to be posted to Brisbane. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were the circumstances surrounding that matter?
I was newly promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. I had a 2-year-old son and another child on the way. And I was told by the career advisor that the only posting available was Townsville.
Was that the case?
No, it wasn't.
And why do you say that?
Well, I went up to Townsville, and in the next interview I had was around mid-year, and I was told that my next posting was going to be Darwin. And that, to me, made my mind up that I wasn't going to stay in the regular army anymore. I then got back to Brisbane and had a phone call from a new career advisor who'd taken over from the old one. And he asked me if I wanted to do 12 months, what we call full-time service. So basically he wanted me to sort of work in the regular army again. And he indicated the place he wanted me to do that was in Brisbane. And I expressed some surprise because my understanding was that there were no postings there. And then when I made some further inquiries, he admitted that the postings had been there the entire year.
I see, but that was not conveyed to you initially.
It was not at all, no.
No. Tell me, Dr. Wheatley, by reason of your experience now as a psychiatrist, are you in a position to opine on the impact of postings and what that entails on ADF members, and might you do so?
Yes, it's a hugely stressful time for you and stressful time for your family. It means as well that family, children, partners don't get the opportunity to work or establish connections with the civilian community. So things like sporting activities, hobbies, interests, all have to be abandoned because of the regular nature of postings or the disruptiveness of the postings.
Yes, thank you. And Commissioners, you may recall on Friday, Major General Wade Stoddart gave evidence on the question of postings very briefly, and he said this, that there may very well be opportunities for us to learn how we can reduce the negative impacts of relocations, expand the positive impacts of relocations, but also give some certainty to where people may then subsequently be posted to a preferred location or the one where their family support or the like. So that is not inconsistent with what we have heard today from Dr. Wheatley. Following your posting to Townsville, the Commission understands that you were deployed to Rwanda, is that correct?
I was deployed to Rwanda in 95.
1995, thank you, Dr. Wheatley. And for how long were you deployed there?
For 6 months.
Thank you. And in what capacity?
I was the OC of medical company.
And for what were you responsible?
Basically, the best way to put it was I was the medical superintendent for the hospital, and my role included command and clinical welfare and other responsibilities for the 87 tri-service personnel we had.
Dr. Wheatley, now during your deployment, and without providing the detail because the matter is addressed in your statement, is it correct to say that you were engaged in the treatment of a significant number of civilian casualties?
That's absolutely correct. The figure was around 90% of our work was dealing with the humanitarian injuries that we had to manage.
Thank you. And might you describe to the Commissioners the nature of this deployment? Was it challenging?
It was extremely challenging.
And Dr. Wheatley, when you returned from Rwanda, were you given an opportunity to, and if I could use this word, decompress or recover from that deployment in any way?
Unfortunately, no. I arrived back on a Friday in Brisbane. We were in Kigali on Thursday, and on Monday I reported to Enogra for a posting order.
So you posted immediately after your arrival?
Immediately.
I see.
That's right.
Did you have any opportunity to engage with command on that question or no?
Not really, no. It was just, you're going.
And Dr. Wheatley, please would you indicate to the Commissioners the impact of this upon you, this immediate posting?
Look, it was quite, I suppose later on I sort of felt it. At the time, you're in a zone. You feel like you've just come from a deployment, so you can do anything. But later on, I realised that there should have been a time where, I spent more time with my family and friends and got back into sort of like normal lifestyle, if you like.
And tell me, did this immediate posting have any impact on your family? And if so, might you describe it, please?
Yes, it was hugely disruptive because I had to take, my wife had to say goodbye to family again. It was an area we've never been to before. So yes, it was a significant sort of disruption.
And do you consider that there was any recognition by command or ADF leadership of what the impact of this immediate posting upon you?
I would say nil. I can remember when I returned, when I got posted to Kapooka, there was a degree of animosity from some of the other officers, because you've got to remember at that time the Army had not deployed, or the ADF had not deployed to many places. And here I was as a medical officer who had, and there was that sort of tension that was there. And little things that suggested to me that perhaps it wasn't so welcoming was when I offered to give a presentation of, what sort of experiences I'd had there, it was declined by the Colonel.
Thank you. And tell me, Dr. Whitley, what was the significance of your being a medical officer?
The medical officers are what we call special service officers as opposed to general service officers. Having been in a battalion for many years, we call them Arms Corps officers, see it as their role, their ultimate test, if you like, is to deploy. And there were many officers I came across, say, at Kapooka and in the battalions, who had never deployed. So if someone comes back from overseas with some sort of medal or award, that can set up some tension.
I see. Now, on a related question to posting, as to deployment and the return from deployment, last week, Dr. Wheatley, we heard evidence from certain Navy divers who talked about the psychological assessments that followed from deployment. Are you familiar with these assessments? They were described as tick and flicks, and might you comment upon them if you are?
The ones that I'm familiar with are what are referred to as POPs. They're a post-operational screen. They are basically a cut and paste of a trauma screening test. Anything on the left-hand side of the page means that you're fine. Anything on the right-hand side of the page means you've got problems. There are about 10 to 20 questions depending on the POPs or what year that was released. And that's the psychological screen. And that's why many soldiers and defence members refer to them as a tick and flick.
Yes, is that a phrase with which you have some familiarity?
I'm sorry, could you?
Is that a phrase with which you have some familiarity?
Yes, it is, tick and flick.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. Now, we have explored various aspects of postings and deployments and your interactions with command in that connection.
Yep.
But of course, as was indicated to the Commission, you separately have experience as a clinician and in particular as a psychiatrist.
Absolutely.
And in that context, you document in your statement certain issues as they pertain to what you describe as the interface between military command and health, that military command health interface.
That's correct.
Might you elaborate for the Commission, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is when you see a patient, you have to somehow get the recommendations back to the command as to what you think needs to happen. Now, it's probably something that's not particularly well known outside of defence, but a non-medical officer can sign off or countersign or decline leave that has been recommended from a doctor. So in other words, cancel the medical certificate. So this often caused some tension and friction when a medical certificate goes up to a general service officer and the general service officer declines to provide or authorise that leave.
Thank you. And in that connection, Commissioners, you might recall during the evidence of Professors Pope, Orr and Dr. Rudsky, I think it was Professor Orr, in fact, who talked about the ability for command to overrule certain decisions made by physical training officers, instructors, I should say. Now, Dr. Wheatley, in your statement, you give examples where commanding officers have overruled your medical advice, or where, if I might use your words, they've been resistant to it.
Yes.
And there's been otherwise been some friction surrounding that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could take you through some of those examples, I won't take you to all of them. But you refer to your being threatened with an inquiry, I believe, on one occasion. Is that correct?
I was.
In about January 2012?
That's correct.
Yes. And that was in circumstances where you declined to provide medical in confidence details without having a patient's consent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was the outcome of that inquiry? Did that resolve itself in some fashion?
It did, but it took a lot of, I suppose you'd call it internal knowledge to prevent that from progressing. And that internal knowledge was procedural issues in terms of what the commanding officer had done and other sort of relevant bits that I was able to pick up from my own military experience.
Thank you. And you refer to another example, Dr. Wheatley, that I believe occurred in March 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And that concerned a naval commander who was issuing a termination notice to a sailor. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it was proposed that that termination notice be issued notwithstanding your medical opinion to the contrary.
That is correct, yeah.
And please would you indicate to the commissioners the details surrounding that matter?
Yes, I was seeing this patient, and in my opinion, he should not have been discharged at that particular time. I communicated that in writing to the medical officer. I made it very clear that that would potentially increase the risk profile of that member. The naval commander decided to proceed anyway. There was also, I was also accused of not being contactable during that time, and that was simply not true.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. And there have been other instances in your career?
There have been several.
Yes. Dr. Wheatley, might you indicate to the commissioners what, in your opinion and from your observation, is driving this response from command?
I think there are several sort of issues, but I think there's a resistance to you bringing problems to them and highlighting issues. And in my statement, I sort of mentioned some of the strategies, and one of these is denial. And out of that, there becomes a dichotomous thinking style. In other words, all or nothing, us and them. You're either on the team or you're off the team. And if you start pushing back against some of the command decisions that you disagree with, then that sort of makes you even more of a target. And I think that drives a lot of that sort of animosity.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wheatley. And tell me, if you could dilate on this, did you observe whether there was any difference in this engagement, whether you were part of the regular army or whether you're in the General Reserve? Was there any difference in approach or engagement with you?
Look, there could be. I didn't come across too much of that because most of my dealings were with the regular army.
Thank you. And what, in your view, is the impact of this friction in engagement on ADF members, their health and well-being?
Well, it can be quite devastating. I can remember one particular case, and I had sort of recommended some leave. The major signing off on the leave, so the person who's the approving authority, rejected it. He called the patient a bludger and a show pony, and that came back to me as no, the leave's been declined.
Thank you. And what impact, could you describe the impact it has on the patient, but then also upon you as the clinician?
The impact on the patient's quite profound because I think it reinforces a sense of helplessness because they come to us for treatment, and I can remember sort of, saying to this particular patient, this is your diagnosis, this is your management plan, this is what I'm going to sort of say should happen. These are my reasons for doing that. So when it gets rejected by someone else, someone in the command, the soldier, in this case it was a soldier, thinks, well, no one is on my side. Not even this specialist here who's been in the military can help me here. It just reinforces that differential, that power differential, that systemic control that goes on in defence.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. And as to impacts on the clinician, might you address that?
Well, it causes a lot of frustration, and it caused a lot of angst for me, because I would sort of like push back and try and say, well, look, this is morally wrong. This is something that shouldn't occur. I'm happy to debate the issue, but essentially, the decisions that were being made were wrong.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Wheatley, in your statement, you also refer to a more recent incident, namely one occurring October 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did that incident concern a patient's admission as an inpatient?
It did.
And you had proposed that that patient be treated both as an outpatient and optionally as an inpatient. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it the case that the admission was delayed owing to some administrative complications?
It was. There was a new service provider and they had spelt my name incorrectly, which means that I didn't exist on the system.
Thank you. And when you say a new service provider, is that to which provider are you referring?
I can't remember actually. It was 2013. Yeah.
Fine.
Sorry. The correction. Sorry. Bupa Defence.
Thank you. Now, the patient had themselves earlier delayed their treatment, I believe.
They had.
But nonetheless, the treatment was the inpatient treatment was delayed by a week.
Yes.
But the patient was then admitted. Is that correct?
The patient was admitted. It was a 2-week stay, and it was a successful admission.
I see. Thank you. Nonetheless, was there a certain response from command in respect of that? And if so, what was it?
The command were annoyed that the admission had been delayed a week.
And what did that result in vis-a-vis you?
Yep. What happened was a major who was not on the treating team, who was not a clinician, who had never assessed the patient, decided to put in a formal complaint against me.
And what was the substance of that complaint?
He basically claimed that the delayed admission increased the suicidal ideation of this patient.
I see. And was there any complaint in relation or any indication of what type of clinical incident this might give rise to?
They assessed the clinical incident as what they called a Severity Assessment Code 2, which is the second highest.
And what does that mean?
That it is a serious incident that was near death. The next one, the only one higher than it is the patient died.
I see. Now, how did the patient's own assessment of the care the patient received fit in with that assessment?
It was completely different. The patient was very happy with his care. He didn't know about the complaint. His family were happy. He'd recovered well, and I actually continue to see him.
I see. And in relation to the complaint that was made against you, did that progress in any fashion in the ADF?
It did.
And in what way?
The complaint went to a very senior medical officer in Canberra.
Yes, and did that medical officer contact you?
He sent me a letter 2 weeks after the patient was discharged from hospital.
I see. And did any investigation or anything ensue as a consequence of that complaint having been escalated?
There had been no investigation from Defence.
And was there ultimately, what happened, what then happened?
What happened? When I first got this from the senior officer in Canberra, I wrote to him and said that I think there's been a mistake here. Do you want a fact check? Do you want to go back? I can give you my version of events. And unfortunately, he doubled down on that.
I see. And when you say doubled down on that, do you mean that you didn't receive a response or?
No, he basically said, well, this is what I've been told. So it's fact.
I see. Did you seek to escalate the matter yourself in any way with any senior command?
Yes, I did in two ways. First of all, I asked for a copy of the complaint so I could at least address what the concerns were. I was told by a health officer in the southeast Queensland area that she wasn't going to do that because the complaint was considered a service document. So based on that, I put in a Freedom of Information request.
And did you raise the matter with senior levels of command in any way?
Yes. When I got the Freedom of Information back in about March 2020, I then wrote back to the officer that had written to me and said, look, here is all the information in the Freedom of Information. Does this change your mind?
And what was the response to that?
The response from that officer was to contact my admin staff at the hospital I work at to pass on a message to me that he was getting out of the army the following Monday, and he signed off, cheers.
I see. Did you seek to raise the matter further?
Based on that dismissive response, I decided to raise it through the chain of command.
I see. And having raised the matter through chain of command, what then happened?
Let's just say I wrote to a very senior officer in Canberra. The senior officer in Canberra delegated it to another officer who then appointed an investigating officer.
And what was the consequence of the work of that investigating officer?
The investigating officer contacted me, and this was the first time I'd actually been asked to give my version of events. The investigating officer then sent his report back to one of the senior officers who'd been delegated the task.
And what was the outcome of that investigation?
The investigating officer's report vindicated my version of events, substantiated my complaint against the military people involved, raised issues regarding procedures that the defence uniform people had undertaken, and basically indicated that my complaint was substantiated in full.
That having occurred, Dr. Wheatley, did the matter rest there?
Unfortunately not.
What then ensued?
The two senior officers that had been delegated the task then started to criticise the investigating officer.
I see. Did they engage in any further questioning of you of the facts underlying that investigating officer's determination?
No.
Did the matter go any further, or did it simply fall away?
I got a letter of regret from two of the senior officers, but they completely did not address the majority of my concerns.
I see. Tell me, Dr. Wheatley, you've indicated that you still treat the patient,
Yeah.
but as to your experience of this, and indeed your family's experience of this, might you indicate to the commissioners the impact of these matters?
Well, it was quite profound. I found that for over 12 months, I was almost preoccupied trying to get all the documentation to clear my name, because I should add as well that in addition to doing this to me, defence, that the senior officer who actually wrote to me also wrote to my CEO at the private hospital with the same sort of issues. When I sort of got the very sort of dismissive letter of regret, I sort of thought to myself that I can't continue to do this. I cannot continue to see ADF serving members. And I had actually outlined that in my original letter to the very senior officer in Canberra, saying, look, this is on the line. Please explain to me why I should, if this is how you're going to treat someone, a patient, this is how your response when a patient gets better, what's going to happen if a patient gets worse?
Yes. Now, Dr. Wheatley, you've just given evidence that the senior officer wrote to the CEO of your hospital. Was that prior to the fact-finding investigation having been undertaken?
Absolutely. It was at the same time that I got the letter.
So at the point of allegation?
Absolutely.
I see. Did the incident separately have any impact upon your family? And might you address this point?
It was a huge impact. It was like they told me I've got to give this away. You know, I cannot continue to see defence members. They were saying, it's just like you're still back in the military. Why are you doing this?
I see. Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. Now, what you have just described to the Commission, it was really, there are instances of direct conflict between a medical officer and command.
Yes.
But you also, as a healthcare provider, but you also detail in your statement the impact of command decisions on health services programs, and you give a particular example. And I think in that case it was at Nogra Barracks, is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you please elaborate on the issue for the Commissioners?
When I was the Director of Clinical Services around 2001, I helped establish with some other doctors and other clinicians the inaugural mental health unit at Nogra Barracks, and we would treat and assess patients who came under that banner. That continued on for many years. I rejoined that when I finished my specialist training. The meeting itself involved inviting two, at that time, and then when I finished, 3 psychiatrists to the meeting to have like a multidisciplinary team meeting.
And would you tell the Commissioners, please, Dr. Wheatley, what was the benefit of undertaking such a meeting?
The benefit was improved coordination of care, better communication. We also engaged the unit medical staff as well, so there was feedback to the units about what was happening to their members. And there was also a training opportunity because you basically had 3 psychiatrists out at Nogra every 2 weeks for 2 to 3 hours.
Thank you. And what was the progress of those meetings? Are they continuing now?
No, they're not.
And why is that so?
They were abruptly cancelled in June 2012.
Were you informed of the reasons for their cancellation?
No.
I see. Would you proffer a view, Dr. Wheatley, on the impact of the cancellation of those meetings on ADF members?
I think from there it sort of started to decline because now what you had was individual clinicians all trying to sort of manage their own cases without coming together as a team and being able to provide that sort of coordinated care. So it became very fragmented, disjointed, and there were no of those cross and check balances that occur when you're in a multidisciplinary team, particularly with risk assessments.
Thank you. And Dr. Wheatley, do you have a view as to whether the cancellation of those meetings therefore impacted continuity of care in respect of the members, the subject of the...
Yes, it did, yeah, because there was, you didn't know necessarily who the other clinician was. It was not readily sort of available, and the disjointed nature of it meant that it was just really the treating or senior clinician and the patient. And so that sort of connection also with other important members of the team or even the command was missing.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. I'd just pause here, Commissioners, to remind you of the Defence Injury Prevention Program, not in precisely the same context, but nonetheless a well-run program that did not advance in defence. Having addressed those matters, Dr. Wheatley, both as a defence member and as a clinician, as we indicated earlier, you have advanced certain recommendations.
That's correct.
As also indicated, I will take you to some, but not all of those recommendations, and for your convenience, I will arrange for them to be displayed on screen.
Yep.
And will invite you to address each of them.
Okay. Yep.
So this is your first recommendation, and it addresses the posting system.
Yep.
Now, would you tell the Commissioners why you advance this recommendation and what benefits you see flowing from it? What's a problem you want to address?
Yeah, look, I think the problem is that the current system is very nepotistic. It's decided exclusively by defence. You may indicate a preference as to where you want to go. You may indicate one location you don't want to go, but there's no guarantee, as we sort of mentioned earlier, that that's going to occur. I think this reinforces the sort of sense of control that defence has over its members. And my suggestion is that there is a little bit more autonomy for members of the Defence Force to choose locations that they want to go to.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. Now, having regard to what you've already indicated to the Commission, is it correct to say that you advance this recommendation based on your own experience of postings?
That's partly, and also from patients that I sort of see regularly as well, who have had similar problems with their postings.
And might you, by way of example, give one such example of a problem?
One such example was a patient I saw who had deployed to Afghanistan, had a depressive illness, it was getting better, but still needed several months of treatment. He had a daughter who was in year 12, and the recommendation I gave to the medical officer, and the member himself obviously had spoken to his unit, and his wife had written to the unit, was to stay in location in Brisbane until the completion of treatment, and his daughter does year 12.
And did that occur?
No.
What happened? He was posted elsewhere?
He was posted to Canberra.
I see. Dr. Wheatley, if I could display to you the next recommendation, and that is in relation to a mental health team.
That's correct. Yes.
So what does this recommendation concern?
This goes back to the point about the multidisciplinary team that we used to have. I think it would also add a degree of richness to the delivery of services that I think is currently missing. Could I also point out as well that this recommendation was one that Defence already had based on an audit inquiry that they had into a medication that was being used for the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. So just in context, there was an investigation or an audit around 2012, 2013. One of the fallouts of that was a recommendation from a review team that they sort of look at all sort of practices that we were doing. And one of the things that they recommended was that they re-establish the mental health team. And this was around 18 months or so after the team had been cancelled.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley. Now, just to pick up on a phrase you raised and that you mentioned, and that is that you think it would contribute to the richness, the delivery of services. How might that occur? Could you elaborate on that, please?
I think it would create more or better communication. I think it would create a sense of collegial nature of clinical staff. You feel like you're working in a team, you feel you're working together. There's that sort of feeling of achievement and also a sense of professionalism that comes when you're working in that group environment.
Thank you. Dr. Wheatley, if I may display, please, the next recommendation. That there should be a discharge medical unit established. Now, I take it, just by way of background to this recommendation, you have provided clinical services to ADF members, the subject of discharge or going through the discharge procedure?
That is correct.
And would you tell the Commission, please, why you advanced this recommendation?
Yes, it's just in terms of context, I would have seen hundreds of ADF defence members as in my capacity as a psychiatrist. I have not had a single call from any commander inquiring as to whether I was prepared to continue to see the patient that I was seeing post-discharge. So I've had numerous examples of soldiers who turn up and they've now been discharged and they're in the DVA system, and it's really, their post-discharge care is really haphazard. It's not coordinated. It's put on the member really to sort through. As I understand it, Defence now offer one long appointment with a GP as part of the discharge process, but that's got severe limitations.
In what way?
Firstly, it's going to be difficult to actually find a GP who's going to be available to take on a complex case. You've got to understand that a lot of the defence members have multiple issues. It's not just mental health, it's physical, maybe orthopaedic, maybe cardiology, maybe ear, nose and throat. And all those referrals need to be then generated by the new GP, and that's not going to occur in one session. The other issue that I hear from some of the GPs is the issue of remuneration, because it's much less than the private sector.
And tell me, Dr. Wheatley, do you think there is a question of cultural awareness and being able to speak the language of defence, if I can put it like that, that might be relevant to the GP's delivery of service? Can you comment on that?
Yes, I think it would. When I talk to GP colleagues who are not familiar with defence, it's very intimidating. They're often confronted with terminology that they're completely unfamiliar with. It's awkward both ways. The patient sort of, might say something in terms of acronyms that for them are very, very common. For example, RSM, Regimental Sergeant Major. And of course, if you're not familiar with the military, it becomes every second question is trying to interpret it. And from the patient's perspective, they sort of often say they get very unsettled because they think, does this person really, is this the right mix and fit for me?
Thank you. And Dr. Wheatley, you said earlier that as the system presently stands, it does place a lot of pressure on the patient to take care of their own medical treatment.
Yes.
Is that the case?
That is correct, yes.
And what are the consequences that can flow from that?
Well, in that immediate discharge phase, it's very stressful. They're very anxious. They may not have their claims sorted out. They may not have the connections with their GP sorted out. They may not have their pay sorted out or their income sorted out. And it's also the change of a lifestyle. They've gone from a system that is very regulated to one now that they're completely unfamiliar. I have even had a patient turn up to one of my specialist clinics at 8 o'clock in the morning because that's the time that sick parade was.
I see. Might I display the next recommendation, please, operator? And this concerns the General Reserve assets. Would you speak to this recommendation, please?
Yes. It may not be sort of well known, but there are several psychiatrists who belong to the General Reserve. I'm one of the General Reserve psychiatrists. However, no one has had, or from Canberra, has organised a meeting with us in the last 10 years. We wouldn't even know who one another are. There's no invitations to military conferences. So it's really completely disorganised.
And what, Dr. Wheatley, do you think the benefit would be of the recommendation that you're advancing?
Well, I think first of all it would start to gather together a collegial body who could assist in providing intelligence or feedback to Defence about what is happening. And as we heard, I think it was in Hearing Block in Townsville, there was then, in June last year, an 8-week wait to see a psychiatrist. Now, if you had a group of individuals who were communicating, collegial, reactive, those sorts of crises wouldn't necessarily occur if you had these pool of people that can respond.
Thank you. Dr. Whitley, you make one further recommendation. Well, there is one further recommendation to which I will take you.
Yes.
And that is a recommendation concerning a tracking process for to be established by DVA. Please, would you speak to this?
Yes. Currently, when a veteran, including myself, puts in a claim for DVA, there is no real way of determining where that claim is in the queue. You will randomly get an email or a text back from someone from DVA, but all it tells you is your claim is still in the queue. Doesn't tell you whether it's gone forwards, backwards, is exactly in the same spot. And if you do want to know, well, how long is it going to be, you're referred to a website.
What's the consequence of that for ADF members? Or I should say for those who are using DVA services.
This would be for DVA members. Yeah, look, it causes further rage, anger, anxiety, dysphoria. Some of my patients get so annoyed and frustrated that they have to have their partners or an advocate take phone calls from DVA.
I see. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Whitley. Is there one further remark that you wish to make?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes,
yeah.
by all means.
What I propose in that recommendation is that there is some sort of way that you can track where your claim is. My thinking there is that you can track a parcel anywhere in Australia. They will tell you where it is, when it's arrived, and they'll ask for feedback. With DVA, you have no idea how long it's going to be. And the sort of feedback I regularly get from veterans is that it's like chaotic and disorganised, and it just creates further anger.
And speaking as a psychiatrist, what do you consider would be the impact of having something that can be followed like that for the patient? What are the benefits?
Well, I think they would feel that they had some sort of visibility, that there was some accountability, that it wasn't chaotic, that they feel a little bit more sense of control as to where they are with any particular claim.
Thank you, Dr. Whitley. I might invite the commissioners now to ask you some questions based on the statement and the evidence you have just given.
Thank you, Mr. Rigotti. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Dr. Wheatley, for your evidence. I just wanted to refer to a couple of things you said early on. First of all, you talked about your experience turning up in Townsville and that there was kind of rules you had to learn quickly. Yes. Was there any way of learning those rules apart from making the mistakes, or?
Not really. There were courses, but they didn't start till around 6 months into your first posting. And in my case, I did one course. There's a second course that was available around 6 months later, but the unit cancelled it. Said they had other things for me to do.
So are we talking here about, in terms of kind of policies and procedures type rules, or are we talking about the rules that are the way you do things around here, unwritten culture rules?
It was both. Yeah, there was the policy and procedures, like this is how you wear your uniform. This is the sort of procedures, but there were also unwritten laws. Like, this is what you don't say. So, for example, I can remember being in a commanding officer's orders group, and the commanding officer wanted to do a route march, which is a 15-kilometre march with a 30-kilo pack on your back. And that's fairly standard was then for infantry, and I think it may still be about the same now. Now, that in itself wasn't so much of a problem, but this commanding officer wanted to restrict the fluids that he gave the soldiers. He had some unusual idea that there was a thing that he called water discipline, and he was basing this on a reference to World War II in the desert. Now, in the orders group, I as politely as I could, said that that was not a very wise idea, that there was absolutely no physiology behind it. I think he was confusing the concept of acclimatisation, but that was a completely different message. I then remember certain majors started staring at me, and I thought, oh, they want more clinical information. So I went on to provide discussion of the wet bulb thermometer, how the desert heat's different to Townsville. And I then noticed that I was being glared at. And at that point I realised, oh, I'm not supposed to push back. But I realised if I didn't push back, if I didn't give the advice and they went ahead and something happened, the first thing they would say to me was, why didn't you advise the commanding officer? I did hear that that march went ahead the next year.
Right. So can I take from that well, I'm just wondering what I take from that. Should, for example, are you suggesting that medical officers need better preparation before they take up postings?
I think that the postings for regimental medical officers to battalions, as I understand it, no longer occurs. I think that was abandoned around 2012, right, according to 6RAR's Facebook page. But I think they're loaned to the battalions, but in my experience, most recently, they're usually civilian health officers or medical officers doing the job.
Okay. And you talked about the experience that led to feelings of helplessness, the power differential, the systemic control. I think that was about the leave cancellation.
That's right.
Was that an isolated experience, or was that something that you've noticed beyond?
Could I ask, Commissioner, is this for Townsville or just?
Well, you referred to an incident where you listed those things, but I'm just wondering, your sense is that an isolated kind of experience, or is that kind of a more frequent?
No, it's
experience
pervasive.
in your experience?
It's pervasive, yes. In my experience, it was
Right.
multiple incidences.
Okay. And you said when you had that, I think it was the complaint, your family said, "Why are you doing this?"
That's correct.
What did you say?
Well, I didn't really have an answer. It was a hard one to sort of answer. I suppose I did it out of a sense of commitment that was part of my life. I had a sort of degree, loyalty to the system. I believed in what I was doing, and also felt that I was helping people who were in vulnerable positions, and that I had a skill set that sort of matched both military and psychiatry. So, it was something I'd always sort of felt impassioned about. So that's why I did it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I asked the question is because clearly there is a need for health professionals within Defence, and there are challenges, as I understand it, with recruiting.
That's right.
So it kind of speaks to what are the reasons for and what might be the reasons against being a health professional within Defence.
That's correct.
Yeah. Can I just ask then, in terms of the multidisciplinary mental health team that you were advocating for, were that recommendation to be taken up, would the health professionals actually be available to constitute that team now?
In theory, yes. In practice, I think in the area that in Brisbane, I think Defence has burnt a lot of bridges. I think it would take a lot of sort of acceptance of mistakes they have made in the past. But in theory, it could be established.
In theory, okay. And in terms of the concept that you were promoting around a discharge medical unit, can you just expand on that for me in terms of how you saw it operating? Like, would there be one at every base, or within, would it be a kind of national concept?
Yeah, it sort of, I think, went with one of the points I put in the submission. At the moment, there's an organisation called SRC, Soldier Recovery Centre, and they do as good a job as they sort of can under the circumstances, but it's not actually a unit that has any clinicians on it, but it is where people who are going to be discharged go. So there's very little that the actual staff, no matter how hard they work, can do to sort of facilitate the transition. It wasn't always that way. What used to happen is that someone who was on long-term convalescence or someone who was going to be discharged medically was what we call, or is called, administratively posted to a health facility. So that meant that the hospital, if you like, looked after their day-to-day administrative and clinical type duties. So that meant that the parent unit couldn't come down and say, you're on guard duty. And with that, I would see that as an extension from that, so that they would treat them and that they would make the links with the civilian community. And that usually happens because when this was occurring around 20 years ago, the people running it were usually clinicians themselves. And so they knew the clinical community and the outside world. So it was a lot more smooth transition rather than sort of, I don't think setting a whole new one up would necessarily be ideal. I think if we sort of went back, or the Defence went back to a system that actually used to work, that would be a better option.
Okay, thank you. And then just my last question in relation to engagement with DVA and clinical health professionals, etc. Do you have any thoughts on how that could be done better?
Engagement with the...
With DVA in terms of getting the voice of the health practitioners into the policy considerations of DVA. Do you think that's adequate? Do you think that it could be done better?
I think it could definitely be done better. There at the moment is minimal to nil input from, in my experience, from clinicians like myself and other colleagues I work with into DVA.
But how could it work? Have you given that any consideration?
There are a couple of ways I could think of. One of them might be that DVA become a little bit more proactive with travelling and explaining and trying to engage clinicians, making us aware of initiatives, asking for feedback about what we're seeing, give us some sort of feedback so we could give that feedback to our patients, because at the moment it's a vacuum. We don't hear anything from DVA.
Yeah, because you talked about your suggestion around defence and how they could better kind of develop the network of health professionals who are in the reserves.
Yep.
But I was just wondering whether you had a similar concept for, DVA and clinicians, networks or anything like that.
I could work on one, but it's at the moment, because there is nothing there. In my experience, there is nothing there, and it's it's like building from zero.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thanks, Doctor. I was wondering, taking into account some of the problems you had when posting into a new position in a new barracks, is there some formal orientation program for medical officers with, say, the people in charge of the unit you're being posted to work out how the positions are supposed to respond one to the other?
Not really, Commissioner. It was something that was taught at on a course. We would do a direct entry officer course, but that was 5 or 6 months into you already being there. But there certainly wasn't anything that you would see in the civilian sector, like a career coach or sort of like a buddy system, or somebody who would be your wingman, for want of a better word.
You went in as a medical student. Would that course have been done after you qualified as a doctor? The direct
yes,
entry officer course.
It could have been done as a undergraduate lieutenant. It could have done, yes.
In your case, do you
No,
remember?
no. It was. I did it when I was a captain, which meant I'd already been posted to Townsville.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Just a quick point from me. The issue of non-medical or non-clinical staff being overruled, overruling medical practitioners who might make recommendations about someone's condition. What's your understanding of where that's at the moment within the ADF?
As far as I understand, it hasn't changed significantly. I haven't taken any new DVA patients since the issues we were talking about with the senior officer in Brisbane, so that was about 2 years ago, but I haven't heard anything that has that's made me aware of changing it.
Thank you. Mr. Moen, is there anything you wish to raise?
No, there's not, Commissioner.
Okay, Ms. Wright.
No, thank you, Commissioner. Just to confirm, the Commonwealth doesn't have an application to make at the moment to cross-examine for the reasons set out in the Commonwealth's letter sent today. May it please.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ribagotti.
Nothing arising.
You, of course, are at liberty, if you wish to apply in the future. You'd realise that, I assume.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Nothing arising. The witness can be released from his summons for the moment.
Thank you. Doctor, I just want to thank you on behalf of the Commission for the effort you've put into your statement today. We know it's comprehensive and you have put a lot of thought into it. I want to assure you that the recommendations you've made are worthy. They've certainly caught our attention. They're very much in line with a lot of the issues that we're looking at and we're thinking about. It's been very helpful. And I want to thank you for your service and all you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So he's to be excused from his summons to appear today?
So, yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor, again. Are there any other issues?
No.
Okay, if that's the case, we'll adjourn till tomorrow morning, midday, I believe.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 12 p.m. Wednesday, the 26th of July.